Morning to all my guests and a very warm welcome. We shall be starting shortly, so I'd like to request all of you all to please take a seat. And may I also remind all of you to please put your cell phones on the silent mode. We would love for 100% of your attention to be focused right here as we begin with our inaugural and then move forward to our summit. Thank you so very much for being here. Please do bear with us as we get set to kickstart. Thank you. Once again, as I bid a very good morning to our guests, our chief guest is about to arrive at the venue any minute, and that is when we will kickstart. So please do bear with us. Thank you for your patience.
Spinning TV.
Once again, I'd like to bid a very good morning to our guests and extend a warm welcome. A gentle reminder to all of you to please put your cell phones on the silent mode. We are expecting our chief guest to arrive any minute now, and that is when we will kickstart the inaugural program. So requesting all of you all to please take a seat. The center table is reserved for them. A very, very good morning to all our guests and a very warm welcome on behalf of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to take this moment and thank you all for being here. I'd also like to request all of you to please put your hands together as we are now joined by our chief guest. Let's put our hands together for His Excellency, Mr. Eric Garcetti, U.S. Ambassador to India. We thank you, sir, for your kind presence. May I please extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Lalit Bhasin, Summit Chair, National President, IACC, Managing Partner, Bhasin & Company Advocates. Thank you so very much, sir, for your kind presence. Let's hear a round of applause as I invite on the dais Dr. Upasana Arora, Regional President, IACC and IC Director, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals. Let's hear a round of applause as she joins us here on stage. May I also extend a very warm welcome and present to you Mr. Arun Karna, Regional Vice President, IACC and IC and Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, AT&T Global Network Services India Private Limited. Please do put your hands together as I present to you Mr. Kamal Vora, Secretary General, IACC, and request his kind presence here on the dais amongst applauses from our very, very kind audience. Thank you so very much for your presence. We would like to begin this spectacular day by thanking the Almighty for being a part of our beautiful journey. So may I please request our dignitaries to join us for the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. Taking this moment further and taking our relationship further as we extend a very warm welcome to each of you right here at the 20th Indo-US Economic Summit, where we've created a knowledge-sharing platform for each of you right here. We're talking about ideas, sharing experiences, and really taking forward the potential opportunities that both India and US have and explore today. In the week that we are all across the country praying to Lord Ganesha, let's begin by these auspicious chants. Joining us for the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. Please do put your hands together as she adds the grace and seeks blessings. May I request all of you to please come closer for a group picture as we capture this beautiful moment with the lit lamp. Best of smiles as we capture this moment. They often say a lit lamp talks about a ray of hope, that we can all look forward to everything positive and bright. So once again, let me take this moment by thanking our dignitaries for their kind presence, and once again, thanking Lord Ganesha for showcasing to us the right path as we move forward. Once again, as I thank all of you for being a part of the 20th Indo-US Economic Summit, there are so many opportunities that we can explore, both India and US together. In this financial year, it became all the more special for us because the US became India's largest trade partner for merchandise goods. And this isn't just it. We've been working together for years and years, not only exploring business opportunities, but understanding each other's culture and customs. I'm not sure how many in our audience notice that today, when we seeked the blessings of Lord Ganesha, not only did all our dignitaries, but also our chief guest followed the ritual, removed his shoes, and then prayed. And I think that is what culture is, and that is what coming together is. So we thank you, sir, for taking a lead, following, and really being out there, not just as a business partner, but as a friend. We much appreciate your support. And once again, let's hear a round of applause. And rightly so. It is often said that there is no other welcome like a floral welcome. So may I request all of you to please put your hands together as I now request Mr. Arun Karna and Mr. Kamal Vora to present our chief guest with a floral welcome. A round of applause as we take this moment further and hope that your life is full of fragrance, Beauty and Movements, requesting you to please step forward as we present you with flowers, our love and affection. A round of applause once again for our chief guest, His Excellency, Mr. Eric Garcetti, U.S. Ambassador to India. We thank you so very much, sir, and we really do appreciate your presence right here. Thank you all. It is often said that when a lady takes it upon herself to move forward in the direction of leadership, nobody can stop her. And so very rightly mentioned when I talk about Dr. Upasana Arora, Regional President, IACC NIC, Director of Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals, Chairperson of SO Bharat, Chairperson of SO a dynamic leader when it comes to Indian healthcare industry, somebody who has taken it upon herself to transform the industry itself, and also somebody who wants to create a change today. She's the recipient of various awards, a part of various bodies today, and here to welcome all of you from all her heart. So may I request all of you to please put your hands together as she now addresses this august gathering.
Welcome. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply honored to stand before you today as the Regional President of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. And it is my privilege to welcome you all to the 20th Indo-US Economic Summit, which is our flagship summit. And I'm thankful to our ambassador who accepted our invitation and came here. I think a round of applause for ambassador. This year's theme, sharing ideas and potential for a sustainable partnership between India and the US for the next 25 years. Could not be more timely or relevant because right now, as you can see, India and US are actually working very, very closely. And I was talking to Jonathan, and America is also taking so much interest to work with India. Before we delve into the heart of the matter, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Eric Garcetti, the United States Ambassador to India. Your presence here today underscore the significance of the Indo-US relationship and the commitment of both nations to strengthening economic ties. Especially right now, we are thankful that you were actually respecting our rituals and you were also removed your shoes. Thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here, it's impossible to ignore the dynamic nature of the global economic landscape. India and the United States have been at the forefront of this ever-evolving landscape, making remarkable strides in innovation, trade, and collaboration over the years. Our two nations share a deep-rooted relationship based on common values, democratic principles, and a shared vision for the future. It's essential to acknowledge that we are not just partners, we are allies. Our partnership transcends mere economic interest. Over the past 2 decades, our economic partnership have grown by leaps and bounds. India and the United States have become vital partners, vital trade partners with bilateral trade crossing the $150 billion mark. Our collaboration in sectors like IT, healthcare, renewable energy, and space exploration has been exemplary, leading to job creation and innovation on both sides. However, today, as we look to the next 25 years, we must go beyond the numbers. We must focus on forging a sustainable partnership that not only benefits our economies, but also addresses critical global challenges. It's time to explore new avenues of collaboration, harness our collective potential, and create a blueprint for sustainable growth. So with these words, I am thankful to all of you, and I am welcome everyone, and my special thanks to US Embassy, USAID and Union, and all those who make this event actually very, very relevant, as well as you are, because of you, we are able to talk so much about, and everybody will get benefit from this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, ma'am, for those very kind words and really for setting the tone as to what we can look forward to. Once again, let's hear a round of applause for her, please. May I now request all of you to please put your hands together as to present the presidential address. We are joined by none other than Dr. Lalit Bhasin, Summit Chair and National President, AICC, who's given more than 61 years of his life to the career. A veteran indeed. A round of applause, please.
Your Excellency, the U.S. Ambassador to India, Dr. Upasana Arora, all the dignitaries on the dais, the representatives of the United States Embassy, not representative, the senior representatives of the U.S. Embassy, Mr. Arun Karna, the Vice President, Northern Region of Indo-American Chamber, and Mr. Kamal Vora, the Secretary General of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. I also see the distinguished presence of some of our past national presidents. I can only see two of them, that is Mr. Chandyok and Mr. Gautam Mahajan. If you can please rise from your seats so that people can acknowledge your presence. Thank you. So we have also the gracious presence of our members of the Executive Council of Indo-American Chamber and the Regional Council and the office bearers. This is a historic occasion, not only because of the presence of His Excellency the Ambassador, but also because we complete 2 decades of Indo-US Economic Summit. So 2 decades we have been having this flagship event every year, and it has been growing from strength to strength with participation from the top US government functionaries, including His Excellencies, the ambassadors, as also the top leaders of the Indian government, the ministers, the bureaucrats, and of course the leaders of the industry, the chambers of commerce, both from India and the United States. Our gathering today is not just an event, it is a testament to the enduring and dynamic relationship between our 2 great nations. We come together under the theme, that is the theme this year of the Indo-American Chamber. Theme is sharing ideas and potential for a sustainable partnership between India and the US for the next 25 years. And that is the theme, to chart a course towards a prosperous future, not only for these 2 countries, but for the globe as a whole. At the heart of this summit lies the profound and multifaceted relationship between India and the United States. It is a relationship founded on shared democratic values, strategic interests, and economic collaboration and cooperation. Our partnership has come a long way from being hesitant allies during the Cold War to become indispensable partners in the 21st century. The Indo-US bilateral relationship is a beacon of hope, demonstrating the remarkable potential that can be unlocked through cooperation, dialogue, and shared aspirations. Together we have strengthened our trade and investment ties, explored new frontiers in technology, and stood together on the global stage to address critical challenges, as was evident during the recently concluded G20, and which is reflected also in the Delhi Declaration emerging out of the G20. The visit of President Biden to India held immense significance and symbolized the commitment of both nations to elevate our partnership to new heights. Unlike some other erstwhile friendly countries, which due to some domestic compulsions make a departure from the established norms of mutual respect and regard for the sovereignty of the countries, we have unshakable and everlasting bonding between US and India as we adhere to the principles of mutual trust and respect for the sovereignty of the countries around the world. In this event today, we have a wide spectrum of sectors which will be subject matter of discussion. Defense and aviation, then we have healthcare, IT and ITES, agro and food processing, and sustainable energy in infrastructural, road transport and highways. Climate change is one big responsibility which has to be taken by the developed countries, because developing countries as yet are not in a position, you see, to contribute significantly to this. India being an exception, we are trying our best, you see, to adhere to the basic requirements of climate change. But I think a lot needs to be done from the developed countries also. In conclusion, I want to reaffirm our commitment to a strong, mutually beneficial partnership. Let us harness the boundless potential of the Indo-US economic relationship to create jobs, stimulate economic growth, and foster innovation. Together we can shape the future and leave a lasting legacy for generations to come. I thank you all today, but I also thank the Secretariat, the North India Secretariat led by Kashish Tyagi, the Regional Director, because they made all the efforts to have this event every year, and the credit for the event should also go to them, and also to our National Secretariat headed by Mr. Kamal Vora, who has flown all the way from Bombay to attend this very significant and important event. So thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Bhasin, for those very, very enlightening words, for setting the context as to what we can look forward to in our various sessions. Once again, please do put your hands together for him. It is always a pleasure to learn from him and look forward. And like he mentioned, that we can take forward and together we can shape a brighter future. So once again, let's look forward to our relations becoming even more stronger. And now, our entire team at Indo-American Chamber of Commerce is so very glad that we have the privilege of having our chief guest with us today. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for none other than His Excellency, Mr. Eric Garcetti, US Ambassador to India, who has been always a favorite amongst everything that he's done, whether it is his role as an ambassador or as a public servant, educator, and more. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, and a very good morning, everybody. I think it's still morning, right? So I just came from a wonderful gathering that the United States and India is co-hosting together of all the Army chiefs of the Indo-Pacific region. It was a very powerful visual picture of not only how deep this friendship is, but how important the things that we deal with and what's at stake are. We saw the head of the Chief of Staff of the United States Army together with Defense Minister Singh. We had 39 countries represented in something that has gone on now for many years, but I think this is probably the strongest moment we've ever seen that articulated. And it very much mirrors what's going on in this room as well. And I want to thank you, Dr. Bhasin, for your leadership and your great words, Dr. Rohr for the role model that you are and the leadership that you bring. I know there's a stage full of men, but we all know if you want to get something done, find a woman, and you've embodied that. Thank you, Mr. Vora and Mr. Karna as well for both your leadership roles. And everybody, past, present, and even speaking to the future, those who are invested in and who spend time in this relationship, not least of all of whom are those folks I get to serve alongside in the U.S. mission. And Jonathan Heimer is here, who heads up from the Commerce Department, our delegation. Jonathan, stand up for a second and give him a round of applause. And our USAID brothers and sisters, we really are one single team in what has traditionally been the largest mission, not only of the United States in the world, but between any two countries in the world. Think about that. We've had some embassies over the years that are a little bit bigger, a little smaller, but traditionally, the United States and India's mission here in India, in Delhi, and the 4, soon to be 6, posts that we have, and some of us, we already have 6 posts, but the State Department is adding to what the Commerce Department already has in Ahmedabad and Bengaluru. We have had more people working on more things for more years than anywhere else. A lot of people don't know, actually, our second oldest consulate, not an embassy, but a consulate, is in Kolkata. There was one in Lyon, France, and in 1787 we established a consulate here in India. So a relationship predates the modern independence of India. It goes back centuries, and certainly our advocacy for the independence of India and the spirit of collaboration and cooperation between our countries remains so strong. And through the organization of 19 now Indo-US economic summits, I think every year we grow more, we construct more in this wonderful building together. And we know the things that bring us together. But we also, I think, need to articulate what the challenges of this moment are. I call them the 4 Ps: peace, prosperity, our planet, and our people. And I think those 4 Ps of bringing greater peace to our world just came from, as I mentioned, the work that we've done together with the United States and India militarily and strategically. Prosperity, which is what this Chamber of Commerce is all about. And what's the question we're trying to solve for? I think that it's a larger pie, more widely distributed to all of our peoples inside the United States and India. So prosperity. Our planet, as you mentioned, this is a moment in which the existential challenge of our lives is a heating earth, the extreme temperatures that we see, and our ability to talk to our children and our grandchildren and say what we did at this moment when the planet was crying out. Also the health of the individuals on the planet, which we saw during the pandemic, how tied together we are. And of course, our people. In the end, what makes this job so enjoyable, so rewarding for a kid that came here when he was 14 years old to Delhi for the first time, now being able to represent my country here, is to see just how deep our people's ties are. We don't just like each other, we love each other. We have all family in both sides of the Indo-Pacific. Increasingly, Americans are learning about India in the way that Indians have been learning about America for many decades as well. And the goal that we should be establishing, I think, together is how can we be more ambitious? Not just settle for another deal, not just settle for, as we've done just in the last few months, bringing down the retaliatory tariffs and the trade disputes between our countries. That's not good enough. I think we need to close our eyes and dream of what this relationship can be like, even more than we would imagine today. How can we create a frictionless relationship of preferred geography between the United States and India? Because India's marvelous growth, its rapid rise, its leadership in the world today has demonstrated the most successful G20 we have ever seen in the history of that organization, won't get to its goals if there's friction between the United States and India, even in small ways, on the trade that we have. How can we reduce tariffs? How can we make the regulatory environment more predictable? How can we help bring financing and investment here? Foreign direct investment from the United States creates more jobs in India than from any other country in the world. Jobs in America. So whatever picture you might have as a regular citizen about what the India-US relationship is, today is probably wrong because the investment flows are 2 ways. This isn't a back office anymore, it's a front office, creating IP. And when I think sector through sector of the goodness that comes from the depth of this relationship, I'll give you one example. When I was recently at an Indian company that took the breakthrough of 2 American laboratories for dengue fever vaccine, all 4 strains of dengue fever. It's a very difficult, complex disease to confront and an even more difficult vaccine to create. And while they had breakthroughs on a vaccine that responds to all 4, it was here in India that we saw the capacity, the scientific and medical expertise to take that to 3 different companies, one of which is in stage 3 trials, and could result as early as 2-3 years from now, a dengue vaccine that would not only help eliminate it here, but in Africa and around the world. Something great for America, something great for India, and something even better for the entire world. When I think about, when I think about the boundless potential that we have here, when I think around agriculture, which recently, again, we brought down trade disputes. But this is a great agricultural country, and so is the United States. But we want India to be one of our top 3 markets in the world. Here, where productivity in dairy and other areas has leveled off and in grains, some of the work we could do, for instance, to sell feed grains here to India, could help increase the prosperity of the Indian farmer, have her or him have better milk, more milk in the marketplace to sell, at the same time that we open up a win-win situation. That could result in more exports from India as it accepts more imports from America. Think about space, where now we're going not only into the skies together as government to government, and congratulations on a marvelous space year here in India, landing on the dark side of the moon, doing something that only 4 nations have done before, and doing it so beautifully, so reasonably, and so successfully. But now we're looking at commercial space together. And what we can do to maybe match a company somewhere here in India with a company in the United States that are both startups, that will come up with something that will transform how we might only not get to just to the moon, but also how we one day may see human beings on Mars. The way that our defense sector has come together to look at co-production, the sharing of technologies and the co-development of technologies. I used to say the sky's the limit, but now that we're in space together, I think it's beyond that as well. And so when we look at this moment of tremendous opportunity, whether it is the way that we invest in each other's countries, whether it's the way that we're looking at trying to train our workforce, and we know how much India is challenged to find the right training for its workforce of tomorrow. If you want to attract semiconductors and make this a center of semiconductor production, we're going to have a lot of investment in the educational training of the workers in those factories for those very high skill, high wage jobs. Vice versa, in the United States, we need more mental health professionals and even health professionals. How can we align accreditations and certificates so they can be respected both in India and the United States? Our Food and Drug Administrator, the commissioner, was just here these past few days, and he was looking at how can we look at saying that Indian food is already pre-approved for the American market, and American foods or drugs are pre-approved here by aligning standards together. So when I say raise your ambitions, don't settle for today. Think what tomorrow could look like and act with urgency to achieve that. Lobby together, both of our governments, to say what works for you as business people. You know, I'm here today as the product of entrepreneurs. My grandfather, who was an immigrant to the United States from Mexico, came as a baby in his mother's arms without a father, penniless, and eventually was able to learn a trade, become a barber, and open up his own barber shop. My other grandfather was also the son of refugees from war in what was then the Russian Empire. As Jews, they left because of discrimination and came to the United States, and his father was a tailor, a trade he took up until he decided to open up a company making men's suits. And he was so successful, he was able to make the suits as the tailor for President Johnson, the President of the United States of America, one generation after his mother and father came to the United States. I can say without a doubt, I would not be here today were it not for a system and a country that we benefited from that said, if you have an idea, how can we help? And when you need us to get out of the way, how can we get out of the way? So often, bureaucracy and government is nowhere to be found when you need us, and is right there in the way when you want us to get lost. We need to invert that and to figure out a way that we can raise that ambition of what you expect. We're trying to do that in Mission India by advocating for American companies who are investing here and those Indian companies that want to come and invest in America. And you can count on us to be that friend when you need us and to be somewhere else when you need less of us as well. And we saw that at the Select USA Investment Conference this past year. Select USA is when we invite the entire world to come to America to invest. And for the first time in Select USA history, guess where the biggest delegation came from? Right here in India. Give yourselves a round of applause for that as well. Over 210 private sector representatives in all fields and services and goods. And now we are so excited to renew with IACC, our USAID partnership that will take us cross-cutting into new areas around climate change, economic growth, and women's empowerment. And I'm happy to share that we renewed that ongoing Memorandum of Understanding in May of this year. Congratulations to you, and congratulations to all of us at USAID. That means 5 more years that not only we have to work together, we get to work together. And let me tell you, we want to work together with you because we've come so far in deepening the strategic relationship. We're working on everything together from cybercrime to new and emerging technologies. No relationship will ever be perfect. It isn't in families, it isn't in businesses. We will always have challenges and challenging moments. But as I said, our great super strength, our superpower, is that this isn't just a relationship of convenience. This isn't just a business relationship. For us, and I know for you, it's personal. We want to be able to share those, maybe I'll add to the 4 Ps, a 5th P, the principles, the values that unite us. That we believe that democracy is better than the alternative. That diversity is hard to manage, but it's worth managing. That when we are all free to pursue our economic ideas, our social and religious identities, that all of us can show the world the contrast to places in the world where that is shutting down and shutting off. That technology shouldn't divide us. That technology shouldn't be something that makes us less healthy, but that it should connect us and protect us. That we should have a strategic partnership that doesn't invest in war, but deters war and invests instead in peace. That we look at the way that we can have those 4 Ps of peace and prosperity of our planet and our people be elevated to the level that it should be. I know as we lit the candles, these days of celebration of Ganesh, and I had, as mayor of Los Angeles, Ganesh on a place of honor in my office in Los Angeles. I think he was part of what guided me to get here. And yesterday, I fasted because it was the Jewish New Year, Day of Atonement, something we called Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year. And my mother is Jewish, I was raised Jewish, and so I fasted for 24 hours. Of course, this being India, my house manager said, "Only 1 day, sir?" I fasted for 8 days once, but you know, we do our best. And it's a day of reflection in which you ask for atonement for any way that you have wronged God. But God won't forgive you if you don't make atonement to the people you have wronged as well. That's the work that you have to do on your own. To ask one another, where have we gone wrong? Where have we come up short? And then to renew for the new year our ambitions of being better to one another than ever before. So I take that spirit of the celebrations here in India, the celebration that I just had, that the blessings that are showered upon us, and we are all lucky people. There's not a single person in this room that by definition is not lucky. We are materially lucky, we are spiritually lucky, and certainly all of us have the luck of this friendship. That we look at the coming year with that same sense of hope and of optimism, that we make sure that our love washes over any division that we see before us, and know that IACC, and I want to give a shout out to my predecessor, Ambassador Bowles, who helped found this organization. That, you know, when you get the title ambassador, you're not quite sure what it means. You know, people start to suddenly say namaste and give you great flowers and blessings, that people call you your excellency and things like this. But an ambassador really is a bridge builder. And Ambassador Bowles helped with all of you build an amazing bridge that has had so many crossings navigating this Indo-Pacific before we even called it that. And if I can just be a small part of strengthening that bridge, of expanding that bridge, of elevating that bridge, then my work here will have been worth it. And together with you, I'm confident we can. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so very much, sir, for those very, very kind and encouraging words. And here's wishing you and your entire family a very happy Jewish New Year. May I now request...
That was a brilliant address by His Excellency. And the take-home thing is the 4 Ps, to which he added the 5th one also. So a big hand, you see, to His Excellency, the Ambassador. Sir, you spoke about the delegations and all that. What I'm requesting on behalf of the Chamber and on behalf of the Indian community is the ease of traveling to US. You see, if we had to virtually postpone a visit of our delegation, it was a very big delegation, but I think somehow some members could not get the visas and all that on time. So I'm sure under your stewardship, under your guidance, under your leadership, the ease of traveling to US will be there in place in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhasin. And Dr. Bhasin, may I request you and Dr. Arora to please present with a token of our love. And like he mentioned that, you know, way back as a mayor, in fact, let me add, as the youngest mayor of the city of Los Angeles, sir had a Ganesha.
I request our former national presidents to please join us. 2 of you, I think. Lot of spade work, sir, has been done by the past presidents, the leadership, the last 20 years.
Requesting our national past presidents who happen to be here to please join us on stage as we present the blessings of Lord Ganesha, and also once again wish you a very happy Jewish New Year, sir. Let me add here a dynamic leader, an avid pianist, and also somebody who loves to take a route out as a photographer. We'd like to take this moment and acknowledge your presence by wrapping you in the traditional Indian shawl, our warmth and our appreciation as we look forward to not just 5, but many, many more years of our partnership and working together. I'd also like to thank you for passing on your best wishes, whether it is for the execution of G20, Chandrayaan-3, technology, and presenting you with the memento. May I also request Dr. Arora to present sir with a memento. This is a way for you to remember us and the 20th Indo-US Economic Summit, with our all-new theme, sharing ideas and potential for a sustainable partnership between India and the US for the next 25 years. Thank you so very much. Requesting you all to please take a seat. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Pleasure having you on stage. Like mentioned earlier, today the summit is really a knowledge-sharing platform where we have put together some brilliant ideas, segments, making sure that we cover a lot many industries that we could in one day. But to really thank you all for your presence and to conclude the inaugural session, may I request all of you to please put your hands together for Mr. Arun Karna, Regional Vice President, IACC NIC, Managing Director and CEO, AT&T Global Network Service India Private Limited, somebody who's given more than 35 years of his life to the business of technology and today is a mentor and a leader to various startups. Please, sir.
Thank you so much. I know I have a very tough act to follow after all the brilliant speakers that went before me, but I will try. Your Excellency, Mr. Eric Garcetti, US Ambassador to India, Summit Chair and National President, IACC, Dr. Lalit Bhasin, Regional President, NIC, IACC, Dr. Upasana Arora, Secretary General IACC, Mr. Kamal Vora, the leadership team from the US Embassy, distinguished guests, IACC leadership, ladies and gentlemen. You would all agree that we have had a glorious start to the 20th Indo-US Economic Summit hosted by the North India Council of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce on the theme of sharing ideas and potential for sustainable partnership between India and the US for the next 25 years. I would say forever, actually. Why 25 years? India and the United States, two of the world's largest democracies, share not only common values, but also a commitment to fostering innovation, addressing global challenges together, and promoting economic growth. Over the years, this partnership has evolved, and now it stands at the threshold of a new era, an era characterized by sustainable development and global leadership. This partnership not only has the potential to shape the future of these two great nations, but also, I would say, influence global progress in ways we can scarcely imagine. Thank you, Your Excellency, for gracing this occasion and for inaugurating the 20th Indo-US Economic Summit in true traditional style. We'll never forget those images, ever. Your leadership words enunciating the 5 Ps: peace, prosperity, planet, people, and principles. Now, I would say they are the soul of the US-India relationship. Your call for being more ambitious in deepening and widening the Indo-US ties, this is music to our ears. So thank you so much. Dr. Lalit Bhasin, you've been a visionary leader for us at IACC. You referred to the deep and wide partnership between India and US, going from hesitant allies to indispensable partners. I think that just about sums up the whole thing. Dr. Upasana Arora, you've been a tall leader for us, leading the NIC, and we've been following your cue for the last 1 year. I think your opening address set the tone for the discussions to follow today. And when you called upon us to focus beyond the numbers and look to exponentially grow the Indo-US relationship in all aspects, I think that's what we'll be seeking to do in terms of how do we go about not only exchanging ideas, but discussing challenges and solutions in all aspects in the sessions to follow today. I would say the sharing of ideas is crucial to any partnership. Both India and the US have vibrant ecosystems of innovation driven by some of the brightest minds in the world. By pooling our collective knowledge and expertise, we can tackle some of the most pressing global challenges, including climate change, healthcare, and cybersecurity. Collaboration in research and development, education exchanges, and fostering entrepreneurship will be key to harnessing the full potential of this partnership. The earlier leaders have alluded to this fact. They've talked about sustainability. Sustainability isn't just about environmental stewardship. It encompasses economic and social dimensions as well. India and the US have been working together to develop sustainable technologies, investing in clean energy solutions, and creating green jobs. Our joint efforts can lead the world in achieving the sustainable development goals, paving the way for a more equitable and prosperous future. In conclusion, I would say the potential for a sustainable partnership between India and the United States is boundless. By sharing ideas, fostering innovation, and working together to address global challenges, we can create a brighter future, not just for our two nations, but for the entire world as such. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that our collaboration isn't just about policy agreements. It's about the enduring friendship between our peoples and the shared dream of a better tomorrow. I thank you all for being here with us today, and I hope you enjoy the engaging sessions to follow through the day and that we have key takeaways and actionables from the day. I would like to take this chance to sincerely thank all our generous sponsors for making this event possible. A big thank and shout out to the NIC Secretariat under Ms. Kashish Tyagi for working hard day and night to make this event a success that it would be. Thank you, and have a great day, everyone.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Karna. And once again, may I request all of you to please put your hands together for our chief guest. He's been kind enough by taking out time and by being with us. So let's hear it up as I thank His Excellency, Mr. Eric Garcetti, for being here and for supporting us through and through. A round of applause, please. As I once again take this moment by thanking our dignitaries on the dais, I'd like to once again thank Dr. Lalit Basin, Dr. Upasna Arora, a big thank you to Mr. Arun Karna, and of course, Mr. Kamal Vora. Requesting all our guests to please bear with us. We are now about to begin with our first session for the summit. Requesting all of you to please remain inside the hall. We are now all set to begin with our next summit. Please do bear with us. Please remain seated. Requesting all our guests to please remain seated. We are about to take our next segment forward right after the inaugural. Our first session will be on defense and aviation, with a focus on two enablers to accelerate Indo-US cooperation. Requesting all our guests to please remain seated as we set the stage. Before we begin with our panel, I would like to take a moment and thank our partners for their support. I'd like to thank our principal partner, Reliance Industries Limited, our summit partner, Godfrey Phillips India Limited, our co-partner, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals. May I also thank our institutional partner, Agriculture and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, our gold partners. Let's hear a round of applause for them as well. I'd like to thank GD Food Manufacturing India Private Limited, JK Tire and Industries, Frick India, Amity University, Reckitt Benckiser India Private Limited. I'd like to thank Golcha Group, Radico Khaitan, our delegate kit partner, SNA Law Offices, our silver partners, Apollo Hospital, Reliable Auto Tech Nasik, Hero Future Energies. May I also thank our associate partners, Cocktails and Dreams Ditas, AT&T, Khaitan and Company, Indian Renewable Energy Alliance, and our dinner partner, Blue Bread Consultants India Limited. As we get set with our first segment, I'd like for all of you to please take a seat. May I please request those of our guests who happen to be in the pre-function area to join us inside the hall and take a seat. We are now all set to begin with our discussion, our session on defense and aviation, where we will be focusing on two enablers to accelerate Indo-US cooperation. Requesting all of you all to please settle down. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as I present to you our session chair, Mr. Amber Dubey, Senior Advisor, McKinsey & Company and former Joint Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India. A round of applause as I request our session chair, Mr. Amber Dubey, to please join us on stage. A round of applause for someone who has given more than 31 years in manufacturing, consulting and public service. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as we welcome all our speakers here on stage, requesting Mr. Amber Dubey to please join us. A round of applause as I request the kind presence of our speakers on stage. May I welcome Mr. Samit Ray, Deputy Vice President, Government Affairs and Public Policy, South Asia, Raytheon Technologies Corporation, to please join us. Please do put your hands together for Mr. Harvinder Singh, Director, Middle East and India, United Airlines and United Airlines Business Services, to please join us on stage. A very warm welcome to Mr. Sandeep Hill, Executive Program Director, US-India Aviation Corporation Program. May I request for my audience to please put their hands together as I welcome Mr. Hemant DP, IAP, Chief Executive Officer of Asia Pacific Flight Training Academy Limited. A round of applause for Ms. Mehnaz Ansari, Regional Senior Regional Representative, South Asia, Indo-Pacific Region, United States Trade and Development Agency. What a pleasure to have you here with us, ma'am. Thank you for being here. May I request all of you to once again please put your hands together for Mr. Amber Dubey, joining us as the session chair. He, of course, is a senior advisor with McKinsey & Company and the former Joint Secretary for Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India. Thank you so very much for being here and taking our first session forward right here on two enablers to accelerate Indo-US cooperation as we look forward to moments and thought sharing from all our thought leaders right here on stage. I'd like to share with you that the last 5-7 minutes can be for our audience an open forum of sorts, so please keep those questions coming. And now may I hand over to Mr. Dubey. All yours.
Thank you so much, and a very good morning to all of you. I think we have a 1-hour session, so we'll do an on-time departure at 1:15. We also have a very distinguished panel, as you can see on the stage, which covers literally the entire cross-section in this very happening sector of aviation, aerospace, and defense. And I congratulate IACC for organizing this. Year after year, we see some amazing stuff being done by the chamber. So full marks to Dr. Lalit Bhasin and his hardworking team, Neelu, Kashish, and everybody else. What we'll do is, we'll keep it very short, sharp, and to the point, action-oriented. And we had a little chat before the session, and we agreed that we'll follow the time-tested rule of 2 by 2 by 2, which means 2 specific growth opportunities. We spoke about 25 years, but as we saw in the previous session, we should not talk about 25 years. Why not 100 years? So whatever we do, we will look at the growth opportunities. 2 growth opportunities, 2 challenges, because without challenges, there's no fun in life. And if there were no challenges, we would have 100% growth every year. And finally, we should end with 2 very specific action steps. So instead of saying government should support us, we should say government should support us by changing this rule or that law, that circular, dated so-and-so, to address this issue. Okay, so the more specific we are, the more useful it becomes for all of us and for the government and for the industry people. And when we also say action steps, it should be, out of the 2 action steps, we could first talk about what the government should do, but there are not too many from the government here. So we'll depend on Dr. Bhasin to pass on the messages. But also, when we say we point 1 finger forward, the 3 fingers point towards us. So we should also talk about some of the action steps that industry needs to take, because when both government and industry work together, we see magic happening, like it's been in the US. Okay, without wasting further time, okay, also I would like to introduce Mehnaz Ansari, who's a guest of honor. Very nice of her. She's been a hardworking proponent of this great friendship between the 2 countries, and there's so many projects that she's undertaken. The last 10 minutes, we'll request her to just sum up the discussion and share her perspective also. And what we'll also do is we should keep it interactive. I know it's very tempting to keep checking the WhatsApp every 5 milliseconds. So maybe after every speaker, every 2 speakers, I would request Neelu if you can just spread the microphone so that, and can we also have some lights in the audience, because we want it to be interactive. It's just that we are some 2 feet above you, but that doesn't mean we are any special or any different. Thank you so much. We like to keep it interactive, and please do not check your mobile phones. Just tighten your seatbelt, relax, sit back, and enjoy the next 1-hour flight. Okay, so maybe we can do is keep stopping every now and then. We may not be able to answer all the questions because I have a very hard look at the ticking clock, which is ticking every second. But if we get your comments and questions, it just becomes, we can make it a little more what do you say, encapsulating your thoughts also, rather than just what we want to tell you from one way. So with that, I'll just stop here, and I'll invite Samik Ray, a big doyen from Raytheon, been in the aerospace sector. And my question would be very simple. When we talk about the growth opportunity, like the total Indo-US, now let's do some hard facts, okay? Indo-US trade is just about 130, 140 billion, okay? China, a friendly neighbor up north, is 5x that. Okay, so whatever we do, we should keep, if China can do it, we can do better. Okay, today the gap might be huge, but then the gap has been wider with many other countries in the past. And the way Indo-US relations have grown, both with mutual benefits, okay, this gap has to be killed sooner than later. Over to Samik, your thoughts about growth opportunities, challenges, and 2 specific action steps. Samik.
Thank you.
Big round of applause for Samik, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Amber. As we heard from the ambassador in the first session, that the limits of this relationship should not bind us from moving forward. We should dream unlimitless. We should dream big. Amber, as you know, United Technologies, before we merged with Raytheon, had always believed in India, and we never took India as a transaction kind of a company, kind of a country. We believed in the longer run, India would always be a counterbalancing country for China. And that is how our leadership looked at India. And we remained invested in the country for the last 25 years. We did not budge even during COVID. We continue to remain invested. We continue the journey probably in the next 30, 40 years. We remain the largest aerospace defense company, both in the world as well as in India. Many years ago, 25 years ago, when people mocked at us that why India? Why are you investing in India? We were one of those first foreign OEMs who invested in a manufacturing facility in India. And we knew at that time that India's time will come. Today or tomorrow, India's time will come. So one of the most opportunities when you look at a country like India, by the way, this is a $3.75 trillion economy moving towards a $6 trillion economy probably in the next 6 to 7 years. It is inevitable. You have seen the pace of progress over the last decade or so. Amber has been in the government, and we have seen the transformational approach that the Minister of Civil Aviation took. We have ourselves been beneficiaries of that transformation. The PLI scheme, Amber, has been one of those, big success stories of this government, and we have ourselves availed the PLI scheme especially for manufacturing. Last December, we invested $250 million in manufacturing and engineering. As we speak, we are readying up another $150 million, for the expansion of the second phase of our factory. Honorable Minister came and inaugurated our facility. You'll be surprised to know that he sat through a 1.5 hours presentation learning what we are manufacturing in that facility, how we want to expand that facility. And he said that, I am also the steel minister, tell me what you want. As you know, Amber, from an opportunity perspective, India remains the best cost country. When we look at Poland, when we look at Puerto Rico, when we look at China, let me just give you one data point. Today, when we look at a fully loaded labor cost, it's somewhere in the region of $35 to $45 per hour. You compare that with Singapore, it's at about $180, $190 per hour. You look at US, it's 300 plus. So that's the labor arbitrage we enjoy, and we do not see that labor arbitrage being bridged, at least for the next 2 decades. So if that be the case, we believe India's time is now, in the next 2 decades. If we don't take advantage of this momentum that India-US relationship brings to the table now, I think we would have lost out. On that front, we also feel that on the challenges part, you mentioned, India has been working with US to ease out some of the ITA restrictions, licensing processes. As you know, we make, on the defense side, we possibly make almost everything that you can call weapons, and all of them are restricted by licensing procedures. All of them are restricted by ITA restrictions. Last 6 months, and particularly after June, we saw the big difference and big shift in the US stand. And I'm happy to tell you, Amber, that a lot of co-production programs which were a no-go till about a few years back are on the table now. As we speak, a couple of programs are as hot as probably I will be called in the afternoon today by MOD to have a discussion on some of the co-production programs. So that's one part. So that is being addressed. What is not also being addressed is from a challenge perspective is, if you remember many years back, wholly owned subsidiaries were allowed to discharge offsets. 21 September, that was stopped. Wholly owned subsidiaries of foreign OEMs could no longer discharge offsets. With a lot of advocacy from the industry and foreign OEMs, government actually overturned their own policy, and now wholly owned subsidiaries are allowed to discharge offsets. However, this is where the challenge is. The wholly owned subsidiaries are still not considered Indian companies, even though they are registered under ROC All the employees are Indians, we pay taxes in the country, we bring FDI, but still these companies are not allowed to participate in Make 1, Make 2 programs. They are not technically considered Indian companies. So that's one ask that we have from the government. We have already escalated this to both Ministry of Defense and DPIT. Hopefully that will be resolved soon. Now, when you look at, so this is one suggestion. The other problem that most of the defense companies, on the civil side we are fine. On the defense side, meeting that 50% threshold of IC content, that is becoming a challenge if it is from day one. You will appreciate, Amber, that if you have to involve Indian companies and if you have to get them to front many of these programs, getting them to invest upfront for a program that is perhaps not going to give large volumes is going to be humongous for them. The return on investment would possibly go beyond 5, 7, 8 years. So that would be a no-go. What we have suggested to the government is that why don't we look at over the life cycle of the program, maybe they should be able to reach 50, 60%. But if you insist on meeting that 50% content on day one, that might become a non-starter. So that is one area where we feel we would need support from the government to help the Indian industry also build that supply chain resilience, build the skill set, build the tooling and training that needs to be brought in to reach the global supply chain levels. If these issues are sorted out, I think India would have a very good run in the next 2 decades.
Thank you so much, Samik. I think that was very useful. Before you go, if I can just ask maybe a 30-second question on co-design and co-development. If you can just share any plans that Raytheon or the wider UT, the United Technologies Group has on co-development. Because you see so many Indians adorning the CEO corner room in US. That talent actually was born and bred from this water and the soil here. Okay, it's just whether you call it fortunate, unfortunate, that talent ultimately adds to the GDP of our friendly partner, US. But a lot of that brain work can actually be brought back and we could do co-design even while those people continue to stay in the US. Do you see any such opportunity here?
We already design a lot of 5th generation aircraft equipments. I will not be able to name the platform, but a lot of the designing work is actually done in Hyderabad and Bangalore, and then they are sent over to our manufacturing facilities in Cedar Rapids or somewhere else for manufacturing. That's one part. When we traveled down this road with the Government of India, there was this exercise called India Capability Sprint between both the countries. In that, what happened was some of the technologies, both under ISET and non-ISET, were identified as to what could be developed in the country, what could be co-produced in the country. Now, when you look at co-development and co-production, it should be the other way around. First co-production and then co-development. We have a couple of platforms, again, for the interest of confidentiality, I will not be able to name the platforms, but some of the platforms that we are contemplating now, and it's been discussed between both the governments, is basically start off with co-production. Once the capability has been reached by the Indian partner, go into the next generation of that particular platform for co-development. Because India might have a requirement of a few changes in the configuration of and the capability of the equipment. So we'll start with co-production and then gradually move to co-development over the next 5 to 7 years. That's the plan.
Thank you so much, Samit. Very useful. Big round of applause for Samit, please. Okay, we'll quickly move on to Harvinder from United. United is this big bridge between India and the US with so many direct flights. Of course, there's been a mini setback because of the Ukraine crisis when the overflight, etc., is not allowed, and hence that has brought a little bit of a setback. But then we are talking 25 years hence. Harry, your thoughts on the growth opportunities, challenges, and action steps, both for the government and industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. So first of all, I'm really glad to be back at the IACC. Always a pleasure to see you all whenever there's an opportunity. We are talking about next 25 years. We are talking about the collaboration and setting benchmarks in the trade. It's going to need a lot of flights. So United is committed to India since 2005. It's been 18 years, and the commitment goes on. As Amber was saying that there's a little bit of a setback in terms of, I won't say little bit, it's a huge setback for us because The plans that we had pre-pandemic and pre this geopolitical situation, we wanted to get to 5 flights a day, and we were already at 4 flights. We wanted to get the 5th one, which was Bangalore SFO, but then everything got shelved. We came back to 1 flight, which is daily Newark, and we were also looking for the opportunity in terms of how we can grow further, since we can't fly the rest of the routes because of the airspace restrictions. So what we are doing now in terms of the growth is we are putting on a 2nd flight, which is daily Newark flight, effective 28th of October. So that's going to be a 2nd flight on the same route. And the idea is to complement the existing service. So it's going to be a day flight, day departure from here. And it will also help in terms of, the local connectivity beyond Delhi for the people who are coming from United States. So whether it's point-to-point connectivity or behind and beyond, we are trying to make sure we do whatever best we can do in the given scenario. So that's where we stand today. We are working, the United is working with the US government to try and understand where do we stand with the airspace restrictions. We are trying to comply to, to the extent possible, and we are not able to fly, and we are monitoring the situation if there is any further opportunity for us to grow. So the challenge actually is not for, there are not 2 or 3 challenges, there's only one challenge, that is basically not being able to fly because of the Russian airspace closure for us. So I don't know if anybody in this room can really help us with that challenge, but this is the situation today. But as an airline, we are ready whenever there's an opportunity. We want to bring back all the 5 flights a day and possibly more in the future.
Harvinder, I understand from the North India side there is this issue, but can we look at some flights from south of India, say more from Bangalore? You already have a presence from Bangalore, or say Hyderabad and Chennai, 2 big suppliers of talent both ways. Any opportunity that you see over the next 2, 5 or 10 years, direct flights between southern cities and US?
So we've been watching this space very carefully. As I said, I think the latest plan was to launch a flight from Bangalore to SFO, San Francisco. We went ahead to the extent that we did an event in Bangalore to launch the flight, and then COVID came in, and then this situation came in. So we had to keep pausing those flights. So unfortunately, we don't have there is no equipment which is available at this time that can fly that kind of distance without putting the payload restrictions on the flight, which is either take the flight which is half full, or take the flight which is not an option, half full of fuel. So you have to have the full tank. Then you have to compromise on the load, which is not viable in terms of the business. So at the moment, I would say there is nothing on the table that we can do. The only thing we could do is daily Newark, which we did. But as I said, I think whenever the opportunity opens up, we are ready. To kind of compensate to what we can't do is what we have is basically a joint venture partnership with Lufthansa Group and also Air Canada. So we are trying to bridge that gap through this joint venture partnership, wherein we do our joint fares, we do joint itineraries. So as a traveler, for example, you have a lot of opportunity to make those permutation combinations, going, let's say, direct on United, coming back via Frankfurt or Munich or Zurich or, let's say, Vienna, or coming back on Air Canada. So we can do that. So that's kind of bridging the gap a little bit. And the other part is our recent partnership with Emirates. So coming from United States to India, you can travel on one single ticket via Middle East or Dubai. So we are trying to do whatever best we can in the given scenario. And of course, we have the partnership with our Star Alliance partner, Air India, to connect you beyond Delhi to the other destinations. So that's the best we can do at this time. But as I said, we are monitoring the situation, and whenever this situation presents itself, we are ready. The opportunity presents itself.
No, thanks. I think, Harvinder, that was very useful, because I guess the European angle is very important, especially because the government is not increasing the bilateral rights, whatever be the policies or strategy. In that 5,000 kilometer radius around India, the bilaterals are not being increased, obviously to support some of the initiatives being taken by our large carriers. And that has been a setback for a very long time, where we didn't have much of a presence in the international routes because Air India had its own challenges. So I guess this European partnership, wherein you bring in up to, say, Frankfurt or, say, Paris or Amsterdam, and from there the European carrier takes over, could be a good opportunity. And we also want competition. It's not that we want just an Air India or Indigo to be flying to all places. We welcome competition. But because of this little limitation on bilaterals with the Middle East, this Europe option could be a great one. Okay. We've all seen this whole pilot crisis on the front pages, right? I mean, as the number of aircraft is going, booming aviation market, 1,000 aircraft on order, et cetera, et cetera. कहते ना गड्डी लेना है तो फिर ड्राइवर भी चाहिए ना ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ so with those aircraft you also need pilots and that's been a big challenge in India. Of course a lot of things have been done to increase the number of flying schools etc, but they're still beset by various problems, and none other than a good friend DP to tell us. He runs one of our top quality flying school down south. Over to him for his thoughts on growth challenges and clear action steps. Yeah. Hemant, over to you, please. A big round of applause for TP Hemant.
Thanks, Amba. Taking over from where Havinder left, just some basic statistics. We are, of course, now everybody knows we are the largest country by population. We are the 7th largest country by land area. It's about 3.3 million square kilometers. And we are among the top 5 GDPs in the world. With that type of statistics and a very decent GDP growth as well, with that type of statistics, though we are number 3 in the world currently in aviation, we have about 700 airplanes. Now my previous company, which I used to work for, an American company called FedEx, they have 700 aeroplanes. We're surely bigger than FedEx, right? And the number 2 guys, our good friends in China, have about 7,000 aeroplanes, and US has over 12,000. So number 2 and 3, the gap is massive. We're not 10 times smaller than our good friends there, maybe few, but not that much. So that being the case, we are very heavily underserved as an industry when you talk about aviation. Minister Sindhya mentioned that less than 6% of Indians fly. Now, that is not because they cannot afford to fly, because we are the largest, two-wheeler market in the world, the second largest the telephone market in the world, automobile, computers, all that stuff. All of those are much cheaper than a domestic ticket, for example, so they can fly. It's just that the connectivity and the lack of airspace on also aircraft. Airports are expanding. In my previous assignment, I was CEO at Hyderabad Airport, and we did talk to United, your predecessors, about connecting south. Like Amba mentioned, yeah, flying over the north route, over the poles, maybe currently there's a challenge because of the Russia situation, but from down south, definitely trans-Pacific, via Asia, you will have the bilaterals to do a hop flight as well, probably, is something that you need to look at. And for this larger country, with this, the demographics which travels regularly, both on holiday as well as on business, among this 700, our white bodies are less than 100. It's about 30, 40 white bodies. White bodies is, the 777s and the 787s. You fly a 777, is it? 787. The Dreamliner, which is required to do a long haul. So that really curtails it. I mean, 30, 40 aeroplanes is nothing. A small country in Europe has more than that, okay? And we travel a lot. So from that perspective, potential is, we've talked enough about potential, and this is only with 5-6% of Indians traveling. Just imagine if that number increases by 2 to 3%, it's a 50% growth. Now tell me an industry in this country or anywhere in the world where with just 2 to 3% growth of market share, you have a 50% growth YOY, okay? And these are, high capital intensive, high manpower intensive, the salaries are very good. Now, Amber did mention about the pilots. With this 700 airplanes, now in the first half of this year, India has ordered 947 aeroplanes, 500 by Indigo and 447 by Air India, of which only 60-70 are wide body, by the way. And there are other pending orders, and there are more airlines coming up as we speak, smaller as well as big. Each aeroplane requires about 16 pilots to fly it on a 8 rotations in a day. Let's say from 06 in the morning to about 2300 hours in the evening, you need about 16 pilots, 8 sets, because of the flight duty time limits. So with this 1,000 airplanes alone, we need 16,000 additional pilots over the next 5 to 7 years. India is producing only about 800 to 900 pilots a year. If you take an average, it will require 1,500 to 2,000 pilots every year, an average. But if you're doing less than half of that average or 1/3 of that average, you're going to have a serious problem. 18-19, before the pandemic, there were large airlines who were cancelling up to 30, 40 flights a day due to shortage of pilots. One Airbus 320, an Indigo plane, with 200 seats, with 5 to 6,000 rupees average seat, earns you about 10 lakh rupees a flight. When you ground 30 planes a day, that's 3 crores lost, that's 1,000 crores a year. Just by grounding 30 flights, Indigo does over 1,500 flights a year. So that's a lot of opportunity cost. Of course, the GST is gone, the income tax is gone, and then you have some crew and engineers sitting in the hotel or in their houses because they are there, but the pilots are not there to fly. So we are a country who have been, shooting satellites for now nearly half a century. We train doctors, we train engineers, we train management, we train everybody. So why is it that, we're not able to train pilots? Well, nothing to do with the capability. Our training quality is as good as everywhere else, but pilot training is a little complex business. You need to have an airport, you need to have an air force, you need to have airplanes, you need to have qualified flight instructors. Now, if Akasa is struggling to get pilots or Vistara is struggling to get pilots, obviously we too struggle to get pilots to train the other pilots, which are instructors. Then the aeroplane. 100% of our airplanes are imported. A large chunk comes from US, Cessnas and Pipers. They are very good airplanes. Piper especially now is coming up with the ATF engine, a jet fuel engine. Duties and taxes have been exempt by the government. However, the cost of procurement as well as financing it. Currently, believe it or not, the Indian flight training industry with about 220 aeroplanes, every single aeroplane is funded by the promoters themselves. I can't think of any other industry where a promoter from his personal resources, whether it is savings or FDs or houses, has to buy expensive equipment like this to run an entire industry. So these 200 planes are funded by about 30 families who are catering to pilot training in the country. That's not okay. You need to have institutional funding, both from the manufacturers, like for example, Cessna and Piper. If they were to make it, fund-based transfer airplanes, there will be a queue to buy because we need at least another 200 to 300 pilot training airplanes from this 200 odd. And majority of this 200, about 80% I would say, are 20 to 30 years vintage. Obviously, of course, the plane's life is 30, 40 years, but we need more modern equipment. We need more, ability to buy that, but the potential exists. It's one of the few markets where the customer is already present, but you need to now set up the back end. Most people set up the business and then go look for customers. Is the other way around. There's a lot US can do. One, of course, Boeing is looking at investing about close to $100 million in pilot training in India. The reason they're doing it, we all heard about the various issues Boeing had over the past years with certain type of airplanes. When a plane crashes, nobody talks about anything else. First talk is, it's a Boeing or an Airbus plane, and which airline it is. A lot of times it's also due to the training capabilities that these incidents happen. If you watch air crash investigations on National Geographic, a large number of that relates to good quality training. So they recognize that, and they're going to the bottom and saying, if you train good pilots, there'll be enough first, and then good quality pilots to fly the airplanes. However modern the airplane is, the man behind the machine or the woman behind the machine has to be good as well. So that is one good partnership I look forward to from the US. Second is these two large companies, Cessna as well as Piper. Amber, you mentioned when you were the joint secretary that, India would openly give, a lot of support from the government side in terms of tax, land, SOPs, all that stuff. If they were to come and set up plants here to assemble it, I think that's the way to go. When you're talking about 200, 300, 400 planes, just shipping them in, shipping container won't be enough. It's a good idea to set up, and of course we have good qualified manpower. Third one is simulator. Each simulator costs you about 70, 80 crores, okay? These are the, replica of a cockpit where you sit and you have all the three movements, the pitch, yaw, and the roll. These are called full flight simulators. They also very heavy capital equipment. Again, US produces, L3 does, and of course, Boeing, all of them does. So that's another area where we can look towards to US both in terms of know-how, manufacturing, and the manufacturing itself, and also, a finance-based business model where they provide the equipment, and the industry pays back.
Great. Before you go, DP, can you also share, is there any opportunity in tie-ups between the US schools and Indian schools? Because there's so much that we can learn. I mean, US is a pioneer, okay? And so many of our Indian young cadets actually go to Miami and other places. You see any opportunity there?
Tremendous opportunity. Like I said, there are about 30, 35 flight schools, and most of them are run by individual promoters. And there is no collaboration other than one with the government, which is NFTI, with the Airport Authority and CAE. This market is rife for collaboration. If we try to build this industry on our own, getting planes one by one, getting pilots approved one by one, it's going to take us centuries. And what we're going to do is, Atmanirbhar Bharat or not, we're going to have even foreigners on the first officer's seat, which is a co-pilot seat. I'm not being jingoistic. I would like good talented people to come and collaborate irrespective of the nationality, but it would be a shame if you're not able to train even first officers on our own, and we need to get them. Already we are talking about getting trainers from abroad. So a collaboration is an absolute necessity, and it's a win-win for both the sides. We need 20, 30,000, Boeing said 32,000 pilots, okay? And the airplanes as well. So a collaboration with the US flight schools, where they already have the technical know-how as well as the equipment, and whether it's equity based or investment, it's a win-win for both. And it's immediate return. It doesn't take 5, 6 gestation year. You can get your money back in about a couple of years. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm just coming to that. You just stole my thunder. Okay, Neelu, can we just have some of the mics going around, because we want to take a break, and before we, as I say, we keep the best for last. So Sandeep, my good friend Sandeep, we'll bring him after the questions are taken. We'll take maybe about 3 or 4 questions. Keep it very sharp, short, no opinions, please, only sharp questions, and we'll try and answer as many as we can before we do an on-time departure at 1:15. Yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, just others also can, if you raise your hand so that we cut out the time in getting the mics to you. Yes, please, sir.
Yeah, my name is Narendra Jalan. Mr. Hemant mentioned that 900 planes are on order and they will require 16,000 pilots. So as of now, there doesn't seem to be any light in the tunnel that those many pilots would be there. So do you mean to say this Indigo and Air India will have to keep those planes grounded? Or do they have any plans?
No, good question.
God forbid.
Good question, good question. We'll just address in one go. Any other question? Yes, please.
Yeah, Mr. Hemant, it is said that making plane is comfortable and easy business than ticketing. So everybody wants to be a manufacturing of planes because they get in advance order and advance payment. And ticketing is a very ticklish thing. So how to deal this situation?
No, I don't think the question is very clear. थोड़ा और simple करके बताइए.
Ticket को बेचना बड़ा मुश्किल है और manufacturing of plane is very easy.
Right, unfortunately there's nobody from an airline, hardcore airline than Harvinder, so we'll ask him how to make ticketing. I didn't quite get the question. You said ticketing is tough, selling tickets is tough?
Well, I don't think so. It's
Harvinder's bonus is going up 15% per annum, yeah, so that's only from ticketing. Okay, but we'll take the questions, we'll give the answers. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm Jyoti Kaur from Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals. And I would like to know that how the airlines could assist in booming the medical value travel, which happens to be the thrust area today for G20. And definitely, yes, if this could happen, there could be a great synergies because of the wait lists and the waiting time in US for medical procedures. It could definitely give a boom.
Very, very good question. And I'll leave that for our good friend Mehnaz also to answer. She's the guest of honor in the end. Yes, please, can we rush a mic there? We'll just take 2 more questions and then we'll invite Sandeep to share his thoughts.
Hi, I'm Manu Pabi with Economic Times. A question on the defense side of it. You talked about co-production and then co-development. What are the challenges you see there? Because the Indian procurement system is not geared that way. You will need government support for that. And secondly, on your efforts to make wholly owned subsidiaries be Make in India, you must be finding a lot of resistance from the Indian industry on that especially. What feedback are you getting from the government on how possible is it to really go down that path?
No, good questions, Manu. Any last question? Yes, please, one last at the back. बेटे भागो, ब्रेकफास्ट नहीं किया लग रहा है.
Myself, S.K. Gautam, and from the agri-business industry. So there are a lot of opportunities coming with the drones. It is not directly related with the aviation, but it is from the aviation. Drones training is highly required in India, and agriculture sector is booming like that. So what is your opinion, how you are going to handle this industry for drone training and applications?
Yeah, thank you so much. Very good questions, and we'll try and address it if we get time for a quick round when I'll invite the other speakers also to come back. But Sandeep has been part of the US-India Aviation Cooperation Program, done tons of projects, tons of work to bring companies and governments on both sides together. Sandeep, your thoughts on growth opportunities, challenges, and action steps for us.
Thank you, Amber. One of the things you probably all noticed, when Amber started the discussions, he was on a very accelerated tone and was going pretty fast, right? Aviation industry is something similar. On-time performance is important, right? You all know that. And now on-time performance on a massively growth that you are looking at in India today is going to be the hallmark for all of you. The whole industry will be looking for that. And now when we say on-time performance, why that can happen? Is it infrastructure? Is it the pilots? Is it the passenger experience? Is the comfort that they're going to get? Or is it the delivery of the services on board? Is your baggage coming on time or not? Or it's boarded on time or not? All these things runs the aviation ecosystem. And the cooperation that you're looking at, that's what US-India Aviation Cooperation is looking forward to provide to this massively growing country in civil aviation. You know, we talk about we're going to be number 3, number 1, number 2. All these number 1s and number 2s disappear when you cannot deliver to your customer experience. US is number 1, right? It's a very large market. When the system goes down there, everything shuts down. How many times you hear the departure control systems in US or the technological glitch or the weather-related issues has impacted the aviation sector? That's what I wanted to highlight to you here. The growth that India is going through with the mergers and the acquisitions that's happening, with the consolidation that you can see in Indian aviation sector, there are areas that we have to be very careful about. Safety is very important. You recently heard, I don't want to name the airline, but you recently heard the regulators have to step in and ask one of the chief safety officer of an airline to step out. Because that's the area that we all have to worry about. We also have to worry about the skills. You know, pilots, we all look at it, pilots, right? Definitely. But one thing I want to tell you, there are skills that are required in every part of the airline system. You want to be a financially viable business? That in India, you are still not financially viable, right? You hear many a times, where is the profit? Last quarter actually was very good for Indian aviation, civil aviation sector, where many of the carriers has shown last quarter some profit. But when you look at the skills, it's not only pilots, it's cabin crew, it's maintenance, it's the baggage handler, it's the security guys. So the whole system is looking for those skills development. When we say we don't have enough pilots, you know, DP is absolutely right to say we will need so many pilots. I think, sir, when you raise the question about 900 new planes are coming, some will also be retiring soon. But when you go around, I have worked for almost 11 airlines around the world. I honestly tell you, I have found Indian pilots in all those airlines. I have found Indian mechanics in all those airlines working. I have found baggage handlers and the security profilers in all those airlines around the world. We do do a lot of skilling here in India, but are we ready to accept them in our ecosystem? Or we are building these skills and exporting them out? Amber mentioned earlier, we have very large companies in US, the CEOs all trained here. It's the same thing happening on the ground. So my 2 cents there are, now is the time for India to shine. Now is the time to look for India, how to collaborate with the US, the largest market in civil aviation for a very long time. Pretty safe, but it's going through its problems. It's going through the same teething problems that India is going through now. And that collaboration between two of these large markets will reap benefits for both of us. Today, US carriers are probably the most profitable carriers in the world. You will see the results this year. Combined, US carriers will be making, I think, almost $9 billion as bottom line profit. Just the profit. And that's a large number. That's probably the total number of revenue that Indian carriers have. That will be the number of profit. So the financial viability, how to make this sector really profitable. Once it's profitable, the share price is going to go up. And I tell you, all these skills that you are exporting out will be back in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what we'll do is, I think this was very useful. What we'll do is just quickly go around the table and try and address some of the good questions asked. Maybe I can bring Samit first. Manu asked a question about co-production and wholly owned subsidiaries and how are Indian companies reacting. Because I guess the expectation from the government is that if there's benefit coming down from sales to, say, a Boeing or a Lockheed or a Raytheon, it should actually go to an Indian company, and from there the knowledge and the experience will spread. So there is that little bit of a challenge there. How do you see this issue?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Good question. So 2 things. One is skills. The other is developing the supply chain ecosystem. Now, as I mentioned in my opening comments, Raytheon Technologies have been manufacturing for the last 25 years, one of the early movers in manufacturing and engineering in the country. Over the last 25 years, we have developed a supply chain base of more than 100 in the company. Many of them started from scratch. Many of them are completely dependent on us. They have grown as we have grown. And as we speak, that supply chain continues to grow further. So that's number one. Those are all Indian companies. Second is the skills. We run one of the largest training centers in Hyderabad. And my friend from earlier GMR days, when GMR had invested in that airport in Hyderabad, we were one of those early companies to set up a training center in Hyderabad. But we also recruit a lot of engineers who go through a very high level of skills training in terms of designing, in terms of engineering. And those are the kind of products that we ultimately manufacture in the country. Some of them in the country, some of them for the global supply chain. Now, when you say that how is the government helping, the government came out with a very good plan, which was known as the PLI scheme, Performance Linked Incentive. We are availing that in the manufacturing sector. And what it does is, for X amount of dollars, let's say you put in $200 million, the government will give you a subsidy on your capex, on your equipments, on your skills, on your land, everything. That helps reduce your overheads. That also helps shortening up the ROI to less than maybe by a few years. So the PLI scheme is working perfectly fine, and I would urge all aerospace defense manufacturing companies to take a closer look at that. The state governments are very, very keen, so that's the difference. What did not happen, let's say, 2 decades ago, and what's happening now you have state governments coming forward to give you that incentive package to make your investment far more lucrative. And we are definitely wanting to take advantage of that. That is one. Second is, as I mentioned earlier, the taxation. How has the taxation improved? If you remember, India used to have a 35% corporate tax just a few years ago, right? That's down to 25%. Now, when a corporate tax is down to 25%, that's almost the same as most of our peer countries who provide the tax incentives. So that is a big plus for us. MRO, which is the third largest investment that we are looking closely at. We are looking at our engine MRO and we are looking at our components MRO. That used to attract 18% taxes, GST. And my friend Amber was one of the pioneers in developing and devising the National Civil Aviation Policy many years ago. During the time, a lot of work went into making the government understand how in the longer term the MRO would be a no-brainer for the country, would be a revenue catcher for the country. I'm happy to tell you that the government reduced the MRO taxes to 5%, just 5%. Couple of irritants do remain, Amber. One of the things is that inverted duty structure, which we are working with the government. So I would say the government has been very, very forthcoming, not only at the center, but at the state level also, they've been very, very forthcoming. We haven't seen that kind of an outreach. Today, the Ministry of Defense actually calls us for consultation. That if you have to do co-development, if you have to do co-production, who are your partners going to be? It is no longer an L1 case. It is T1 and then L1. So that growth has happened, that transition has happened. So I think that's a very good progress, I would think.
Thanks so much, Samik. I'm just have an eye on the clock. We have another maybe 7-8 minutes before we invite Mehnaz for her thoughts. Harvinder, you want to quickly take on that idea about the medical, that the lady asked, on the medical evacuation or plus for medical tourism. Do you have any product or do you see any growth opportunities there? Like in the US and Europe, they say, I mean, you have 6 months waiting just to get your teeth cleaned there. I mean, that can be done overnight in India. Right, so any thoughts on that? Or even from teeth cleaning right up to cardiac surgery, all that can be done on an on-demand basis in India. And medical evac within the country is actually growing, but I think your question was more about Indo-US. The whole theme today is about Indo-US. And Mehnaz is listening, so I'm sure she can play a big role if there's some irritants from either side. Harvinder, over to you.
Sure. So
Let's try and keep it very short because
I'm not the expert on the medical evac part. What we've been doing as an airline, we are the facilitator. I can tell you one thing, that we are watching very closely our segments of the people who are traveling. And there's a lot of people who are traveling now, are including the leisure people or the leisure travelers. Also, people are traveling for their treatments on both sides. So there is, what I can understand when I talk to our customers, that there's a lot of good treatment available in India. Not just people traveling from India to US, a lot of people traveling from US to India to get that kind of treatment. So I just see the opportunity on both sides. I'm not an expert to tell you exactly how it works, but I see a lot of talk around that subject, and I see people traveling on both sides for this particular reason. So that's all I can contribute to. So.
In fact, if you notice in all the new airports which are coming up, there's a massive airport infrastructure being built out. Okay, Mumbai second is coming, Delhi second is coming, Goa second has already started, Vizag second is on the way. And everywhere they talk about, in Jewar also they're talking about God knows how many thousands of hectares of the plant development around the airport, which will be like a AeroCity model, but much larger. And in all those places, I'm told hospitals and medical facilities will be a key part of it, where it's not just hotels and office areas where people can quickly just come in, get themselves operated. There are also hotels there for the family and the close ones. And then you off you go after 2 days, 3 days or whatever recuperating time that you require. Okay, last question. I'll talk about the drones one because I had a little role there. DP, if you can just speak about what will Indigo do if you're not doing the pilots, getting the pilots prepared? Where will Indigo and SpiceJet and Air India send their trainees to or get them from?
Yeah, thanks. Now, just on the medical part, like I said, I was at Hyderabad airport, and we do have in the about 1,500 acres that we're developing, there is a Mediport or a health port. And we had a tie-up with the Mayo Clinic of Chicago, I think, but there were some issues that Indian law doesn't allow foreign doctors to practice here, due to which it got kind of delayed. But they're going forward with that, developing on its own. I think they're talking to now Apollo, etc. Now that is a full-fledged hospital ecosystem, a regeneration or a recovery center and hotels. And being in the airport, connectivity to all parts, like we connect 80% GDPs of the world within 24 to 48 hours. So people can come there, get themselves treated and go back, and this good quality, top class treatment. And that health port or a mediport will not just have one hospital, it'll have a cluster of hospital. It's got mediport, eduport, aerospace port, so on and so forth. So in the aerospace port, you have the Raytheons and the Airbuses and the Safrans, and in the mediport, the other hospitals. So that's just on that part. Now, on the pilots, yes, sir, the worst thing that you could do is buy an aeroplane and park it. Unless your wheels are up, you don't make money, okay? So, despite the retirements of some aeroplane, there will be lease which will be finishing and sending back. Before this 970, there were already pending order of slightly less than 1,000. So we're talking about 1,500 odd airplanes, and there are more coming, okay? Akasa has, Vinay Dubey has mentioned that they're going to place a triple-digit order of Boeings or whatever. So currently, what is happening is exactly what we don't want to happen as a country. Today, 90% of the airline training programs of the Indigos of them are going abroad. They're going to New Zealand, they're going to Australia, they're going to South Africa, they're going to US. Now, that is a direct drain of foreign exchange. We have a situation where we have a current account deficit. We don't want foreign exchange to go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Dollar is already sitting at 82, 83. Each pilot candidate takes about $100,000, $120,000 out. And if you require 15, 20,000 pilots, we're talking a couple of $1 billion of foreign exchange going out. That's one. Number two, when the pilot training goes out, it takes the jobs out as well. Like a senior pilot, a first officer, 18, 19 years old, 12th standard, and 2 years of training. At 2021, he or she can land a job in India paying about 1.75 lakhs up to 2.5 lakhs. Now, how many people in this country can offer a 30 lakhs per annum job to a 20-year-old? Most parents attain it somewhere midway through their careers. Now, that job also is going out with the training. And a senior pilot instructor is paid up to 50 lakhs per annum, 60 lakhs per annum. That job also goes out, and the engineer's job, and the canteen wala's job, and the rental guy, and the car guy. Aviation ecosystem says one aviation job generates 6.5 additional peripheral jobs. 1 rupee invested in aviation generates 3.2 rupees of additional capital. All of this opportunity goes out along with the training. And other than the fact that you're completely dependent on another country to supply manpower or training for one of your most critical industries. That's like 80% of the top-end hospital doctors going abroad for training. How would you like that? That's not correct. So, they will cater. And also, by the way, when they go abroad, spend $1 crore plus on pilot training. Your ticket, which should be at 3,000, is now being sold at 5,000 because you're paying for that US trip, you're paying for that New Zealand trip, you're paying for that simulator trip, you're paying for all that. Ultimately, it's you and me who end up paying as consumers, both the shortage as well as the high rate of training. And if you're doing it because you don't have the technology or you don't have that industry, I understand that. Up to a certain extent, you need to import, or oil, for example. We don't have it, but not training. We can do that. It's just a matter of liberalizing something. Tomorrow we have a meeting with DGCA. The entire DGCA, DFT, Directorate of Flight Training, which governs the pilot training, to assess what we do a standardization check. When a pilot is qualified to be an instructor, the DGCA inspector comes and checks whether he or she is fit to do that. They had 6 pilots, FOIs, flight operation inspectors, covering one each region. All of them have left and joined the airline. There is one guy left for the whole country. Now you tell me, if there is one examiner for the whole country, pilot instructor to be checked, when will they get checked, and when will they go and check the students, and when will the students finish flying and then come and sit on the right seat? I mean, this is a lose-lose. So, and it doesn't take rocket science or tons or billions of money. It's some adjustments in the regulation and some collaboration from, countries like US would help greatly. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Hemant. And there was this last question on drones. I can just say that it was heavily controlled, but the drone rules of 2021, August 21, has completely liberalized it. There were just barely about 2-3 schools to begin with for drones under government's own IGRUA in Raebareli, but now I'm told there are 40 plus schools in just the last 1.5-2 years. The trained pilots were just about 150 odd licenses were given by the Prime Minister himself in that Bharat Drone Mahotsav that we had in May of 22. And just about a year later, that 150 number has gone to almost 5,000 plus pilots. So a lot of things are happening, just that many of these drone schools are actually in the interiors and away from the main cities and the main airports for safety reasons. That's why we don't get to know. But if you just go to the government site called Digital Sky platform, it's a single window platform for all there are just 5 forms, used to be 25 plus forms, is round reduced to just 5 forms. And if you go to Digital Sky platform, you see all the data, right down to the name of the pilot, which school he's gone to, and whatever the other details are, subject with due confidentiality. So we have all details about all the drones that are registered, all pilots that are there, and all the drone schools who are approved by DGC. It's a DGCS site and a lot of transparency there, which you may not even find in some of the leading nations abroad. I'll stop here, and we're into our last 10 minutes, and it's my proud privilege to invite Mehnaz to share her thoughts, please. Can we have a round of applause for Mehnaz Ansari? She's done a lot. From USTDA, their role is to bring the two countries together and create jobs, employment, investments. Over to you, Mehnaz.
Thank you, Amber, and good afternoon. It's very stressful to be the last speaker when we see the organizers passing on slips of time management, which I think my moderator has been doing extremely well. He had a pressure point right with taking out his watch and keeping it there so that all of us can see that we are, keeping to our time. And at the outset, thank you, Indo-American Chambers of Commerce again. Thank you, Dr. Baseen, Kamal, Arun, all our such old friends, Kashish, Neelu, for having USTDA be a continuous part of this summit. I was wanting to count when Ambassador was talking the number of times USTDA has been invited in the different sessions of this summit. Well, you've heard from the experts in my session. I would just touch upon what we are doing from the US side, working very closely with the Indian side to make some of this a possibility. Being a traveler myself, literally, probably if I count properly, I'm 5 days at some airport or the other in a week. It's a lot to handle, a lot to manage, and I totally agree with Sandeep, not a bit more, that on-time performance is what we are looking as passengers, no matter what great achievements we do in helping this industry improve, get better. I think as a passenger, and at the bottom line to what Hemant was saying, it finally, the buck passes on to us. We have to fly to make our work efficient. For the women on the panel or for the women in the room, we also have to run a parallel family for which we are running, and we certainly need that aviation to be having that on-time performance, which is the most jittery part of having this whole experience. U.S. Trade and Development Agency, a federal agency of the US government, works in the infrastructure project preparation. So we give out grants. We give out grants for feasibility studies, pilot projects, technical assistance. A lot of you have worked with us. And I would say aviation is one of the niche for USTDA for its work globally as well as in India. And why we say it is what is demonstrated in the panel on the stage. Everyone is an ACP member, so a huge round of applause to all of them. And this is what we see. We as government can only be enablers. We as the assistance arm of the government can only be a catalyst in the system. We cannot do it all without the industry actually front-ending what needs to be done. We have been working in India, as Amber has kindly introduced, for now more than 30 years. We just celebrated our 30-year anniversary When we started globally, we started with India, we started with water. But aviation has been one of the core areas where USTDA has worked very closely, being the sponsor of the US-India Aviation Cooperation Program, represented by Sandeep Behel here, and the membership which is here, where we are only enabling an ecosystem where both the governments are on the table, but it's actually the industry taking the lead. We have funded almost 25, 30 projects till now, which includes our US-India Aviation Summit, which is the best bilateral in this space, which happens. The next one is coming up in summer in Washington, DC, so please mark your calendars and please be in touch with Sandeep and me. We would love to have Indo-American Chamber and its membership be a part of it. And for Indo-American Chambers, ACP is very, very special because you are the parent hosting agency of ACP. So you kind of started a very new model within a chamber to allow a cooperation program to be hosted for almost 13, 14 years, Sandeep, probably. We just, they just became a teenager turning to an adult after their 15 years of existence in the last year, where they have now become independent. So a big thank you to IACC for being that enabler to get the Indian industry on the table with the US industry to find that right partner to talk to when we have our challenges, when we have solutions, when we want to do more and work more cooperatively here. When we came when we started ACP in 2007, we were working on various aspects. I think the first was capacity building. As we mature in 15 years now of this relationship, the main premium area again, which we are looking, again going back, India has definitely emerged as amongst the top global leaders for all areas. And so we do not want to be seen providing what is called an assistance. We want to be seen as, being a partner in that training. And our most unique program, which we had in China for 15 years before we brought that in India, was our Executive Development Training Program, where we are actually looking at the crosswalk, which needs to be handled by all the managers, all the chiefs, and a lot of this is with the private sector, but a lot of this is with the safety and the security element of it, to get to hear from the others. When I say this, I'll give you two quick examples. I know time is very short. One is a huge talk of sustainability and climate. It's everyone's responsibility. It's just not government's responsibility. I will also differ here to say it is not developed countries' responsibility. As a parent, as a mother, it's everyone's responsibility what I'm going to leave behind for my future generation to come. And I think the climate change impact is evident to all of us in our daily lives these days. Aviation is one of those areas where climate change is often talked about as, aviation brings in a lot of carbon in the air and hence all the pollution. And so USTDA has been working on sustainability and sustainable aviation fuels, which is really our energy discussion, and probably my colleague Damon, when he comes and talks about the energy panel at the last half of this event today, will talk about. But bringing a sustainable aviation fuel elements next way forward to aviation executives was the highlight of the Clean Energy Ministerial. So that's how important the crosswalk of understanding every element of this whole ecosystem is important. Every bit is important. Every element is important. There's been a video playing continuously which is catching my attention of electric vehicles at the backdrop. The audience also should see it. We're probably getting those electric buses first at the airport, maybe, our airports are the fancy entry-exit points, the nice ones where a lot of us get the glimpse of the country, should have some of those sessions. The other thing which is very important is that India is in a very pivotal role, not only as a regional leader. I do cover all of South Asia. all of South Asia is in distress. And when I land at any one of those airports, I don't want to name the country or I don't want to name any particular, aviation is the first thing which hits you. How are they managing their aviation? And let me tell you, with the success of US-India Aviation Cooperation Program, aviation is the first ask and the foremost ask of US TDA or US government when we go to those countries. And I think India is very well positioned to do that. The second element which has featured very well in this discussion, and I was very happy about it because as a whole US government approach, we do infrastructure projects in all sectors, just not aviation, is the importance of subnational, the importance of states of India, the importance of you really getting down to that point, really getting to Hyderabad airport and then understand the pain they need to have a direct flight to US. Yes. That's very, very important, and I think that is one thing which we are looking at very carefully to make sure that our subnational players are also getting a seat on the table and are being heard. Harvinder and I used to talk often working with Maharashtra government when United had to fly during COVID. And that was really a Maharashtra government's discretion to allow Harvinder's plane to land and take off. It was not Amber sitting in Delhi. And, so this is something which is growing importance. We recently gave a new grant. Our first foray into civil aviation subnational was with the Hisar airport. I visited Hisar. I was very concerned with all the riots and everything going on, how we get there, but Sandeep and I could get there in about 3.5 hours, and to look at their cargo facility, 7,500 acres they want to develop. A lot of you have the opportunity there. We want to plan it correct, and we want to bring in that whole cooperation together. And then finally, I think the key and the highlight of this event is the importance of private sector, which I am a very big advocate of. Actually, government just enables and the private sector does it. So it's very important that we continue to see the private sector collaboration happening more and more. Finally, I will touch upon, somebody brought up the general aviation. Yes, an area certainly has to take off. Very, very important that we are finding an area of interest. And what Ambassador mentioned about, everyone's very high on talking about space and ISRO, and aviation really touches that. Our American companies do touch that a lot. A lot of space work is also happening, so there is sister partnerships which are possible, and aviation is really the starting point there. So with that, I wish you all the best with more projects, more activities, more cooperation, more collaboration, and working together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mehnaz. And just check your clocks. We said we'll do a on-time departure at 1:15, and that's what we'll do. Can we have a big round of applause for all the esteemed panelists? The guest of honor, Mehnaz, and also thanks to you. You've been a great audience and interactive and not completely on your WhatsApps with your significant others. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Dubey, for a very safe takeoff and a very safe on-time landing. A round of applause for him as the moderator and really putting together this segment so very well. Thank you, Ms. Ansari, for closing it up with those thoughts and that very, very positive note and the one keyword, collaboration, and that is exactly what we'd like to take forward. This is a platform that when we talk about aviation, you will not get industry experts like these on any other platform. So thank you once again, audience, for those questions. A round of applause for all our panelists, and to really thank them and present them with a memento, our love and affection, and our thank you. May I please welcome Dr. Upasana Arora and Mr. Arun Karna on stage yet again. Please do put your hands together for those of you who didn't get a chance to ask them questions during the time allotted. Please do feel free to join us in the pre-function area a little later, because we want this to be a way for us to network even more. So a round of applause as I once again thank Mr. Amber Dubey for putting this element, this show and the panel together. So once again requesting ma'am and Mr. Karna to please present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Amber Dubey, our moderator. We'll do the group picture right after the memento presentation. Please do put your hands together for him. We'd now like to thank Mr. Samit Ray, Thank you so very much, Mr. Ray, for being here, for sharing those experiences, the expertise. May I please request the kind presence of Mr. Kamal Vora on stage, requesting you to please join us, sir, in the memento presentation ceremony right here as we take a moment and thank Mr. Harvinder Singh. Kamal, sir, may I request you to please accept the memento and present it to him. We are making life very, very easy for you, Kamalji. So please, a round of applause as we thank Mr. Singh. We'd also like to take a moment and thank Mr. Sandeep Hill. Thank you so very much, sir. Requesting Mr. Karna to do the honors, please. Mr. Heyman DP. Please do put your hands together as Dr. Arora presents him with the memento, and a big thank you to our guest of honor for this session, Ms. Mehnaz Ansari. Let's hear a round of applause. And I'd now like to request all of you to come closer for that beautiful framer, a group photograph, while I request the hotel staff to set the stage up. Thank you so very much, each of you. You've been very kind. Please do take a seat. For our very kind audience, I'd like to share that we have one more very, very interesting session on healthcare before we head out for lunch. So I'd like to request all of you to please remain seated. Bear with us as we set our stage up. Those of our guests who are getting up, once again, a gentle reminder to please remain seated. We are about to begin with our next session, which is on healthcare, where we will really be talking about where we are today. We've had some very, very difficult years with the pandemic and thereafter, and we've seen the healthcare sector go through various challenges, and we're all well aware of how we'd like to appreciate our front runners there. But to take this segment forward, may I please request all of you to put your hands together and welcome our panel chair. We have with us Dr. Apasna Arora, Director, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals, the Chairperson for SO Bharat, Chairperson for Ashram EC, Regional President, IACC, Chief for Quality and Accreditation. I'd like to request all of you to please take a seat as she joins us on stage as our panel moderator. May I request you to please put your hands together for her. And joining us as a part of this spectacular panel is Dr. Kuldeep Singh Sachdeva, Regional Director, the Union, Southeast Asia International Union Against Tuberculosis and Lung Diseases. As you well know, the Union is an international scientific organization headquartered in Paris since 1920 and comes with an objective of institutional strengthening to accelerate actions for TB and drug-resistant TB in India. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as he joins us on stage with an experience of over 32 years as an MBBS doctor. Right here, he's held the position of Deputy Director General Program Manager, National TB Elimination Program under Ministry of Health and Welfare. A round of applause for him. May I present to you Mr. Mukesh Singh, Executive Council Member, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce and Managing Partner for Bluebread Consultants India LLP. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as he joins us on stage, bringing to us an experience of over 2 decades. Please do put your hands together as he joins us. I'd also like to request all of you to please extend a warm welcome to Dr. Ruben Swamikan, Deputy Director, Health, USAID, India, joining us on stage for this very interesting panel. We still have about this very special segment, so requesting those of our guests who would like to network to please take networking outside or take a seat. Our guests in the front of the hall, may I request you all to please take a seat as a respect to our speakers on the stage.
May I have your attention, please? I think card exchange we can do at the time of lunch because speakers are here and I would like that everybody has to give some attention to them. Hopefully, everybody knows each other now, and if we do not know each other, we can after some time also. We need to have lunch. I am not going to start unless everybody has to sit. Actually, I was captain. Unfortunately, I could not become principal. Otherwise, I could have been a very strict principal. So, I think everybody needs to sit, and topic is very important, and it's really for everyone. It doesn't matter you belong to which sector or which not, because we are talking about healthcare. And we have taken, in healthcare, we have taken tuberculosis. So elimination of tuberculosis, which our Prime Minister is given you know, what I should say, like slogan, TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan. And luckily I am part of that. And that is why I have invited all those who are working very closely for TB Mukt Bharat. And Union, I would like to tell you something about all those who are sitting here. But before their biodata, I just want to tell you, USAID, everybody knows that USAID is helping all those problems which not only India, but I think USAID is present everywhere. And they are helping for clean water, they are helping for malnutrition, they are helping for disease elimination. So we have representative from Union as well as USAID, and Mr. Mukesh, who is working with us in IACC, and I am Upasana Arora, who is regional president of IACC, and I work with Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital. So I think I should not tell about Union. Mr. Sachdeva, who belongs to Union, he has to tell about Union, what exactly Union does, because somebody who is working with them, he can explain better than me. So as a moderator, generally everybody says moderator should speak less and give chance to speakers to speak more. So I am following this rule and I will speak very less. Rather, I have already speak so much on anyways. So now I would like to introduce you Dr. Kuldeep Singh Sachdeva. Dr. Kuldeep Singh Sachdeva is the Regional Director, International Union Against Tuberculosis and Lung Disease, Southeast Asia. Dr. K.S. Sachdeva is a highly accomplished and experienced professional in the field of public health, which is a remarkable career spanning over 32 years. Within the Indian government health system, he has established himself as a leading expert in several key areas, including public health, health management, chest and TB specialization. Currently, Dr. Sachdeva holds the prestigious position of Regional Director at the Southeast Asia Office at the International Union Against Tuberculosis and Lung Disease. In this role, he plays a pivotal role in coordinating efforts to combat tuberculosis and other lung disease within the Southeast Asia region. One of his most noteworthy achievements includes leading the National TB Elimination Program in India, formerly known as RNTCP, Revised National Tuberculosis Control Program. As the Deputy Director General at the Central TB Division of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, under his leadership, this program underwent significant transformation to enhance TB control strategies and improve patient care. Dr. Sachdeva has also served as a nodal officer for the Country Coordination Mechanism, CCM, of the Global Fund for TB, HIV, and Malaria in India, highlighting his international involvement in managing critical health initiatives. His professional journey is marked by a keen focus on innovation and decentralization of healthcare services, all geared towards delivering superior patient care driven by a commitment to capacity building. He has tirelessly worked to enhance the skill and knowledge of healthcare professionals working towards the betterment of public health. With over 12 years of dedicated experience in TB and HIV/AIDS control, Dr. Sachdeva has emerged as a prominent leader in the fight against these diseases in India. His extensive clinical experience garnered over 2 decades as a tertiary care hospital further enriches his contribution to the healthcare sector. Dr. Sachdeva influence extends beyond his daily duties as he actively participates as an expert in various committees and technical working groups at both the national and international level. His expertise is also evidenced in his impressive portfolio of approximately 90 publications in peer-reviewed journals where he shares valuable insights and research fundings. In summary, Dr. K.S. Sachdeva is a distinguished figure in the realm of public health with a rich and diverse career that underscores his unwavering dedication to improving healthcare, particularly in the area of TB and lung disease control within India and across the globe. So this was about Dr. Sachdeva. Dr. Sachdeva, as you know, I am also part of this union and TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan. What is your say about how we can achieve our goal to eliminate TB from India, and what everybody, because there are many who are sitting here, they are running some institute, how we can make our offices or our workplace TB free? Over to you.
Thank you, Upasana. First, thank you, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, USAID, the dignitaries of the dais, and for giving us opportunity to talk about a disease, the burden of which in our country is about more than a fourth of the total global burden. So out of, if there are 100 cases in the world, you will find about 30 cases in India. So that's the nature of the problem which we have in India. That's number one. The second is that as we talk, every minute you will see 5 new cases of tuberculosis emerging in the country and about 1 death from TB in the country. So that's also the severity or the magnitude of the problem that we have in our country. Upasana, if you look at the literature, say, go to Wikipedia or references to Egyptian mummies or references in Rig Veda, you find reference of tuberculosis. So it's a disease which is almost 20,000 years old. Its causative organism was discovered in 1882, just about 130, 40 years ago. And its first treatment was discovered in 1945. So the first drug for TB was discovered in 1945, followed by few others in 1960s, 70s, and so on. Now, a disease which is 20,000 years old, we never thought of, imagining that we could eliminate TB was beyond imagination, actually. Nobody dared to imagine that one could eliminate TB in our lifetime. But something, as we talk about science, we were talking of science earlier, aviation and other things. The science evolved so rapidly that now we have drugs which can cure tuberculosis 100%. You have diagnostic where you can actually diagnose TB almost 100% with 100% almost sensitivity and specificity. With great precision, you can say that this person has tuberculosis. So now one such, and also within the management science and the administration on the governance side. Now we have sort of tools which can allow us to implement this nationwide, and we can actually dream to be TB free in near future very quickly. There's something called United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which talks about reducing the burden of TB by 80% by 2030. And what the Indian government leadership has done is that they said we'll achieve those targets 5 years ahead of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, that is by 2025. So that's the kind of commitment and advocacy which is coming from the highest level of, which is the Prime Minister himself has committed to eliminating TB by 2025. And within this, now we have, last year, you see, the President of India also launched a campaign which is called Pradhan Mantri TB Mukt Abhiyan in September 2022 to actually involve all political leaderships, bureaucratic leaderships in a move to eliminate TB. So what I was referring to, that it's possible now that we can dream to eliminate TB. It's possible within the realm of science, within the realm of management. Now, how do we actually do that? So on the science side, you have a lot of diagnostics, drugs available. But the difficulty is that how do you reach each and every patient in the country? So that's a challenge. And that's where the concept of multi-sectoral engagement or involving all stakeholders came. And that is also, I'm thankful to the organizers of this workshop. That is where we are actually talking to all of you about realizing our dream of eliminating TB. So within this, Dr. Ruben, who is sitting next to Upasana on our right, leads the mission on TB elimination from the USAID side. So USAID started supporting the union, which is an international organization committed to TB for more than 100 years, to suggest how we can do that. And within that, there's a component which is called I Defeat TB, which is led by one of our directors, Jyoti, who's sitting in the audience. So within I Defeat TB, we have a component of involvement of various ministries, other organizations, and also a lot of engagement with corporate. So we are trying to make it a people's movement. We are trying to reach to as many people as possible. And within that, we are saying and the one component is eliminating TB within the workplaces. So that's where the project Corporate TB Pledge was started within this, the TB elimination project with the USAID. And within that, we have almost sort of joined by 350 corporates with us who are committed to eliminating TB or supporting TB in one or the other forms, or to granting access to their workplaces to screen their workforce for TB, declare them that they are TB free, and go on, so on and so forth. Now coming to Upasana's question, can we eliminate TB in the country? Yes, we can do that. Corporate workplace interventions are one way to do that, involving all stakeholders, so Ministry of Panchayati Raj institutions. We are also involving doing a community mobilization wherein people come forward. We are also have a tool which is called active case finding, where you go house to house and screen people for TB. If they are detected positive for TB, then you sort of treat them for TB. If they are detected negative for TB and they are at risk of breaking down, which is, then you offer them a preventive treatment. So whole plethora of interventions are now available, and some of my other speakers will talk about it, and I'll also actually appreciate some questions from the audience on that. So this is in brief that if you can reach to each and every household in the country, screen them and treat them if they have TB, we'll be able to interrupt that chain of transmission within the country. So and realize or dream of TB elimination as early as we all get together and make a determined move to eliminate TB in the country. Thank you, Pasna. I'll wait for any further clarifications or questions you have. That I'll leave it to the moderator, sir.
End of the session. So thank you, Mr. Sachdeva, and somebody who wanted to ask a question after this session, end of the session, we will do question answer. So everybody is thinking it's a very high-end conference, and we were talking about business relationship with USA, and why this lady started talking about TB? Why? Because swasth rahega India, tabhi to badhega India. And you never know if you are running any kind of institute, somebody who is working somewhere, who is doing a job, or who is running an factory, they are always meeting people. If we will get infection, because TB is an infectious disease, so we need to, this is a basically, if I can say it's an awareness session, because all educated people are sitting here. It's high time we should all take some, there is one thing called adoption of TB patients. I have adopted whole Ghaziabad TB patients. We are giving them nutritional food, as well as we are looking after their all treatments. So we are just keeping an eye on their improvement. So that is why our center is now become a STEP center through Union and Government of India. So I don't want that everybody needs to take thousands of people. We can, adopt 10 people who are TB patients, and that is how we can provide them. You can ask me from Yashoda Hospital. We can do screening. We are sending our, X-ray machine and TrueNet through PCR. We are declaring somebody is a TB patient or not. But you can just simply you can donate them nutritional food, because TB depends more on nutrition. So I think everybody needs to just rethink. It doesn't make lots of difference in your life. Few rupees can change someone's whole life, and that person can affect your life also. So just to keep in mind. So my next speaker is Mr. Dr. Rubin Swamikan. He is a Deputy Director Health, USAID India. Dr. Rubikan Swamikan is the Deputy Director, Health at USAID India. He has over 33 years of public health experience. Dr. Swamikan manages a multi-stakeholder portfolio working with national and state governments, global corporate and philanthropic organizations, donors and implementing partners. The portfolio encompasses projects that range from community engagement, institutional strengthening, mental health, digital solution, and artificial intelligence, among many others. Dr. Swamikan leads the tuberculosis and infectious disease portfolio, including global health security that is making forays into antimicrobial resistance, zoonotic disease, and other emerging pandemic disease. He is a physician by training with experience in both public health and administration that help address global healthcare challenges through scientific evidence and impactful solution. So Dr. Swamikan, I would like to ask you, like how US aid and union is with this corporate pledge and with the help of Indian government, how you are, approaching people. This is one way we are doing, that is another way, like Yashoda is doing. How many other ways you are adopting, and how much you are hopeful to eliminate TB from, at least I am talking about India.
Thank you, Dr. Arora, and good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar. I am from the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID for short. So I think firstly you can see the passion of Dr. Sachdeva, Dr. Upasana, and myself. We are generally used to speaking to our own fraternity, and which is why, with this kind of a mixed audience, we'd like to keep it focused on really what it is that you or your organizations or agencies can do. And I'll speak to what Dr. Upasana asked. In terms of, tuberculosis, Dr. Sachdeva gave a history of, why and where we are in India struggling with the problem of tuberculosis. What is it that we are doing in the government? And I'll just take a couple of minutes to talk about what it is we do in USAID to support the government of India, and now the private sector as well, to be able to understand the challenges in tuberculosis. Firstly, as was mentioned, we work across a wide range of areas that require support. Most health projects are top-down in the sense that, the doctor is telling the patient what needs to be done and what is the, next steps. But very rarely are we actually listening to the community and asking them what is it they want, what are their challenges, and how they can be supported. So we are working at both ends of the spectrum to ensure that we're hearing the voice of the people who need it the most, as well as providing support to the government and taking in the players. All of you are aware that 70% of the first point of contact for any healthcare problem in India is the private sector, right? And from there, people move on. And all of you are fully aware of the availability of the various types of healthcare services that we have in our country at different levels, in urban settings, in rural settings, both private and public. And people have access to all of these. Some of the things we do at USAID is, how can we be catalytic in what we do to ensure that we are able to provide solutions that the government can take to scale. And we're very proud of our projects, and Dr. Sachdeva mentioned iDefeat, which is run by the union, under which you mentioned the corporate TB pledge, and I'm glad to say that Dr. Upasana and her team have been running it brilliantly for the last couple of years in Ghaziabad, providing support to numbers of drug-resistant TB patients. In addition to that, we're also doing the bottom-up component, which is really talking to the communities, understanding their challenges and what it is that they want. And I'll bring one example to the fore. We are working with the government of Madhya Pradesh with a project called Mukti, is freedom, in this case freedom from tuberculosis, wherein we are able to demonstrate that just nutrition, in addition to treatment, would really change the life of a TB patient. And today the government of Madhya Pradesh is investing over 100 crores into this project to be able to ensure that it goes to scale across the state. And really that's what we are looking to ensure that is part of the system. Another example, artificial intelligence. We have this institute called Wadhwani Institute of Artificial Intelligence. They provide services for social good, and we actually now have at least 10 solutions that are up and running, working across multiple leading medical colleges in the country to find AI solutions that can help healthcare progress. And I think one that we're doing in TB is using the cough sounds that you have in tuberculosis to be able to screen for tuberculosis, and that enables much more rapid diagnosis. I think just one last example, the project that we have, it's called Samrid, which is really a project that came up during the COVID times, wherein innovations was the need of the hour. We put in a small amount of money. Today it's brought in investment to the tune of over $300 million, simply because we were able to move small innovations to scale via the private sector market. And really those are the challenges that we are looking for all of you all to take up, so that we can address the challenge of tuberculosis in a much more faster and cheaper, better way to ensure that we are able to eliminate the disease from this country. So I'll stop here, ma'am, and we'll take questions later, but I'll hand it back to you for now.
Thank you so much. Actually, USAID is helping all those poor who are actually not getting proper nutrition and many things. So thanks for that. Now we have with us Mr. Mukesh Singh. Mukesh Singh is a dynamic professional with over 2 decades of experience in industry affairs, government relations, and policy advocacy. He has a history of remarkable accomplishment and a strong commitment to improve business-government interaction and advancing societal progress. As the CEO and managing partner at Blue Bread Consultant, a prominent public affairs consulting firm, Mukesh plays a crucial role in bridging communication gaps between industry and government. His expertise is navigating complex public policy and regulatory landscapes is invaluable, fostering effective collaboration between these sectors. Mukesh is also recognized as the Uttar Pradesh State Representative for leading strategy and management consulting firms, highlighting his extensive influence and expertise. In leadership role, Mukesh serves on the National Executive Council and chair the Lucknow chapter of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. He is the state head of the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce and vice president for Krishi Udyami Krishak Vikas Chamber. Additionally, he has been instrumental as co-chairman and senior advisor of the Uttar Pradesh chapter of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Focusing on policy advocacy and government initiative, his dedication extends to supporting startups and entrepreneurship through workshops, seminars, and conferences. Mukesh also serves as the state coordinator for the National Tuberculosis Elimination Program. Representing the government of Uttar Pradesh, his remarkable contribution have earned him prestigious awards, including the Inspiring Leader Award by the Economic Times in 2021, the UP Ratan Samman by Dainik Jagran Next in 2021, and the COVID-19 Warrior Award in both 2020 and 2021 for his efforts during the pandemic. Certificates of appreciation from local authorities further recognize his significant contribution. Beyond awards, Mukesh is actively involved in society, women's empowerment, rural sports, and public safety promotion, reflecting his commitment to holistic progress and positive impact. So मुकेश जी, आप और हम बहुत दिनों से साथ काम कर रहे हैं और मैंने आपको बहुत करीब से देखा हुआ भी है. आपका क्या मानना है कि क्यों ना हम लोग सारे लोग मिलके, क्योंकि ये आज बड़े बौद्धिक लोगों का सम्मेलन है, यहाँ पर आप देख रहे हैं सभी लोग बहुत पढ़े लिखे समझदार हैं, क्यों ना इस मंच के माध्यम से आप ये बताएं कि आप किस तरीके से इस ट्यूबरक्लोसिस का एलिमिनेशन में भाग ले रहे हैं और बाकियों से आप किस तरह के समर्थन की उम्मीद चाहते हैं.
थैंक यू उपासना जी. और आपके साथ साथ मैं सबसे पहले इस समिट के चेयर और हमारे नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर भसीन सर को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे ये प्लेटफॉर्म दिया जहां पर यूपी गवर्नमेंट से रिलेटेड जितनी भी हेल्थ केयर सेक्टर से ट्यूबरक्लोसिस या इन्वेस्टमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ उस पर मैं अपना व्यू पॉइंट प्रेजेंट कर सकूं. उपासना जी, नेशनल ट्यूबरक्लोसिस एलिमिनेशन प्रोग्राम का मैं यूपी गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से स्टेट कोऑर्डिनेटर अपॉइंट हुआ हूँ पिछले 1 साल से. हम लोग जितने भी कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर हैं उनको भी मोटिवेट करते हैं कि वो आकर के ट्यूबरक्लोसिस के पेशेंट्स को, जैसे आपने पूरे गाज़ियाबाद को अडॉप्ट कर रखा है, अभी मैंने सुना, हम लोग भी बहुत सारे जो टीबी के पेशेंट्स हैं उनको अडॉप्ट कराते हैं कॉर्पोरेट से और उसमें हम लोग काफ़ी सफल हैं. मैंने खुद भी बहुत सारे टीबी पेशेंट्स को लिया हुआ है. अभी जहाँ तक यूपी की बात है, यूपी में यूपी गवर्नमेंट के इनिशिएटिव्स को पूरा वर्ल्ड जो है वो यूपी की तरफ देख रहा है. मैं ये बात इसलिए कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि आप सब यूपी को बहुत अच्छे से जानते हैं। आज की डेट में अगर किसी का इंटेंट और इन्वेस्टमेंट और इन्वेस्टर्स वो सिक्योर्ड है तो मैं यूपी को रिप्रेजेंट कर सकता हूँ। यहाँ पर बहुत लर्नेड लोग बैठे हुए हैं और बहुत एमिनेंट बिजनेस पर्सनालिटीज़ बैठी हुई हैं। इन्वेस्टमेंट और इन्वेस्टर दोनों जो है योगी जी की सरकार में दोनों ही सिक्योर्ड हैं। अगर हम हेल्थ केयर की बात करें, 350 से ज़्यादा फॉर्मुलेशन यूनिट्स, 50 से ज़्यादा बल्क ड्रग यूनिट्स और लगभग इतनी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स जो है 30-40 मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स आज की डेट में यूपी में ऑपरेट कर रही हैं। यूपी गवर्नमेंट की लीडरशिप और यूपी गवर्नमेंट की सरकार विश्व के हर देशों में गए हैं और वहाँ से उन्होंने जो है इन्वेस्टमेंट अट्रैक्ट किया है उत्तर प्रदेश में। उसका रीज़न केवल ये है कि लोग इसलिए उत्तर प्रदेश आ रहे हैं क्योंकि जैसा मैंने शुरू में भी कहा कि उनको ये लगता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश की 25 सेक्टोरल पॉलिसीज़ हैं। वन ऑफ देम इज़ हेल्थ केयर ऑल्सो। सारे बड़े ब्रांड्स पूरे वर्ल्ड में, और अभी फार्मा पार्क गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से उत्तर प्रदेश को दिया गया है ललितपुर में, जहाँ पर यूएस बेस्ड कंपनीज़ को, और यूपी गवर्नमेंट ये भी चाहती है कि इंडो अमेरिकन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स उनको फैसिलिटेट करे यूपी गवर्नमेंट को और मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज स्पेशली यूएस बेस्ड कंपनीज को कि उत्तर प्रदेश में आकर के इन्वेस्टमेंट करें। जहाँ तक ये सेशन चूँकि ट्यूबरक्लोसिस का है तो ट्यूबरक्लोसिस से रिलेटेड भी जो बहुत सारी कंपनियां हैं, जो जैसे मैंने अभी सर को रिक्वेस्ट किया कि यूएसएड अगर गवर्नमेंट को डायरेक्टली नहीं देता, बट बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जो ट्यूबरक्लोसिस पेशेंट के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। तो अगर यूएसएड्स उनको सपोर्ट कर सकता है तो आईएसीसी उनको यूएसएड्स के साथ में कनेक्ट कर सकता है। तो एक अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है उत्तर प्रदेश में आज के समय में। अभी हमारे पास प्रोएक्टिव हेल्थ मिनिस्टर है और उपासना जी खुद उत्तर प्रदेश में उन्होंने एक बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट किया हुआ है, न केवल गाजियाबाद में बल्कि मुझे लगता है मेडी सिटी आगरा में इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही हैं। और सारे बड़े ब्रांड्स जितने भी हैं, चाहे वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स हो, ड्रग में हो, सभी उत्तर प्रदेश की तरफ आकर के देख रहे हैं। और यूपी गवर्नमेंट अभी कुछ दिनों पहले आप सब जानते हैं कि यूएस, कनाडा, कोरिया और दूसरे कंट्रीज़ में गए जहाँ पर उन्होंने जाके अपनी पॉलिसीज़ को जाकर के शोकेसिंग किया। हेल्थ केयर भी एक ऐसा सेक्टर था जिसमें ब्रजेश पाठक जी जो हमारे हेल्थ मिनिस्टर हैं वो कई कंट्रीज़ में गए, वो ब्राज़ील गए और भी कई कंट्रीज़ में गए जहाँ जाकर के उन्होंने हेल्थ केयर की पॉलिसी को जाकर के शोकेस किया। उन्होंने जाकर के बताया कि क्या कैपिटल सब्सिडी देंगे, क्या इंसेंटिव्स इंटरेस्ट सब्सिडी के रूप में देंगे, और भी बहुत सारी, क्योंकि यूपी की जो पॉलिसी है वो बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करती है कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर को। तो उपासना जी, मैं शॉर्ट में, चूँकि समय की बाध्यता है, मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि यूपी गवर्नमेंट में इन्वेस्टमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ इमेंस हैं और हमारा जो चैम्बर है इंडो अमेरिकन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स, उसको बहुत रिकग्निशन डॉक्टर बसीन सर की लीडरशिप में पिछले 3-4 सालों में हम लोगों ने देखा है कि यूपी गवर्नमेंट में बहुत ज़्यादा रिकग्निशन मिला है, चाहे वो चीफ मिनिस्टर लेवल पर हो, गवर्नर लेवल पर हो या मिनिस्ट्रियल लेवल पर हो। तो चूँकि ये सेशन हेल्थ केयर का है तो हेल्थ केयर में यूएस बेस्ड कंपनीज़ को यूपी गवर्नमेंट ने अप्रोच किया है, आईएसीसी को। शाम को यूपी गवर्नमेंट का रिप्रेजेंटेशन शाम के इवनिंग के सेशन में भी आएंगे वो। तो उन लोग ये चाहते हैं कि यूएस बेस्ड कंपनीज जो है उत्तर प्रदेश में आएँ और आकर करके इन्वेस्टमेंट करें। ओवर टू यू उपासना जी।
Thank you, Mukesh ji. Yeah. So now, Mr. Sachdeva, I just want to know, because I told everyone that my center is a STEP center. Just elaborate, what is a STEP center?
जो स्टेप सेंटर concept came is actually evolved from the state of Kerala, where they piloted involvement of private hospitals and private sector in TB care. So what they did was, once you have a patient of TB in a hospital, you, after his discharge or after his treatment also, you provide a full service to that patient. You try to track that patient, you follow that patient. How are you doing now after, once you have put on treatment, how are you doing? Are you doing well? Do you know any other patient who's suffering from the patient? So it's a sort of an outreach of a tertiary care hospital into the community. So that is what Upasana is trying to demonstrate, is demonstrating within the state of UP and Ghaziabad in particular, that her hospital not only offers treatment to patients who are inpatients, but also to patients who are outpatients, follows them up and their families and their neighborhood. If anyone of them has symptoms or is suffering from tuberculosis or any other disease, so that they can be properly tested, checked, and if they are suffering from a disease, cured of this. And it's also sort of what you call as after-sale service or follow-up of patients. And that's the model which is being adopted even in healthcare now, that you provide 360-degree care of services to patients and their extended families, even when they are sort of cured and say you can go home and then follow them up for their logical cure, and you will wish that they have a good health even after leaving the hospital.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sachdevan. Now, I would like to ask you, Mr. Because USAID is actually helping a lot for this cause, I just want to ask you, Dr. Rubin, what, because these people who are sitting here, they are not very much familiar with these terms, DR. So if you can elaborate, as you know, we are making our hospital as a DR center. That will be UP's first DR center. Please elaborate to them what is DR center.
So DR stands for drug resistance, and this is really when patients take the first, the first time they're taking treatment for tuberculosis, and it's generally 6 to 9 months of treatment. For any reason, if they do not complete the full course of treatment, right, there's a possibility that they can go into drug resistance. And drug resistance, requires huge amount of care, requires a lot of resources. It's taxing on the patient, and it's really toxic. And so we try to avoid that situation. Unfortunately, there's also a small percentage of people who primarily get drug resistance. And so drug resistance TB is something that's man-made. It's purely because there's been inadequate support to the TB patients in the first attempt to cure them, that they end up with being drug resistant. And so, we want to ensure that we're able to cut the chain of transmission of the disease in the first instance, and that's how we prevent drug resistance from happening, which is DRTB. And thanks to Dr. Upasana and her team who have taken this on. It's not an easy task. At one time we used to have just barely 50% recovery rate. It's gone up to around 75, 78 now. But it's challenging. It's a long term, and it requires diligence and effort. So it's something that we want to avoid. And through all of your support, I think maybe one more other thing that I can mention here is about workplace policy and workplace interventions that all of you all can look at to be able to diagnose TB early and ensure that they're able to access treatment at the earliest, rather than much shopping with multiple providers before being diagnosed with TB. And that's where we can look at you all as an industry to be able to provide that support. Thank you.
So, मुकेश जी, जैसा आपने कहा कि स्वास्थ्य और समृद्धि एक साथ ही आता है, तो आपने देखा, मैं दोनों अपने स्पीकर्स का धन्यवाद कर रही हूँ, सचदेवा जी का, डॉक्टर रूबिन का भी, कि आपकी नज़रों में स्वास्थ्य और समृद्धि अगर एक साथ आता है तो IACC जैसे हमारी नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर भसीन, आप भी थे शायद, उसमें हमने USAID के साथ एक मीटिंग भी रखी थी जिसमें हमने बहुत सारे पायलट प्रोजेक्ट करने का एक बीड़ा उठाया था। तो आप बताएं कि कैसे हम लोग मिलकर हमारे IACC के तहत कैसे हम इस इनिशिएटिव को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं।
उपासना जी, आपने बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट की तरफ हाईलाइट किया है। हम लोगों ने सुबह जो है इनॉग्रल सेशन में हिज एक्सीलेंसी US एम्बेसडर सर को सुना। उन्होंने सबसे पहला जो पॉइंट बोला था वो क्लाइमेट चेंज का उन्होंने बोला था, और मैं यहाँ पर सबको बताना चाहता हूँ कि डॉक्टर ललित बसीन सर की लीडरशिप में IACC वॉज द फर्स्ट चैम्बर जो UP गवर्नमेंट के साथ क्लाइमेट चेंज का सबसे बड़ा जो क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो पॉलिसी एडवोकेसी थी उस पर IACC इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर था। तो UP गवर्नमेंट की जो प्रो पुअर पॉलिसी है या क्लाइमेट चेंज को लेकर के पॉलिसी है, जो आपने स्वास्थ्य और समृद्धि की बात की, IACC ने हमेशा UP गवर्नमेंट को पिछले 4-5 सालों में बहुत सपोर्ट किया है। तो मैं सुबह US एम्बेसडर सर को सुन रहा था, उन्होंने क्लाइमेट एक्शन की तरफ पॉइंट आउट किया। हम लोगों ने जिस समय प्राइम मिनिस्टर हमारे ग्लासगो गए थे और उन्होंने वहाँ जाकर के क्लाइमेट 2070 तक जो उन्होंने नेट ज़ीरो करने का जो उन्होंने वहाँ पर बात उठाई थी, UP गवर्नमेंट ने प्रो एक्शन लेते हुए फर्स्ट क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो प्रोग्राम किया, जिसमें कैसे जो है इंडस्ट्री से जो कार्बन एमिशन होता है उसको कैसे कंट्रोल किया जाए, कैसे मियावाकीज़ लगाए जाएँ, कैसे प्लांटेशन किया जाए, बहुत सारी चीज़ें। और जहाँ तक अगर हेल्थ सेक्टर की बात है तो आयुष्मान योजना गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की योजना है जो इस समय प्रो पुअर है। आप चूँकि खुद हॉस्पिटल रन करती हैं, आपको पता है कि मुझे याद है एक माइनर कम्युनिटी का फर्स्ट पेशेंट उत्तर प्रदेश में सर्जरी हुई थी, तो जिसको चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफिस से सोशल हैंडल्स पे ट्वीट किया गया था और मुझे बहुत अच्छे से याद है कि वो सर्जरी आपके हॉस्पिटल में हुई थी। तो स्वास्थ्य की समृद्धि और जो आएगी तो उसके लिए IACC जो है वो जितनी भी USAIDs की योजनाएं हैं या US बेस्ड कंपनीज़ को इनवाइट करना है उत्तर प्रदेश में आकर के इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए, या स्टेक होल्डर्स जो कंसल्टेशन मीट है, अगर प्रो पुअर जो है, अगर क्योंकि आयुष्मान योजना में मुझे मालूम है 10-15 दिन में पेमेंट रिएम्बर्समेंट हो जाते हैं, तो बहुत सारी पॉलिसी एडवोकेसी IACC जो है वो एंड बेनिफिशियरी तक ले करके जा सकता है, जहाँ पर IACC का रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है। ओवर टू यू उपासना जी।
So thank you so much because time is over and we have to go for lunch. You have a question, we can talk about your question and I can answer.
In the lunch break, sir.
Okay. Yeah, please बताएं.
So we'll be happy to take questions offline,
Just-
please.
just-
So we'll be happy to take questions offline, please.
हाँ, please बोलें.
Few years only it has increased. In the last few years it has increased. If I am correct, what is the reason for this increase?
Actually, though, that's a layman perception or a commoner perception. अगर आप देखें TB decrease तो हो रहा है, it is not decreasing to the extent which we will desire. So initially we generally measure TB in number of cases per 1 lakh population. So say we had about 250 cases per 1 lakh population 10 years earlier. So we have now about 180 cases per 1 lakh population now. So it's decreasing, but the decrease is not to that extent.
Right.
The way you are saying it is increasing, that's what the most common question, even sometimes in health ministry and people whom we work with used to ask.
Yeah.
When the new diagnostics became available, there was more and rapid and correct diagnosis of TB, specifically drug-resistant TB, which Dr. Ruben was referring, because there was no diagnostic available about 10 or 15 years earlier.
Right.
So when you diagnose something, you say you have TB. Earlier, you were not able to say that you have TB because you were only saying on your clinical hunch
right.
कि हो सकता है इसको TB होगा, तो उसके लिए treat कर रहे हैं. So more and more diagnostic it's more awareness about the diagnosis.
Thank you
so
so very
actually
much for that.
It is not increasing, it is decreasing. Yeah.
Thank you for the question and the responses. But for now, please put your hands together for all our speakers as I now request Dr. Lalit Bhasin to please appreciate their presence, their thoughts. I'd like to request her to present them all with a memento. Let's hear a round of applause as I first request our session chair, Dr. Pasna Arora, to step forward and accept a big thank you from our side. A round of applause from our audience, please. I'd now like to thank Dr. K.S. Sachdeva, requesting you to please give us a moment to thank you. Requesting you all to take center stage as we present you each with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so very much, Mr. Mukesh Singh, for your presence. Thank you, Mr. Mukesh Singh. And of course, a big round of applause as I thank Dr. Ruben Swamikan for being here. Let's hear it up for each of them. Creating the picture perfect moment in a framer for all of you. A group picture, and let me also take this moment by thanking Dr. Bhasin for his kind presence here on stage to appreciate all our speakers. Thank you so very much, sir. I know it's going to be a brief lunch for you all. We have a 30 to 35-minute lunch hour. I look forward to seeing all of you back in the hall at 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. exact. Let's make it a working lunch for our next session on IT and ITES, because we have a lot to catch up on and some very spectacular speakers will be joining us. So once again, requesting you all to please be back in the hall sharp at 2:30 p.m. Thank you. on a special session on IT and ITES, where we will be discussing about AI's transformative role in shaping the future of technology, emerging trends and the ethical considerations. But before I invite our session chair here, I would like to ask, how many of you here happen to love a nice heavy lunch like we just had? How many of you? Can I see a raise of hands, please? Fantastic. And how many of you like a little bit of a nap after your lunch, especially if it's a weekend, which it's not, but how many of you enjoy a nap after lunch? Okay, fantastic. Thank you for your honesty there. Well, what's really going to happen is that our next segment and our next speakers, I think they have the most difficult task, which is to make sure that they share information that's going to have all of you involved and engaged. So may I request everybody to please stand up? Before I introduce our next speakers, I'd like to request all of you all to please stand up, and we're going to have a little bit of fun before I introduce our next session. And this is just to make sure that all of you are at your attentive best, very, very alert, and definitely very, very awake. So requesting all our guests to please stand up, all of you all. Okay, now what we're going to do is, you have 30 seconds to go and get to know 2 new people who you haven't had the chance to meet up till now. You cannot meet anyone sitting on the same table. So you have to go, shake 2 new people's hands, or say namaste if you still are following physical distancing, social distancing. So all you've got to do is say hello, get to know at least 2 more of the peers from the industry. So please go. You have 30 seconds to get to know 2 more people right here. Anybody other than the people on your table, and you come back in 30 seconds, and I'm going to have an interesting giveaway for at least one of you. Okay, time's already ticking, last 10 seconds. So please go say hello to most of our friends from other tables other than your own. And that's it, time's up. Everybody back to their spots, please. Everybody back to their spots, time's up. You all can please take a seat. Everyone back to their stops, and I promise you, I will allow you time for networking a little later. For now, anybody here who can remember the 2 names of people they just met along with their organization? Anyone here? Anybody who can, how about the lady in turquoise, ma'am? I saw you meet 2 people, so let's have you here. Let's see if you recall their names. Trust me, they're going to take it very hard if you don't recall their name, huh? So, everyone back to their spots. All right, please come. Please, all right, first please do introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Mahinur. I'm from Al Alina Frozen Foods. And I got to meet Mr. You're already looking. I forgot, sorry.
So you definitely need the alert test right there. So you go back there, open that mind up, because there's a lot of learning for you and for all of us right here. Talking about how much can we depend on AI, talking about creating that perfect balance between keeping the human touch alive and artificial intelligence is going to be our next set of speakers. Before I introduce you, may I request everyone to please take a seat. The game is now officially over. I see a lot many of you taking full advantage and continuing to network. Requesting you all to please take a seat. And as we get set for this next segment, and as I get set to invite on stage all our panelists, this is my last reminder call to those of you who still happen to be in the pre-function area. Please do join us inside. We are now about to begin with a very interesting session on IT and ITES, where we will be discussing AI's transformative role in shaping the future of technology, the emerging trends and ethical considerations. So everyone at the back end, please do take a seat. We are all set to begin.
Please be seated. Everyone to be seated, please. Any conversation and all you want, you please go outside. Otherwise, everyone should take their seat.
Dr. Bhasin always to my rescue and making my job a lot more easy. And as requested, let's make sure that our focus is completely on the dais and our speakers on the session on IT and ITES. May I request all of you to please put your hands together, as chairing this spectacular session will be Mr. Arun Karna, Managing Director and CEO, AT&T Global Network Services India Private Limited, somebody who's given more than 3 decades of his working life in telecom and the IT industry. So who better than him to weave this segment together? He's also known to mentor young artists and startups in the field, and it is such a pleasure to have him here. He will be introducing all his panelists further else. So may I request all of you to please put your hands together and welcome him.
Thank you, Isha, for 2 things. One is for bringing us alive and for awakening us again. Thank you, Dr. Lalit Bhasin, for reprimanding the class and having everyone focus. So thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed panelists. My name is Arun Karna, and it's my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this thought-provoking session on AI's transformative role in shaping the future of technology, emerging trends, and ethical considerations. Thanks so much for taking time from your super busy schedules to be with us today. We have a coming together of some of the most accomplished experts in the field, and without much ado, it's my pleasure to invite them on the stage. So first begin with our session guest of honor, Mr. Travis Cobley, Trade and Technology Unit Chief from US Embassy. Travis, please. Next up, Ms. Amrita Gangotra, Managing Director, IT Youth Digital Solutions. Welcome, Amrita. Then we have Dr. Lavneesh Chanana, Vice President, Government Affairs, Asia Pacific and Japan, SAP, and he's live with us all the way from Singapore, I think. And if you could bring him on the screen, please. Dr. Lavneesh, welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sunil David, Independent Consultant, Manufacturing and Process Consulting, Frost & Sullivan. Welcome, Sunil. And last but not the least, Mr. Vimal Vanchanda, Chief Operating Officer, Samvardhana Motherson Health Solutions Limited. Welcome, Vimal. Welcome all. And before I turn to our elite panel here, I'll just take 2 quick minutes to set the context for the discussion this afternoon. So artificial intelligence, once a realm of science fiction, has now become an integral part of our lives. I hope you would agree. It is the driving force behind the technological innovations that are reshaping industries, revolutionizing our daily routines, and offering unprecedented opportunities for progress. But to truly understand its impact, we must delve into the emerging trends that are propelling AI forward. So for example, in the realm of business, AI-driven analytics and automation are streamlining operations, optimizing supply chains, and enhancing customer experience. Companies are using AI to gain insights from vast amounts of data, enabling better decision-making and innovation. Now, lately, generative AI has been the buzzword. And what's truly awe-inspiring is the impact it's having on industries across the board. So for example, in the realm of manufacturing and engineering, the integration of generative AI has brought about a revolution. It's coming up with countless design iterations and simulations, resulting in products that are not just efficient, but amazingly creative. Now, while the potential of AI is immense, it brings with it a host of ethical considerations that we must grapple with as we navigate this new technological landscape. One of the primary concerns is data privacy, of course. So we must strike a balance between innovation and safeguarding individuals' privacy. This is where regulatory frameworks like the GDPR and India's own Digital Personal Data Protection Act attain critical importance. Bias in AI algorithms is another significant ethical challenge that has to be dealt with. It is our responsibility to address these biases and ensure that AI serves as a tool for justice and equality. Lastly, I would say that there are concerns about the potential for job displacement due to automation driven by AI, As we embrace these technologies, we must also invest in reskilling and upskilling the workforce to adapt to the changing job landscape. So with that, let me go to the table here and begin with the panel discussion. So, Travis, maybe begin with you. You have a wide and varied portfolio at the US Embassy, which covers not only bilateral trade, but also tech areas such as AI, quantum computing, and advanced telecommunications. In your opinion, how should the governments of US and India collaborate to use AI to enhance cybersecurity? That's one. And what challenges should be considered to secure AI systems in themselves?
Well, first of all, thanks, Arun, and thank you for including me. I think, what'd you call everyone here? A list of foremost experts on this issue? I don't know what the opposite of foremost is, but that would be me. I'm coming at this from a very much policy angle. I don't honestly have a background in information technology or really communications technology. A lot of I've come into this job from the policy side, and it's been really fascinating to me just to, as an outsider, I guess, as someone who didn't really, I've worked on trade issues for a long time, but on these specific issues only for a couple of years now. So it has been really fascinating for me. I very much do feel like an outsider, but having a front row seat to seeing how this kind of the policy develops, how this relationship, the U.S.-India relationship on these issues develops, and I've really much enjoyed it. And this is, I think anybody here, clearly is here for a reason, and I think you're here for the same reasons, is watching this. There's a lot of potential here, and potential for good, potential for bad, and how do we harness that? So to answer your question now, I really, and I'm not saying this because I work for the U.S. Embassy and I'm in India and I have to say good things, but like the U.S. and India working together on AI policy really is, I think, a real force for good in not only this industry but the world. Both the United States and India have real strategic advantages in artificial intelligence, and working together, I think, really makes sense as our two countries, as the two probably leading countries on these issues. So I can't think of any two better, from a policy perspective, I can't think of any two better countries that working together could to take the world forward in a lot of these issues. I've been really surprised just at, so from a policy perspective, government is always lagging behind the industry, behind the technology. It's impossible to keep track, to keep touch with the technology. Technology develops so fast, the policies lag behind. It's just, I think, one of the facts of life. So I was really interested. Recently, the Biden administration has put out like voluntary AI lines of AI effort, and brought a lot of the U.S. technology leaders in to talk about how do we do ethical AI, like how do we develop this industry, what are our guidelines. So I think that has been a real wake-up call as far as like the government, at least the U.S. government, taking the leading, at least discussion on where we should go with this. And then now we can take those guidelines and work with our Indian partners and work even further with how do we work together. And so it's not only a domestic guidelines, but how do we work together to set these guidelines, these goals for the rest of the AI using world.
So I think great point about India and US being natural partners and shaping policies, guidelines, frameworks to address this sort of ever-evolving, ever-growing animal, if I may say so that it is kept in check and within boundaries and for the greater good. So thank you for your opening comments, Travis. Really appreciate those. Amrita, coming to you. You are the MD of a digital solutions company, and also you're a global strategic advisor on 5G, digital, and IT transformation. In your experience, what are the key ways in which AI is currently transforming technology as a whole? And what do you foresee as the most significant future impacts?
Thank you, Arun. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Arun, for inviting me to be part of this panel and for giving me this opportunity to talk about this topic. You know, AI as such, I don't know how many of you may know, but goes back quite many decades ago. So in 1956, actually, AI started getting developed. Now, why are we hearing about it now? And what has changed significantly? I think understanding that is going to tell us a little bit more on how it's going to impact business going forward. So since about, you know, a lot of automation and software over the last few decades have happened. So what's happening with that software is a lot of data is getting generated. And because data is getting generated, you need two things. So you need storage, store the data that is getting generated, records, like you look at Aadhaar, for example, billions and billions of you know, records are getting generated and data is getting generated. You need storage, where earlier we used to store in data centers and now we store in what's called as cloud, right? So there is storage that's happening. And for that data to be accessed, we are trying to get, we need very good connectivity, right? So both of these technologies have really helped in processing the data. And because you're able to process the data, artificial intelligence is about human-like actions of the computer, that therefore now you're going to be able to action or create or benefit from it. So that is why we are seeing now, because when 4G came in and when 5G is come in, and when data is, storage has gone cheaper and cheaper, as you see in your laptops and other places, you get more storage. Even your phones, you get more storage for lesser price, right? So now that we are able to sort of store data and we are able to connect to it so fast, you're able to leverage that data in an automated manner much faster. Now, if you've got such amount of data, there is no way humanly you can process it to create insights and take actions on that. So that's where machine learning and deep learning really comes in. And therefore, you see over the last few years, the aspect of AI becoming so prominent in all businesses. In fact, there is data to say that from 2018-19 till now, the AI usage in businesses has increased by 270%. And by 2027-28, this AI business is going to be about $103 billion market size-wise. So it has a lot of potential for every business. Whichever business you talk about, you're digitizing it, a lot of digital transformation is happening. Therefore, AI plays a critical and fulcrum role in this whole journey as we're going through. Now, there are few use cases, if you see, are applicable in any business. Every business would have a customer. You have to deal with customer relationship. You have to understand how the customer is behaving. How will you create leads? How will you do the marketing? How will you, you know, sort of create insights for its behavior when it's using your products? And how will you give a good experience? All of this, especially in industries like telecom or banking, where there are millions and millions of customers, you cannot in any way give a good service unless you are processing the data that is getting generated using AI. So there are common CRM type of use cases, fraud management, security being a very critical aspect, which is to be applied in every business where you're using this automation and digitization. These are various use cases that you see in any industry that is common across. Then if you talk about specific industries, look at banking, for example, the amount of transactions and the accounting that needs to be done, all of that, the banks are now using AI to sort of get better insights and better actionables. So what happens is, going forward, the businesses are going to change. There are a lot of questions to say, okay, AI is coming and therefore are we going to lose our jobs? What's going to happen? But if you look at even 20 years ago when automation was happening or computerization was happening in banks, you know, especially the public banks, they went on strike to say, you know, we lose jobs. But that's not what happened, right? It is creating more efficiency in the business. It is creating ways of generating more revenues. and it is giving better customer experience, whether it's digital manner of accessing your banking and on the move and so on and so forth. You don't need to go to the branch. So I believe the future of AI is such that if you are able to ethically and properly govern it, which is very, very necessary, and we will be talking about that later, but if you're able to do that, AI is actually going to help the humankind. You know, it's important that we don't create the negative part and use the negative part like morphing of photographs and things like that. Photoshopping, all of those have a negative side. But looking at the positive side, the fact that we can process more data, it is definitely going to help the business. It's going to create more talent in higher data sciences or other ways of doing businesses.
Thank you so much for peeling some of the layers for the audience here. So the sheer availability of data, the ability to store it, to be able to access it with fast connectivity, and the ability to slice it, dice it, and derive actionable insights is what's driving this forward. And no, AI and automation are not job destroyers. If used ethically and in the right direction, they would actually add a lot of value. So thank you for that insight, Amrita. Now, I'll turn to Dr. Chanana. He's been waiting patiently for us. Dr. Chanana, I hope you're there. If you're there, please, you may say hi to us. This is
sure. I'm there.
Yeah, thanks. Dr. Chanana, you are a highly experienced and accomplished leader in government affairs. You've had an exceptional track record of over 28 years in establishing productive relationships with government, regulators, and business leaders in Asia. In your opinion, I have a sort of a two-fold question for you, if I may. So, in your opinion, what role should governments and regulatory bodies play in overseeing AI advancements and setting ethical standards? So that's one part of it. And also as a corollary, from an enablement perspective, what would be your view on creation of a skilling ecosystem for AI through a government-industry partnerships? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ranji, for this question, and thank you for the opportunity to present some views on this evolutionary yet revolutionary topic on AI. Let me answer your question on what role governments can play, maybe in three parts. One, what is so difficult about the policy making on AI, and what are the things that we will need to do to ensure the policy making leads to the kind of a collaborative growth framework that we are looking at. And finally, what can be done? So, taking on from what Amrita said, I think we are moving from the age of digital to being being digitally intelligent. Now, machines are becoming our co-workers from that perspective. So, what's unique about this? That suddenly there is a huge interest in ensuring that policy framework to actually encompass, to actually put this entire thing in a manner that there is an ecosystem of trust, there is an ecosystem that fosters right kind of innovation. One, this phase of evolution is a two-way evolution. The data that I get actually is the basis of the solution that I get. Second, we are moving from the stage of processes consuming data to data defining processes, and that's where the dynamism and that's where the challenge that actually it becomes in now. And all of us sitting here are quite in agreement that AI will be a boost to productivity, and I think one report by Accenture even puts at $957 billion of addition possible to the Indian economy in the next few years. So hence we are looking at the overall aim of creating an ecosystem for AI, which will boost investment in AI research and innovation, and foster the adoption of AI across industries, government, SMEs, and also look at closing the skill gap. Now, from a policy and regulatory ecosystem perspective, I think there is a fine balance that that all of us now need to work on the need to balance the need for data for innovation, data for regulation, and data for development. That's the balancing act that all of us we're doing. At the end, what we are looking at is creating an ecosystem where there is a trust for AI. Now, so how do we do that? I think there are two approaches that are becoming visible. One, creating an AI policy framework in siloed, in isolation as a vertical. Second, I think, which is more desirable probably, is ensuring that the existing policies and existing regulatory frameworks get aligned to the new requirement of AI. The example being, the transport getting aligned to the autonomous cars. Once I have the need to address the existing policy framework. So what do I need to look at in the existing policy framework, or when I'm designing factors like safety, liability, data protection, privacy, the employment, impact, the anti-discrimination, as many would, or any other relevant sectoral. So some of the criteria, some of the conditions for this policy enablement can actually do that. Now, at the same time, when we are talking about policy development, it's very important to distinguish between AI development and AI deployment. Mind you, these two are in need for different, touch points on the policy front. Second, there is also an opportunity to probably look at, the differentiating. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Doctor.
Okay.
Please
So
go
what I
ahead.
was saying is, there is also an opportunity to gain from differentiating between business AI and consumer AI. Now, so and to some, it may appear that business AI is a far lower hanging fruit, because most of the challenges of policy and regulatory framework in B2B applications of AI can actually be addressed through contractual or model engagements that we actually talk about. Second, ideally, and you mentioned about the data frameworks which are now ready, whether it's the GDPR, whether it's the India DPDP. Logically, we should build on this data framework. Now, that will help us in two ways. One, it will foster a higher trust. Second, the training data that all of us are concerned about would actually align to my requirement. In terms of the final point on policy, in terms of the sectoral prioritization, obviously the services sector with a higher component of repetitive tasks, is more prone to getting impacted and more prone to showing value. So there, say example being the public services, and we have seen predictive text analytics and predictive text default applications now coming in, and which are routinely being used in many parts of the world. So from a sectoral prioritization, that's the next part that I wanted to highlight. To answer your point on skilling, I think there is a absolute realization that all of us suffer from the digital talent shortage. Any sector, because and the change of technology could be, the rapid paces of technology could be one reason for that, you may say. Second, the bigger point that I wanted to highlight when it comes to skilling for AI is now digital skilling is no longer a vertical. It's a horizontal which cuts across all sectors. If you just read the future of job reports by World Economic Forum, 75% of businesses, irrespective of their sectors, are looking at big data, cloud, AI adoption. So it's more or less horizontal. And we are already seeing the new roles that are emerging, examples being digital twin engineer, IoT engineer, additive manufacturing specialist, the privacy specialist, and the one more very important area that is emerging in terms of role is the whole linking the digital part to sustainability. Now, we did a study with the BCG and World Economic Forum, and we found out that sustainability applications, whether of digital or AI per se, have the potential of creating new jobs, and 53% of those new jobs will be created in Asia. So, sustainability today, digital offers the role to look at from an impact of responsibility, impact, and opportunity perspective. Now, coming to the skilling specifically for AI, I think there are two dimensions. One, AI for skilling, and second is skilling for AI. Now, when I talk about AI for skilling, obviously I can use AI for skilling, wherein I can do a personalized, curated content. I can monitor my workforce and ensure that the ROI of my learning effort is actually as per my expectation. Second is skilling for AI. I think that's where I would like to club skilling and capacity building. So the STEM foundation, which is the core for us, and leading that to maybe addition of ethics and of AI into the curriculum will actually help. More importantly, I think we also need to talk about not only learning, but unlearning when it comes to AI, and relearning for the existing workforce. That will be, and from that perspective, it also needs to cover the whole area of capacity building of government officials and government stakeholders into the policy making domain, so that the ecosystem can be facilitated. And there is no one stakeholder which will work. These are exciting times. We will see as we work together between government and industry how it unfolds in the next months and years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Channa, for a very comprehensive answer. Interesting points about, striking a fine balance between innovation, regulation, and development. And in terms of the policy frameworks, the development and deployment of AI to be treated slightly differently from a policy framework construction perspective. And great comments on skilling. Digital skilling is a horizontal. I mean, that's quite interesting. And also in terms of specifically AI skilling, AI for skilling and skilling for AI, those two aspects covered so well. So thank you so much for your insights. Dr. Channan, we'll come back to you later in the discussion. Now, moving over to you, Sunil. And first of all, thank you for making it here just in time. I know you had to really rush it here. You are a well-known digital tech consultant. You work very closely with some AI startups, especially with your recent association with T-Hub, the Telangana hub in Hyderabad, one of India's largest under single roof startup incubator. You are a mentor there. So can you please share your experiences and examples of the AI solutions that some of these exciting startups are rustling up and which are creating real business impact?
Thank you, Arun, for that question. And firstly, I would like to thank Arun and the IACC team for inviting me to be part of this forum. I just want to first kind of take off from where Amrita and Dr. Lavnish mentioned. So Amrita talked about how AI has been around for about 5 decades. And now that we're seeing so much of interest, right? I think what we have clearly seen today is that obviously the amount of data that is being generated is humongous. But we are also seeing the level of automation also increasing. And then when you combine that with the fact that sensorization or IoT adoption is slowly picking up, and the focus from the government now to build data centers in India, right? Data centers got infrastructure status last year in the budget, which means that companies now who want to set up data centers would get concessional financing. And then we are also seeing cloud adoption picking up. And then we are seeing the 5G networks rollout happening. So when you kind of combine all this together, that is really giving a big impetus to the use of AI, and use cases are getting democratized. Now, I'm part of the CIA National AI Forum, and just a few days back, we were just generally talking, we had a quarterly meet, and we were talking about 2 important dimensions. What is that we can do to move the needle as far as increasing AI adoption in India? Adoption in India is still low. There is definitely a potential to grow. And I just wanted to call out a few numbers also here. So Amrita gave some numbers. So I think it can add about $500 billion to India's GDP in the next 2 years, maybe 15 trillion to the global GDP by 2030. NASSCOM report says that You'll need 1 million data science professionals in the next 7 years. So huge opportunity for graduates who really want to embark on a career in AI. But coming back to what we discussed in the CIA AI forum a few days back, MSME adoption of AI is very, very low today, right? So that has to increase, and you would all know that MSMEs today are the backbone of India's economy, contributing almost 30% to our GDP. Secondly, the startup ecosystem. We are about 3,000 plus startups in India. And last year you would be aware, and even this year, funding was a challenge. And not all of these startups are really doing well. And I just wanted to take the example of 4 startups, and Arun, I promise you within the time that you've given me, I'll very quickly cover some of the great work these startups are doing. I wanted to first talk about a startup called Detect Technologies, which was incubated out of IIT Madras 7 years back. And they're trying to solve problems for oil and gas companies, industrial IoT use case. You have all these pipelines which are going. What they do is they built a solution called GUMPS, Guided Ultrasonic Monitoring for Pipeline Systems. One big challenge that most of these companies face, especially in the oil and gas, is pipeline leakages, right? So they are addressing 2 important issues. So one is process risk, because if you have a leakage that impacts the whole process. Second thing is, if there's a leakage, it might even be a safety issue. So they're addressing both these, and they built this whole solution. I'm not going to go into the details of this, but they built this solution which is solving this major challenge. Some of the big names who are their customers are Vedanta, Adani, Shell. Last year they got about $45 million of funding, and they are on the growth path. They have about 25 patents to their name. They are present in about 8 countries. The second example which I like to call out is a company called Entropic. This was featured in the Forbes India July edition, which was completely AI focused. And this is addressing the FMCG segment. Now, if you just look at how customer surveys are done, when you're trying to gauge or to measure consumer behavior and what's market share of each of the FMCG brands, it's a combination of interviews. You might even send, you do online surveys and so on. They've kind of automated that whole process. So what they've done is they're using a combination of facial encoding, eye tracking, and voice AI. They're using all this to be able to give better actionable insights to all the FMCG brands so that they can do a lot more targeted advertising. And brands like P&G, Nestle have started using this. The business impact was that 4 times increase in actionable insights. Okay, and this company again have got about 17 patents. 70% of the revenues are coming from the US. They're also making some inroads in India. But this is really a very good solution targeting FMCG. The third one I wanted to call out is a company called Mylan Foundry. This is started by the former CTO of Tata Group, Gopichand Katragada, well-known industry leader. He started this company called Mylan Foundry, and they are addressing a problem in the media and entertainment segment. Now, in a lot of parts of India, connectivity is still patchy, and especially when you're trying to send video or record video, you're doing it in standard definition. They've actually built an AI-based video platform which can actually convert standard definition into high definition. And this actually saves a lot of bandwidth. So they have an AI-based edge solution which is doing this. Their revenues have crossed more than $1 million, and they are on the growth path. The last example which I wanted to highlight is a company called Panoplia. I had a chance to meet the founder of this company just a month back. Her name is Pratyusha. And she's trying to address a problem in the cybersecurity space, okay? And she's found, the product is called AI Kavach, using AI and Kavach as, a shield, to shielding people from all the cyber threats. So whether you look at trying to when you look at consumers accessing fraudulent websites or spam messages or spam calls, they're actually fusing AI into an app, which is right now available on Android, that is actually preventing gullible consumers from falling prey. Right? And they've already, in about a couple of months, they got about 30,000 downloads. They are actually getting revenue, and they are actually working with T-Hub now to get extra funding so that they can now take this product globally. So I just wanted to call out these 4 examples covering up these industries, Arun.
This was really fascinating, Sunil, and thank you for giving us a glimpse of some of the amazing, bleeding edge work that the Indian startups are doing in this highly specialized space, and it's heartening to see that the Indian startup system is really vibrant and growing. And Thank you for mentoring them as well, Sunil. So coming to you, Vimal, you've been the COO at Samvardhana Motherson Health Solution Limited for about 5 years now. You pretty much built the business from scratch. You've been with the group for more than 30 years, working in the automotive sector as well, and you set up the health solutions business. So can you share examples of AI applications that have the potential to revolutionize the automotive as well as the healthcare sectors in particular?
Sure, thank you, Arun. Before I answer this question, right, I think there's a lot of information which came from the panel member, and audience is also very, supportive in not asking things. But I think we all must have seen the movie Chak De India, correct? And Chak De India, if you remember the last penalty stroke where the coach Kabir Khan is trying to look at the player who's supposed to hit the goal. And that player he's watching the leg movement, the face of the hockey, and he's trying to see whether she will hit left or she will hit right. And then he tries to do all the permutation combination. It's no, she will hit straight. And then she calls on with telepathy to the goalkeeper, Vidya, look at me. And said, stay, because she's going to hit you straight. So what did Kabir Khan do? Kabir Khan used the data of his experience in all such penalty strokes, which would have happened before, to compute and predict where that goal will happen. Right? So that's all about AI. So when we are using AI today, it's all about predicting or trying to do something which is supported by the data that we have. So as Amrita ma'am spoke about that, data storage and all those things. So in healthcare vertical, in any of these areas, so when we talk about 1950s, I think the computer-aided decision support system for healthcare started then. I mean, way back, before even manufacturing industry 4.0 started. But to really come up and do some kind of an prediction or computer-aided decision making, there is a lot of data which is required to read these patterns, to read these permutation combinations, things like that. That's how the story begins. Right? That's where today, when we have so much of information available, is where how we are now using it to our benefit. Taking an example, now there are specific technology leaders who are working in areas like cancer, and they are trying to even reach to a level where for specific cancers, they can predict up to an accuracy of 90% plus, right? So where this is coming from, all the reports, test reports, the health records that we have, the various genes or the information as an individual I have, those data when they collected from a demography perspective, from the lifestyle perspective, they are able to come to that level, right? So even today, you and me, even if we are living in the same city, we may be carrying a very different background, genes, lifestyle, food habits, and all those stuffs. So why is that same medicine will give us same effectiveness to you as to me? Might not be. So that's where the industry is moving towards personalized medicines also, personalized therapies also. Because it is more information is coming up to us, and we are able to really pen down what works best for you. It may not work best for the other person, but this may work best for you. So there are numerous use cases today which are being worked out. We are moving out from generics to specifics to even personalized medicines today, even from the clinical trial perspective. So if some new drug discovery is happening, the amount of data that the AI can generate and give to the scientists, the time saving which is there, which is turning around the launch time, it's great. So it's been into the industry, and if we talk about automotive or manufacturing areas, we all are looking at autonomous cars, right? So autonomous cars, they will take their own decision, turn left and right. So that's one part. We all look at. You use Google Maps every day, and it tells you that don't go this, go there, because that will save you X minutes faster. What is it? It's all about AI. So in manufacturing also, we are using it as a tool for operation excellence. We are using it as a tool for our inventory reduction. We are using it as a tool for improving the supply chain. We can use today the information from any machine to even predict when the machine will fail. And it's no rocket science today, it's been used practically. So prediction models are coming more and more into use. The auto heals are coming more and more into use, wherein the machine will automatically stop or take the parameters ups and downs depending upon the vitals of the machine by themselves. But end of the day, it is all talking about taking data, using the right algorithms, understanding the patterns, and putting those things into place. So that's in brief, sir.
Extremely interesting. We had heard of personalization and hyper-personalization in the retail space, in the services space, but personalization in the medicinal space, I think, we should have thought of it earlier, right? I mean, that's the most personal that you could ever get. So quite interesting that, advancements are being made in that area. And of course, in terms of the automotive, especially with the manufacturing, the shop floor excellence, the operational excellence on the shop floor, and predictive maintenance, which make sure that the efficiencies go up and the cost stays down. So who better than yourself to comment on that? So thank you for those insights. So, that was the end of round one. And round two is actually a common question across the table. And that's to do with, again, we are back to the question of ethics in AI. And maybe again begin with you, Travis. So and this is a common question to all the panels, so we want to bring out all the various aspects and different opinions on the subject. The question is, in the area of AI ethics, what according to you is the most pressing ethical dilemma posed by AI, and how can we address the same to strike a balance between innovation and safeguarding human rights and privacy? Travis, maybe begin with you.
Such a simple question. Thank you, Arun. So, again, as someone looking at this from a layman's perspective, one of the things I can't help but compare the rise of AI technology to other things that I've witnessed in my lifetime, whether that's the rise of the information revolution, whether it's the internet, like for the internet, for example. And one of the things I keep thinking about is that at least, like everyone has a smartphone nowadays. I think probably everyone has a smartphone, right? But if you didn't want that smartphone, you don't have to have the smartphone, right? Like there are still phones out there that aren't smartphones, so you could just get a regular phone and keep that in your pocket if you need a phone. And I know people who do, like they don't want to deal with it, okay? And even in the early days of the internet, online was a place where you had to go, right? Like you get on your modem, fire it up, beep, beep, right? Like so, like you would go to the web. The web was a place you had to go there, and if you didn't want to go on the web, you didn't have to. It was, remember, like we even had U.S. senators, right? It was like the internet is a series of tubes, and like they're just not. Like, it was just not understood, but it didn't need to be if you didn't use it. So at least now, I think it's unavoidable, but at least in the early days of internet adoption, if you didn't want to adopt the internet, you didn't have to. But with AI technology, like you don't have a choice. We have already used it. You probably use it every day and you don't even realize it. And like, so this, I don't know, I guess as this idiom, like the horse is already out of that barn, right? Like you're not putting it back in, like it's gone. So again, as I said in the last round, policy is always trying to keep up with the technology. But at least with some of these other information technologies, we've had, I know it's advanced quickly, but there has been a lag time. There has been an adoption time. In this case, there is, like, we don't have that luxury. We're there. Now, every time I use my bank's automated system and get frustrated, I realize that we still have a long ways to go in a lot of different areas, but AI is here, we're using it, and we don't have it. We don't do less, okay, like a lot of that's going to get sorted out over time.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. So that's, we have some AI music generation going on here. Yeah, thanks. So a lot of that is going to get sorted out in the policy making process. So what I think, at least from where the U.S. and India can really focus on, is getting those guardrails in place, the higher level stuff. I mean, yeah, we can argue about things like data protection, about privacy. Okay, very important, but at the end of the day, those are policy choices. But right now, like talking about ethics is, how can we work together to set those, the big standards, the big issues? How do we like, we need to focus on, like first we can work together bilaterally, and then like let's work together in a more international setting, you know, like looking at this over the next decades. Like how do we get these guardrails in place so that we have a nice framework, a ethical framework that we can build upon to then fill out the rest of those questions.
Interesting. Amrita, your reactions?
Yeah, I was just thinking, you know, if you treat AI like a child, a newborn child, when a child grows up or is growing up, you teach the child about human values, about what is ethical and what is not, what is right and what is wrong, right? A lot of you would be using, say, Alexa. Now, when you're asking a question to Alexa and the answer comes back wrong, you're really frustrated and you're really angry with that machine over there. But the more you ask questions or the more you teach the machine, it becomes better and better. So in fact, governing the thing that we are creating, which is AI, is extremely important. And some of the things beyond, you know, data privacy is definitely important, security is definitely important. But if you look at the AI technology itself, because we said it's like human-like thinking is what is being brought in, actionables are being brought in. So the actionables or the insights that it gets and the action it takes needs to be ethical, needs to be transparent, needs to be fair, and needs to be unbiased, and needs to fit into the culture of the country that it is operating within. So the framework that people are talking about have to have these aspects of unbiasedness, of fairness, of fitting into the culture and taking actions accordingly. Like in human beings also, I mean, what is acceptable maybe in one country is not acceptable culturally in another country. Now the same machine, if you put it in one country, would be giving you theoretically a wrong ethical answer to it. So that is what we need as the governing piece. And today you see so many shocking news about photographs being morphed, fake voices happening, fraud happening because of, you know, fake transactions and so on and so forth. All this is happening because we don't necessarily or haven't yet evolved the governance process of AI. And that's the most pressing need of today.
Very succinctly stated. And Dr. Chandra, if I may turn to you, if you're, hopefully you're there. But very quickly, we've got like 3 minutes to go, so maybe 1 minute each. Dr. Chandra, your impressions on the question. Maybe we have lost contact with him, so maybe we'll come back to him. But meanwhile, Vimal, your impressions.
Sure, I think most of the things got covered by Amrita. I'll just take 2 examples. So recently, one of the navigation company was taken to the court because the route that it was being suggested by the navigation app took it to a bridge, and the bridge wasn't there, and there was an accident. Now, the thing is that if an AI is giving you an outcome, who's taking the accountability of what is coming out? I think that's one of the area which is still open or still needs to be tied together, because that's where, because even if you look at from a healthcare point of view, even if there's a decision support which is happening from the AI, the surgeon or the practitioner has to sign, yes, I agree to what it is saying, so that, you know, it can be practiced. So accountability is one aspect that needs to be brought in. The second thing, you know, again, as ma'am talked about, you have to teach as a baby, right things. So data is coming from big data. Big data is all the data which is across the globe. This system will, call for this data, and whatever is received, it will compute. So it's all about garbage in, garbage out. So there was another use case where in a court, a case was built, and he used the open AIs which are available to find out some of these similar use cases, right? And it came up with two such examples which never existed. They were inner stories, right? So even the authenticity of data is very much important to be looked at.
We are nearly out of time. Sunil, you have the last word on it.
Okay, I think two things. One is, I think, algorithmic bias, especially when you're training AI models, that's one issue which definitely has to be addressed. And secondly is the whole explainability of AI. How has AI arrived at a decision? I think those are two important dimensions.
Thank you. I think we've sort of run out of time here. Sorry. So we can catch up on some of these conversations later, but thank you all for being such patient listeners, and we can always get interactive off the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Karna. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome and present to you Dr. Lalit Bhasin and Mr. Kamal Vora to please join us on stage and present a token of our appreciation, the memento to each of our speakers. We shall be starting by thanking our panel chair. So may I request all of you to please put your hands together as we take a moment and thank him for joining us and for putting together this segment. It's very difficult to have a session right after lunch. And I must say, everybody was fully on to each and every word that you all were saying. So thank you so very much. Taking a moment and thanking Mr. Arun Karna for joining us as the session chair. Thank you so very much. May I now request Ms. Amrita Gangotra to please step forward and allow us a moment to thank her, ma'am. It's always nice to hear an applause from our audience. You're very kind. Thank you. Mr. Sunil David, thank you so very much, sir, for joining us. It's been a pleasure listening in. Let's put our hands together for him. Of course, a big thank you to Dr. Lavneesh Chanana, who could join us virtually. We will be sending your plaque to your office. And may I thank Mr. Vimal Manchanda, requesting our audience to please put their hands together. And of course, a big thank you to our guest of honor for this segment, Mr. Travis Coberly. Thank you so very much, sir, for joining us. Thank you, so very kind of you. Appreciate your presence. And may I request all of you to please step forward. Allow us a moment to have a group picture as I once again thank Dr. Chanana for his presence. Thank you, sir, for your time and for joining us virtually. So, sir, let me also tell you, you're part of this group picture. We have you up on the screen, and we'd really like to take this moment and thank all of you all for joining us. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bhasin. Thank you, Mr. Vora, for joining us on stage. We are now all set for our next session, which has a lot to do with agro and food processing, something that India has many more opportunities to explore on. And as we get set for this segment, I'd like for all of you to please bear with us as we set our stage. I would also encourage all of you to take pictures, post them online. Do remember to tag us right here at Indo-American Chamber of Commerce at the 20th Indo-US Economic Summit with an all-new theme of sharing ideas and potential for a sustainable partnership between India and the US for the next 25 years. Right here at the summit, where our endeavor is to touch upon every industry possible, at least some of the segments which we feel that can add a lot of value right here, and that is what takes us to our next session and segment on agro and food processing. Chairing this session will be Mr. Jasmohan Singh, Chairman, Agro and Food Processing Committee, IACC, NIC, Executive Council Member, IACC, and Managing Director, Frick India Limited. May I request all of you to please put your hands together, as you're well aware that the company, which was incorporated way back in 1962, designs, manufactures, and installs industrial refrigeration equipment in both the food and process industries, and we have seen him transform the industries, bring about new technologies to Frick India. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as I present to you Mr. Jasmohan Singh. Let's hear a round of applause, please, as I also request the kind presence of each of our panel members joining in. We have Mr. Joydeep Kalra, Director, GD Foods Manufacturing India Private Limited. I'd like to present to you Mr. Kalra right here on stage. May I also welcome Mr. Sachin Sharma, Vice President and Head Agri and Dairy Business, ITC Limited. Let's hear applauses in the house as each of them step forward. May I welcome Ms. Pallavi Upadhyay, Co-founder and Managing Director, Sakala Nutrition Private Limited. A round of applause as for this segment, our guest of honor, Dr. Tarun Bajaj, Director, Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, joins us here on stage. A warm welcome to each of our speakers. May I request all of you all to please take a seat as we look forward to 50 minutes of discussion time right here. Over to you, Mr. Singh.
Okay, sir. First of all, very warm welcome to all our viewers here, our very honorable people on the dais, Dr. Nitin Seth, Mr. Sachin Sharma, Ms. Pallavi Upadhyay, and a guest of honor, Dr. Tarun from APIDA, Director APIDA. Right after IT, food seems to be a little backward topic to talk about, but that's not true, because food is actually one of the major ingredients of our life, and we are always open to higher technologies to try to see how the food can be saved, how it can be processed, and how it can be grown using less power, less energy, less water. So that is always has been an ongoing process for not just now, but for like hundreds of years. So at this stage, having food as such a wide topic, we can talk about a lot of things. We can talk about dairy, we can talk about food grains, we can talk a lot of things. But the topic that, because we have a very small amount of time, the topic that we would like to choose is millets. As you know, that this is 2023 is the International Year of Millets in the UN. Millets has been a very old crop of and has been and is still constitutes a very large portion of the Indian diet. Given that things like rice and wheat are overgrown and can damage the soil and maybe sometimes even the health, millets is largely underrated and has not really found its place in the sun, considering that it is such a vital crop and uses very less water and can be grown in pretty much dry areas. And so our panel here is, I would like to ask them a few things, and they can how we can increase the millet consumption, the millet growth, the millet productivity, so as to balance it with rice and wheat in our diets. And I mean, I'm not going to take up like too much of time. I would just ask that each speaker can give their viewpoints, and some of the things on the viewpoints is that why is the farmer not choosing to grow millets when actually it will consume less and it's much more hardier to store? And so why is it that wheat and rice are still the preferred crops? And like number two, what are the kind of incentives that the farmers can expect if they even try out, and what are the risks? And what would maybe what would you like to see going? I mean, in the significant year of the international year of 2023 of this particular crop. And just in case some of you don't know what the things are, millets are, there are things like bajra, there are things like ragi. These are very important crops which are grown in most parts of North India where the water is less. So first I would ask like Dr. Seth, who's the Vice Chairman of GD Foods. So if he can give his viewpoint on these and what he would like to see specifically, sir.
Greetings everybody. First of all, I'd like to clarify, my name is Joydeep Kalra. I am a director on board of GD Foods. Mr. Seth unfortunately took sick at the last moment, so he couldn't join in. So I'm trying to kind of fill in for him.
Yeah,
I have
okay.
a couple of
I'm
notes
sorry.
from his
I had
desk. No,
not
that's
met you.
okay. That's okay. Not your fault. So I have a couple of notes which I am going to be referring to. So please don't mind me referring to these notes. As far as why the farmers are not growing, first of all, do we all understand what millets are? You try to explain, sir. Do we all know what millets are? How many of us do not know what millets are? कोई ऐसे हैं audience में जिनको नहीं पता है millets क्या हैं तो please बताएं. Sure, perfect. So I think we have about 43 minutes and so 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll probably try and divide time between all of us. So referring to my notes again, first of all, I'm happy to join you all here today. And I'm grateful to IACC for giving us this platform to discuss such an important issue like millets. Now, what are millets? Millets are a new buzzword. No, actually, they are not new. Millets have been a part of Indian diet since about 5,000 years. That's surprising. 5,000 years. And even I was not aware when I was preparing for this particular session a little while ago. I was not aware. So we do have references in the Vedas about millets. So, kya hai millets? Millets are basically crops like jowar, bajra and ragi, which have been very prevalent in Indian diets over these years. And these are the major ones. There are some minor ones as well, which are like barnyard millet, proso millet, foxtail millet, kodo millet. In fact, ये नाम मैंने भी नहीं सुने थे. I hope we are okay with a mix of English and Hindi. Okay, it helps us connect better. So ये कुछ ऐसे नाम हैं जो मैंने भी नहीं सुने हुए थे. Now, these crops are wonder crops. Why are these crops wonder crops? Because इनको उगाने के लिए हमको बहुत कम पानी चाहिए. A lot of us would be surprised to know the fact that 1 kg of rice requires, rice or wheat for that matter, requires 5,000 liters of water. 5,000 liter, 1 kilo. And to grow one of these crops, bajra, jowar, etc., you just need about 500 liters of water. That's an amazing comparison between the two. Still, our farmers are not choosing to grow these crops. We need to understand and address the reason why. Going on further, millets are very easy to harvest as they are kind of rain-fed and not completely dependent upon irrigation systems. आपने देखा होगा राइस की खेती जब होती है तो राइस में there are men and women who stand in paddy fields. They are full of water. So ऐसा इसको कुछ नहीं चाहिए. It is very less dependent upon the kind of irrigation systems that are required for your traditional crops. Millets are now being highly recognized as a superfood. Why? So there are various reasons. Because they have excellent health and wellness attributes. They are highly nutritious, they are rich in antioxidants, they are gluten-free, they kind of have a very good amount of protein in them. Though the quality of protein that are contained in millets is not as good as soya. So now we all understand soya US mein kafi hota hai, so that's one area wherein we can look at collaboration with the US authorities on working with a good protein delivery when combined with Indian millets. Soya input could make it far more nutritious than what it is right now. So thanks to the efforts of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Modi ji, there is a lot of focus, and as Mr. Singh also said, this is the year of the millets. Now, there are certain coveted institutes like Indian Institute of Millet Research, National Institute of Nutrition, CFTRI, yani ki Central Food Technological Research Institute, FSI, which say that consumption of millets may prevent chronic, non-communicable diseases like heart disease and diabetes, and can actually help improve gastrointestinal function and colon health. So सीधे सीधे नज़र आता है कि हार्ट डिजीज़ और जो लाइफस्टाइल डिजीज़ हैं जैसे कि डायबिटीज़, उनको ये अवॉइड करने में या उनको जूझने में, हैंडल करने में हमारी हेल्प कर सकता है. So these are certain things which are not known to the general public. I'm sure a lot of people here sitting in this audience, August audience, probably did not know all of this. So this is what exactly needs to be done. While the government is working really hard, I would say that there really needs to be a more push in terms of educating our audiences and housewives and consumers that millets are really the superfoods, and they can actually replace our usual staple diets like wheat and rice. So combining millets with good protein sources like soya protein, as I said, can greatly enhance millet-based products' protein quality. While millets are a potential resource for our future food and nutrition security, they have an immense potential to address the agricultural and environmental problems. Now, as we know, a lot of places have water scarcity. These crops are so resilient, that they do not even require a lot of fertilizer and chemical pesticides, etc., which again helps to save money for the farmer, and they can actually get more from less. By sowing these crops, they can actually get more from less. Beyond that, many innovative processed foods nowadays, like there are many foods which are ready to consume. There are millet wafers for the kids, there are millet pappers, there are millet pancakes, and similar things which are now in prevalence, which can actually help mothers introduce these foods as superfoods to their kids. So these are no longer referred to as orphan crops. Now they are being referred to as nutri-cereals because of their nutritional value. So these were a couple of points which I thought I should share with you all. Now, why are the farmers not sowing these crops? I guess since there is not enough demand in the market, sir, that's the reason why there is lack of awareness and farmers are not doing much about this. So the government needs to really get into it, and probably Dr. Tarun Bajaj here can help understand how the government can function and probably promote the crops. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jaideep. I would now like to call upon our chief guest, and since we have heard so much as to why the farmers are not going to go. Normally, farmers are pretty smart, because farmers know what to grow, which will get them break-even prices, and and what actually not to grow. But still, we find, sir, that only 16 to 18% of the Indian land which is plowed is planted with these, and it constitutes only 6% of the total output of whatever we make. Like in your view, sir, why is it so low, and what are the incentives? What are the actions that APIDA is going ahead and doing so that more and more farmers will actually grow the millet based upon the consumption of because there is a trend that says it's a poor man's food, and what would you say to that also?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Actually, what we are talking is little past story. We have traveled a lot as far as this millet is concerned. 2018 was International Indian Year of Millet. So the millet buzz started from 2018 when India, because we approached FAO to declare millet as international year in 2018, but that time the year was not vacant. So that's why 2023 was given to us internationally, but in India we celebrated 2018 as Indian year for millet. If you travel to southern part of India, Karnataka, Andhra, Telangana, Maharashtra, some parts in northeastern, Uttarakhand, now this millet is known to them, is part of their palate. The millet, as he said, there are around 10 to 15 types of millet. Jawar, bajra, ragi, like millet, pearl millet, sorghum, ragi. Then there are other millets also, buckwheat, which we also been eating, kuttu ka atta jisko bolte hain, that is also millet. So now in northeastern and Uttarakhand, they eat buckwheat as part of their regular meal. Since 2018, the things have started increasing. But of course, it did not increase at that pace which we wanted. With declaring of 2023 as International Year of Millet, and of course, as he said, our Honorable Prime Minister took the lead internationally, and we made sure that this is made popular not only in India but internationally also. Before that, you are right. The graph was like this. It has flat. The farmers were not growing much of the millet. They were shifting their crop to other more cash crops. Of course, they are reasonable because they want to go to other cash crops which they can give them more money. So they were shifting and the graph was flat. But now the trend is changing. The farmers are now shifting again to millets. They have started increasing because they are seeing more and more demand. So the answer to your point is that when the demand is generated, then the supply side is also supporting and also increasing. Earlier we were focusing more on the supply side and there was no demand. Then, there is a frustration on the seller. I'm growing, I'm selling, and there is no one to buy. More and more demand is coming up, and then now they are starting and thinking and shifting to it. How come the demand has come? The demand, the first thing, most important thing is, it has been made in a way that now people can consume in any way you want it. Now we have 500 products of millet. You name the product. It is available with millet or millet mix. What you eat every day in our Indian food, chapati, of course we have it. All we can eat ragi chapatis or jawar chapati and bajra roti also. What we eat is bread. Now the bread is available, millet bread. All our foods which generally children eat, noodles, pasta, pizza base, all these are available. Pancake, as he mentioned. Breakfast cereal is, of course, very dominating now. Breakfast cereal is there, which people are now preferring, especially muesli. Muesli either millet based or millet mix. Just now I got a call few days back only from Tata's, and ITC also are there, that Tata's and ITC both, they are launching their breakfast cereals in one of the leading stores of the world. Last week only, Tata's have launched their breakfast cereal millet mix, muesli, in around 200 stores in UK. They have done a tie-up with one of the leading chains. And then, of course, they're expanding to US, to other parts of the world also. Similarly, ITC also and other Nestle, and they are also coming up in a big way. Now the demand of this product is created. People have started. When it was a poor man's food, as now becoming a fashion statement which wanted to happen it. Millet, as he mentioned, is a superfood, good for our health, and good for the farmers, good for the planet. This is going to change the world. One thing also very important. You know, there is over pressure on wheat, rice, and of course the third, maize. These three are, there is over pressure, 8 billion, 9 billion, and of course we are not talking 10 billion population of the world. You see, we have banned wheat exports, India. 3 months back, we banned our rice, non-basmati rice. We have imposed 20% duty on parboiled rice. We even introduced price check on basmati rice also. Because we are now first taking care of our country's requirement, and then only we can think of exports. World is over dependent on these three crops. So there is a need to have additional staple food items, and millet can definitely supplement it and complement in this way. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your views and for the news. I mean, I'm sure you are right at the center right now. And so maybe if we have time, we would we would ask our guests. Maybe they want to ask you something, so we'll try to save some time for that, since you are the most. So, ma'am, I would like to now come this thing. There's a talk that why I'm asking you, because this thing there is a talk that millets also has some ingredients that are not make it slow to digest, and maybe you don't absorb as much as you absorb in wheat or this thing, in spite of all the good parts. Like, what is your view on that? I mean, what is that your view as to why such a news would come out?
Thank you so much, and thank you, esteemed speakers before me, for sharing their perspective on millets. My name is Pallavi, and I'm the founder of a brand called Millets for Health. We have been working on millets since 2016, and we are connected on the ground with about 14,000 farmers in 2 states of India, in the Bundelkhand region in Uttar Pradesh and in the Rayalaseema region in Andhra Pradesh. So these are 2 very dry areas that we are working in, dry and drought prone. And we are closely connected to the issues on the ground as well. So I know, sir, you've asked me a very different sort of question, but if permitted, I would also like to address some other aspects. First, I will just try to address what you have asked me. So there is a lot of talk about digestibility issues and other issues. With millets, the thing is, we need to understand that, at least in some parts of the country, specifically in the northern parts of the country, we've completely forgotten how to consume them. I think 1 or 2 generations have just literally, we've not eaten millets at all. Maybe we know of jowar and bajra, but I think they've been consumed very, very sporadically, maybe once a year or something. That's how people have consumed it. So we've sort of forgotten how to consume the millets, how to treat them. If we want to make roti, we don't understand how much quantity to eat. If you eat a bajra ki roti, then maybe 1 is enough for you as compared to 3 wheat rotis that you eat. So some of those things I think people don't understand in terms of consumption patterns. But the good news is that, like sir was saying, Dr. Bajaj was saying, there are wonderful products now available which have made consumption of millet much easier. So we have sprouted flours available in the market, sprouted jawar and sprouted ragi available in the market. As a brand, we do these 2 things. We have products which are, we have millet in the poha form, so it's already partly processed, so it's easier to digest. And apart from that, there's a whole range of options available. As a brand, we do around 70 products. So we have like millets in the form of bread and, atta and suji and, various different forms. And more than the negative news that has been spreading. I know there's also a lot of rumors and misnomers, and I think the government is working on that. We as a brand are working on awareness because people don't know, so we need to work doubly hard to ensure that people come to know about it. So I think just as Sir was saying, that this is something which is good for the farmer, good for the planet, for various reasons. You know, they are low input crops. They don't need fertilizers and pesticides. Rice, which takes so much water, millets don't take that much water. So even if we're looking at in terms of export, we're not really exporting our water, right? If we're like focusing on export of millets. So there is a lot of that, and we need to, as consumers, I keep telling people that we need to understand when something is good for us, and if there's something that we can eat which can make an impact to the farmer's life, to the environment, and to my own health, then that's a very strong case for including it in my diet, and I think we all need to make the effort to understand it. Apart from that, we were just having a discussion on the barriers for farmers, why they may or may not be growing it. And I think I'll just take it forward from what Sir has said, because he already covered that we've come a long way from where it was, say, 5 years ago. And see, as a brand, we have seen the transition because we started in 2016 and we had to work very hard on the ground to literally generate demand. We've gone to farmers markets and made cooked food available to people and made them understand. We've done a lot of that work. But there is a change now. With the change, there is increased demand, and now the farmer wants to grow. There is a demand for seeds. This year, I think, we fell short of supply of seeds also in many areas. So now I think the barriers are different now. We need to make good quality seed available to farmers, which is very critical. We need to understand the demand, what the farmers are demanding, what they want to grow, and how much seed production needs to happen. And I think a lot of proactive work is already happening with various government agencies on that front. Also processing. So the South has a very strong ecosystem of millet processing, where processing centers, you know, so the smaller millets, ragi, bajra and jawar are very easy to process. But the smaller millets like foxtail, kodo, little, they need to be dehulled. So we need to remove the outer skin, much like, you know, paddy rice, so that we can get to what is inside, because we can't digest the outer part. So the South has a very vibrant ecosystem in terms of processing units and processing centers, all of that. And so that has really helped in terms of farmers also growing more and more. In the North, we're seeing a little less of that. So I think more processing hubs, primary processing hubs for minor millets need to be set up, and that will really add value to the whole chain. And how it is an incentive for farmers, it requires no input. So they can grow it in soils which don't grow other things, in poor soils, soils which are not being utilized otherwise. Millets can grow and thrive very easily in such kind of soils as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And it's I think, very, very heartening to know that there are many more health benefits. Maybe some sort of publicity is there for other parties that want to use other products, so they will write something bad about something without even trying it. That could also be one of the reasons. So, sir, from your point of view, being the head of a very large organization, what would you like to see from the point of view of having the farmers grow more millet? What are the problems you face with this crop versus the other crops that you use? And what is the export potential of India becoming a major millet producer in the world, of both the millet seed as well as the millet foods that have been made with the millet seed?
Thank you very much. So I think a lot of relevant points have already been talked about. First I will talk about more about the farmer perspective. So millets, if you see the reason of less adoption or gradually area came down and it is started picking up again now. So it was also interlinked with the market demand and also the farmer incomes. So somebody has rightly said that farmer, decision making, say thoughts are very sharp commercially, and somehow the per acre incomes from millets have been lower, and the other alternatives, paddy and wheat and other commercial crops gave higher say per acre income. So therefore farmers shifted towards that. This was also been linked with the new varieties which got developed in say crops like wheat or rice during the green revolution. These varieties were much more higher yielding, much more responsive for fertilizer and irrigation. And if you see the irrigated area in different states of India has also rapidly increased. So therefore adoption of these varieties and backed by say procurement for food, national food security and so on and so forth. So there was a good ecosystem for those crops in terms of better demand, high yielding varieties, good cultivation practices, more productivity, and therefore there was a shift. Now if you look at some of those challenges which led millet to get marginalized and now needs to be addressed. So first is the varieties. Today still the varieties which are high yielding and the varieties which are local specific are limited. In the crops wherein varieties have got transformed, like hybrids in pearl millet, have seen a lot of success in increasing productivity and adoption. For example, in India 40% of the total millet production is of bajra or pearl millet. So bajra has different hybrid varieties, and farmer productivity was on the higher side, while in minor millets or many other millets there has been a challenge of quality varieties. This is one area which needs to be addressed. A lot of work has started happening and much more work needs to be done. Also the varieties which can be process oriented or maybe export oriented, that's another area which needs to be focused so that they can connect to the right demand. Next has been the seed source. So even today we have done extensive survey and we have been working in millets from last more than 10 years with farmers in different states. The source of seed has been not authentic for farmers. It is more homegrown seed or seeds they are getting from other sources. So a credible source of a good seed company, public sector, private sector, has been a challenge, and that's where we started one of the concept of creating a seed bank to address this issue. But this remains another big challenge largely. Next is right package of practices and productivity. If you do farming right with right varieties, our experiments with farmers have seen that you can actually increase yield significantly. Crops like sorghum, it can go up by even 100%. In bajra, it can go by 50%. And this really changes the economics of the farmer, because on input side, it is already consuming less inputs. So you can't save too much in inputs, but productivity increase is one big tool for farmers for increasing the income. Next has been the extension services. So those who understand agriculture, so there is an extension services system in country. So that system was also more tuned for the commercial crops. So the extension workers were not knowing about the millets, and that's where now we need to take the entire overhauling of extension system, get public-private partnership in that, and use much more digital tools to get the extension. And I will talk about how we have tried as ITC addressing some of these issues very quickly. Next is mechanization, which Pallavi talked about, dehulling, post-harvest. These are specific processes. In fact, I'll just clarify that millet harvesting and management is not as easy as wheat or paddy. For minor millets especially, dehulling is a critical process, and you need more mechanization and that. And since farmers are small, they cannot invest in all the machinery. It is unviable. So that's another critical point. Then market linkage we talked about, it's a vicious cycle, more demand, more production, and vice versa. So market linkages are critical, both domestic and international. And finally, good price support for the crop is another area. So if we need to address this, this can be addressed on two fronts. One is a large scale collaboration between agencies, public sector, private sector, startups, so that we can get the strengths combined. Like for example, best variety seeds, a good package of practices, good market demand is one part. Another is how do you strengthen farmers at a ground level, grassroots level, So because farmers are small for millets, so FPOs can play a lot of critical role here, wherein you can consolidate demand, you can consolidate farming, the investments on mechanization and other things can come, and the entire say digitization can be used for doing world-class extension, market linkages, information for farmer. So that's where we have started ITC Mission Millets on 3 fronts. On consumer side, we started creating new brands and products. So today we have range of millet products, right from different type of millet flours to cookies, biscuits, then breakfast cereals, then ready-to-eat millet, and so on and so forth. So depending on the product nature, the millets are being added in all the on these products. And second thing is creating awareness. So we are doing a lot of awareness programs through our say different brand promotion activities, through ITC hotels which are promoting different millet recipes across the country. So this is one side which is on increasing the demand. Other side is empowering farmers. So we have started Mission Millet for farmers. We are using ITC Mars, which is a digital platform, and we are working with FPOs in 5-6 states right now in different type of millets, helping them grow the millets in a better way, providing them linkages, and so that their productivity increases and their income also go up. Now here we have done collaboration with the Institute of Millet Research and other universities to provide the best package of practices and help them improve their income and productivity. And the third aspect, which is again very, very important one, is to educate. So how do you educate the say homemakers how to use millet? So that's where a lot of promotion, communication is another area which is very, very important. So if these 3 areas we are doing our bit, and we feel that likewise many startups are doing, and so and this is a way forward in a domestic market. Coming to very quickly exports, and Mr. Bajaj is also there from APIDA, and APIDA is really doing a lot of good work in terms of road shows, different participation in fairs and so on. In fact, I took out some data, so it is very interesting that sorghum is the largest exporting millet globally. So US is one of the largest exporter, while India is the largest producer of millet. Another thing is, in India 40% of millets are non-sorghum. So therefore we have a very diverse range of millets, and sorghum predominantly goes for feed and industrial purpose, while the millets we grow go for more of food purpose. So in nutshell, if you look at this gives us a very good opportunity. Right now in India, the exports have really gone up in last few years with concentrated effort of all players supported by APIDA. But going forward, I see a big opportunity for exporting millet-based products. But you need to create awareness about millet foods in the different countries. Second thing is, the raw millets can also go for feed and industrial purpose, not only in the traditional markets like Middle East or Southeast Asia or South Asia, but also in other parts like US or Europe. So there is a lot of scope and potential which is there, and I think the way the ecosystem for millet is growing in India, I think this particular segment is again going to grow, and this is again going to help farmer, because more demand will help farmer a better realization, and therefore will encourage them to produce more. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think to hear from you is like hearing more or less from the horse's mouth, because you are doing a lot of work on millets. Okay, now just prior to, I'd like to leave maybe 5 or 6 minutes for anybody to ask our panelists. So please, I see 3 hands, so that's great. So if somebody can take the mic over there, please. And if you can just ask a brief question, and to which of the panelists you would be like to ask the question, if you could say that, we would really appreciate it, with your name and the name of your company. Thank you.
Can I ask?
Please, sir, go ahead.
ये जो है मिलेट से जो आटा बनते हैं वो ज़्यादा दिन रुकती नहीं है, खराब हो जाती है, तो व्हाट इज़ द सॉल्यूशन? ज़्यादातर पॉरिज ही बनता है मिलेट्स का, लेकिन रोटी बनने में दिक्कत है।
And then you can. सर इसका एक सोल्यूशन, अगर स्केल पे हम सोल्यूशन की बात करें तो बेटर पैकेजिंग ही एक अच्छा सोल्यूशन है इसके लिए, क्योंकि मिलेट के आटे में थोड़ा ब्रांड में ऑयल कंटेंट भी ज़्यादा होता है। तो आप सही कह रहे हैं, जैसे कुछ आटे हैं जो बहुत जल्दी ख़राब होते हैं, जैसे बाजरे का आटा हो गया, तो उसके ऊपर तो रिसर्च चल रही है अभी कि शेल्फ़ लाइफ इंक्रीज़ करने के लिए, पैलेटेबिलिटी इंक्रीज़ करने के लिए क्या किया जा सकता है। काफ़ी सारे इंस्टीट्यूट्स इसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं ऑलरेडी। पर अदरवाइज़ बाकी आटे जो हैं लगभग 4 से 6 महीने तो चल जाते हैं। उनकी शेल्फ़ लाइफ बढ़ाने के लिए हम अगर वैक्यूम पैकेजिंग और भी तरीके की अच्छी पैकेजिंग एक्सप्लोर करें तो आई थिंक डेफिनेटली हम शेल्फ़ लाइफ इंक्रीज़ कर सकते हैं।
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Anant Jha from All India Manufacturers Organization. My question is, we use fertilizer in cultivation and preservative for packaging. So do we have any policy on which we depict these things on packaged food? Because in case of ITC, we see on cigarette, we have widely using it having cancerous position, everything is there. So do we use such type of thing on food? Whether should we have any policy on it? And second question is on pricing. The process requires some sort of pricing guideline also. So if we look the processed food, the pricing and the minimum price guaranteed to the cultivator having huge difference. So just we want to have some knowledge on it. Thank you.
So your first question, I would like request Mr. Sharma, and your next question, I would request Dr. Bajaj. Thank you.
Can you please repeat again related to fertilizer, because I was not able to get it completely.
Basically, in cultivation, fertilizers are being used, and for packaging, some sort of preservative are used, and those are not good for health. So, do we depict those things as we do in case of FASI on principal display panel? That is, it is containing these things. As far as calorie is concerned, in packaged food, we do give this type of description, this much calorie, but we do not depict that it is containing some urea also, which is dangerous for your health. You may damage your kidney. So that thing we wanted to have from you.
Okay, so I think while the best answer can be given by the regulator, but basis my understanding, you have yourself answered in some way that all the food products have details of the ingredients, energy levels, as well as if some preservatives are used, and government has prescribed various preservatives which are food safe, and the level for which they can be used. Coming back to the use of fertilizer in the crop, so yes, fertilizer is a critical input in the crop, and there are recommended doses for every crop. Specifically in millets, as a requirement and as a practice, the use of fertilizers has been limited. But yes, in the cultivation, fertilizers are used, and they are necessary also, given the nutrient levels in the crop which are in the soil which are low. Having said that, overuse of anything is not right, and there are ways to manage it. For example, nowadays soil testing based fertilizer recommendation is gaining a lot of popularity, and government also has a scheme of soil health cards where every farmer gets soil testing and the recommendation. That really helps in giving the right doses of fertilizer to the crop. There are new startups and new technologies which have come. We are also promoting one mobile based fertilizer testing of nutrients and the right recommendation. The newer say use like nano urea, nano DAP, these are also new ways of nutrition which are coming, and they are also optimizing the right doses of the fertilizer. So therefore there are one is right prescribed doses, second is right way of use. I think farmer is also getting aware, and that is the way fertilizer or any other input should be optimized for the right quantity. But to say it should not be given to the crop is not the right statement, because it is definitely a critical input for the crop.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Do you want to say something, sir?
No, please go ahead.
Thank
I
you
was
so
just
much.
gonna point out.
I'm Himanshu Singh Sagar, advocate. I'm representing All India Manufacturers Organization. My question is to Dr. Shri Tarun Bajaj ji, Director sir. Sir, before I put my question, I was under the impression, as the paper says, that it is a session on agro and food processing. Though after coming here, I feel it's a session on millets. So my question to you, sir, is as to when do we expect the NPOP and PGS guidelines to be at par with each other? Thank you. At par with each other. The NPOP and PGS guidelines.
Okay. The standards for NPOP and PGS are same. There is no difference on the standards. There is, of course, the practices are different. And they are not, cannot be same because they are different line of action which is there. In NPOP, the basic line of action is third-party certification. You all know it. And PGS, it is a different type of certification. Both the cases, of course, now what has been done is that now shifting from PGS to NPOP has been facilitated. That one can, from PGS, they can shift it through getting their auditing done and their necessary documentation done, the process to be followed. Within a 1 year only, they can shift it from PGS to NPOP system.
So that is where the question lies. Does it actually mean that the PGS guidelines are substandard as compared to the NPOP guidelines?
I'm not saying substandard. They're different. That is third-party certification, which is accepted worldwide. And that is a different kind of a system of certification. I'm not saying substandard. Both are different systems.
So that means PGS is not accepted worldwide. Is that
PGS is not accepted
so?
worldwide.
Why can't we have it at the par level, sir? That is what the question is.
Why can't we?
At it at par, both the guidelines.
Because they are different systems altogether. NPOP is third-party certification which is based on whatever is exported and worldwide accepted. PGS system, earlier it was in Brazil and in India, and there are 1 or 2 countries which are there. And when we come into MRA with the different countries, PGS, MRA is not on the basis of PGS. It is only on the basis of third-party certification.
Somehow, sir, I'm not
Okay,
satisfied.
thank you.
So much.
Can we
Hello,
can we
sir.
have one question and then because that will be the time we have. So these are the last 2 questions, please. Thank you.
Sir, I wish to thank IAF first for organizing such a beautiful event. This is question for, because since I'm a farmer, and it's a great honor and privilege that you have called me over here in such a fantastic and a beautiful event organized by IACC. I have the question which we all are debating from past 1 hour. Since I'm a farmer, I'm a grower, I'm struggling in the field. So the main reason I have seen why farmers are not reluctant about not using millets is just because of their economic status. If you see, when the farmer is growing wheat in a bigha, in an acre, that is 1.5 bigha, they get a production of around 15 to 18 quintals. If you see the price of per quintal, that is 2200 to 2500 rupees per quintal. That means a farmer growing 1 acre of wheat is actually getting 30,000. But instead, when he grows wheat, bajra, kutki, kodo, and all these, they get a production of 2.5 to 4 quintals. And the price of per quintal is 2200. That is one. He cannot even get to 10,000 rupees. And the time taken for these crop is always 3 to 6 months. So we need to understand that actually farmers will not going to make any money. As it is, they are not making much money to live their standard life just like you all, right? So if they take millet as an option, they will just perish from this world. That's the first thing. The second thing is, when we talk about post-harvesting and harvesting, there is lot of mechanization which is to support wheat and paddy. But when we are talking about millet, post-harvest and harvesting equipments are not just there. So, the farmers in that case, if they grow, bajra, they have to go down with a manual cutting of it in the field, which is not possible. Which is not possible, sir. Landowners will not going to be able to do it. The third reason, Jagmohan sir, the third reason has been the cattle, the stray cattles. Nilgai, they love to eat millets. मोटा अनाज वो पागलों की तरह खाते हैं. तो एक रात में जिस दिन ये होगा, नीलगाय उसे उसी दिन ही ख़त्म कर डालेगी. मीन्स 1 एकड़ की खेती जो आदमी देख रहा है, आप रात शाम को देख के गए कि आपका खेत एकदम हरा भरा है, सुबह आएंगे तो देखेंगे आपके खेत में कुछ भी नहीं है, नीलगाय पूरे ट्रूप के साथ आए और चर के चले गए.
Okay, sir. We all know that this is one of the reasons. What would you like to see from I mean, how would you like to be helped in that sense, if you can?
Sir, since
or like, what is your specific pinpoint question, and if you can say that, okay, this, why isn't this happening? You know, so that would be much more useful, sir.
Sir, since I am an FPO and I'm also running a federation of FPOs where there is around 270 odd FPOs and a farmer strength of over 36,000 just in my own organization. Being a chairman of this organization, I'm continuously hearing this kind of issue on a daily basis. So that's what got me over here.
So I think this is a question maybe you would like to take up, sir.
Well, this is a pure agriculture related issue, and our agriculture ministry is already working on these. Of course, there are concern of productivity and yield. These two concerns are definitely there. But yes, it is also a fact that you have a least input as compared to other crops which have been mentioned. The input costs are not much in that case, and that's the reason more and more, since the demand is increasing, the price realization is also improving. What we know, you are on the ground level, you have also realized just now. I can say from the processed food industry, if you ask them, if they were getting 10 rupees a kilo, now they're getting 15 rupees a kilo supply. So that is there, a price realization is also there, which is also improving. The answer to that is two-way. Of course, we help in improving the yield, productivity, and other, as you rightly mentioned, on the post-harvest equipments and technology which are there. But at the same time, more and more demand is there. There will be better price realization for the farmers, and they will. And that's the reason we see the shift now. They have started growing, shifting to now again coming back to millet once again.
So we wanted to thank our dais. We've just run out of time. If there is any more questions, I mean, they can always be asked as going off the dais. And one last thing I wanted to say is why we took millets in this is because agriculture is so large that it's 50 minutes, you will not be able to talk about agriculture. So that's why we pinpointed one point, that we should take one crop and we can talk about that, and this is the reason why we only chose to talk about one crop. So I want to thank the dais. I want to thank you, Dr. Sir, and I want to thank Mr. Jaideep, and thank Ms. Kemi Pallavi, and I want to thank Mr.
Thank you
Sachin.
so very much, Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Thank you.
For really chairing this session. A round of applause for all of them, as I now request Dr. Lalit Bhasin and Dr. Upasana Arora to present each of our speakers with the speaker plaque and a memento, starting with our session chair, Mr. Jasmohan Singh, requesting you to please step forward and allow us a moment to thank you for putting this session together and for balancing it so very well and for bringing out those wonderful thoughts. This session surely brought about a lot many questions from our audience, so we are hoping that only increases. Thank you for making it so interactive. May I now thank Mr. Joydeep Kalra. Thank you so much, Mr. Kalra, for joining us. Please do step forward as we'd like to present you with the plaque. A round of applause for him, please. We'd now like to thank Mr. Sachin Sharma for sharing his thoughts. Sir, may I request you to please join us center stage so we can capture the wonderful frame with you in it. Thank you so very much for your presence. May we thank Ms. Pallavi Upadhyay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us and for adding your grace right here. round of applause. And of course, we are so very thankful to our guest of honor for this session, Dr. Tarun Bajaj. We'd like to request all of you to please put your hands together as we take a moment and thank him right here. Let's capture this moment. So I'd like to request all of you to please come closer with your best smiles forward as we capture all of you in the same frame. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Dr. Basin, Dr. Arora, for your presence here on stage and for thanking each of our panel speakers. As I thank all of you all, I'd like to share with you that up next we have a spectacular session on infrastructure, on road transport and on highways. When we talk about where we are heading next, it definitely is taking a new step forward and creating a lot more of this for the new phase of India. And when we are talking about new India, how can we leave behind infrastructure? That is exactly what our next speakers will be focusing on. While this will be a very interesting session where we look forward to having an interaction in the pre-function area right after the session, let me once again encourage you all to take pictures, post them online. Please do remember to tag us, because right here at the 20th Indo-US Economic Summit, it is about sharing ideas and potential for a sustainable partnership between India and the US for the next 25 years. This is a knowledge sharing platform that we've put together for all of you right here. And as we look forward to our finale session where we will be talking a lot about infrastructure, I'd like to request all our guests to please remain seated as we get set and introduce to you our speakers. Requesting those of our guests who are networking up front to please take conversations in the pre-function area. Guests at the front of the hall, as a respect to my next set of speakers, may I request all of you all to please take a seat or take conversations outside in the pre-function area, please. Thank you for your kindness. May I now present to you our session chair, Mr. Sunil Jain, Regional Council Member, IACC, Chairman, Energy Committee, IACC, and Operating Partner, SR Power Limited. Please put your hands together for the man who assumed the role of CEO at Hero Future Energies in the year 2013. He moved on after 3 decades of experience in the entire aspect of business and automotive, in infrastructure and clean tech and manufacturing industry, someone who specializes in creating new business and taking startups to an all-new level. Please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Sunil Jain to chair this very special session. A round of applause from my audience, please, as I extend a warm welcome to our speakers joining us. Ms. Gunita Pava, Joint Managing Partner, SNA Law Offices. May I also present to you Mr. Amol Chitnis, Co-Founder and Director, Reliable Auto Tech Private Limited. A very warm welcome to Mr. Arun Tripathi, Head, Energy Business, Solar, Wind, Energy Storage, Green Hydrogen, Regulatory and HSC, Hero Futures Energies. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Nirmal Reddy, Director, OHM Automotive Private Limited. Let's hear a round of applause from my kind audience as I present to you our guest of honor for this segment, Mr. Damon Dubert, Energy Unit Chief, US Embassy. We'll have a very special address by the chief guest of this segment, Mr. Tarun Kapoor, Advisor to Honorable Prime Minister of India. Please do put your hands together as we have the privilege of his kind presence amongst us. And of course, joining us on the dais will be Mr. Ashish Vig, Chairman, Infrastructure Committee, IACC, NIC, and Managing Director, Wick Brothers, CNC Private Limited. A round of applause for our eminent speakers joining us right here on stage. This might be our last session for the day, but definitely a way for us to take forward the spectacular 20th Indo-US Economic Summit. A round of applause, please, for all our speakers.
Good evening, friends. Well, we are here for probably the important session which actually concerns the entire economy of the country. What we are talking about is infrastructure, road transport and highways. World over, it has always been seen that how good your infrastructure is represents the growth and the development of your economy. And what we find is that India has been scoring very high on these factors in the last 1 decade. To just set the context for the session, I'd like to just give you some aspects. So I'm sure I don't know how many of you know that India is the second largest road network in the world, just behind the US, with approximately 6.5 million kilometers of road network. India road transport accounts for 65% of overall goods movement and 90% of total passenger traffic. The pace of roads construction in both urban and rural has been scorching in the last decade. Highways stand out for their Godspeed construction. All this of great road infrastructure has added to the mobility of humans and cargoes to road transport. However, this sets out our goals for sustainability and decarbonization of the country's climate change targets. While the need for a good road transport network is a key to the development of the country and its economy, but a decarbonized transport sector is equally important. Electric trains, highways, electric vehicles, and electric highways, which is our electric grids, become key factors in the way country achieves the daunting task of net zero by 2070. Today's session is relevant where our panelists will give their perspectives and discuss opportunities and challenges faced in this infrastructure sector. Roads, highways have to further grow and the network to keep pace with the growth of the economy. We would need around $15 billion in next 3 to 4 years to strengthen our road networks. This gives us an idea of the potential and the future of investments. Electric vehicle infrastructure, which will be key to the decarbonization, and how our highways shape up will be key to the success of the road transport. India has around 2.5 million electric vehicles today, with two-wheelers accounting for almost 60 to 65% of this 2.5 million. Unfortunately, India has only 12,000 charging infrastructures, which is just about 0.5% of the vehicle population. This mismatch needs to be bridged fast as the EV segment grows. For this, not only the charging infra, but the electric grids availability and with the right policy and regulatory framework is required. Important is that you charge this infra with renewable energy or hybrids to make them sustainable and green. The EV manufacturing segment also has to keep pace with the technology and manufacturing, as both the charging infra and the EV demand has to marry each other. The EV component manufacturing must step up as we move away from ICE vehicles. All this requires a very robust legal and a regulatory framework which will enable investments across infrastructures in the country. This august panel will discuss all these issues across the sector, including the legal perspective, in today's discussions. Thank you so much. We have eminent panelists here today, and we are expecting that Mr. Tarun Kapoor is also likely to join us. He's just held up for a meeting, who will give us the government's perspective. So let me first call upon I'm just missing it out. Mr. Damon Dubord, who is the Energy Unit Chief of the US Embassy in New Delhi, to give his perspective on the Indo-US collaborations on the infrastructure and investments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished participants, guests, panelists, esteemed government colleagues who are still to come. Tarun Kapoor has been a great partner of the U.S. government on renewable energy, and look forward to his arrival as well. And I want to thank the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce as well for putting on this event. I think the Indo-U.S. Economic Summit is actually a really important point to take a stock of our collaboration between our two countries, between our two governments, which we've had a banner year this year. I think we can go back easily to June when Prime Minister Modi visited the United States, and where we advanced a joint statement that was probably one of the most ambitious joint statements that I've seen between our two governments. Of course, that was followed up with President Biden, who was just here in September, where we made a number of announcements, many related to energy and also to infrastructure as well. So a lot of key developments. I'd also just like to note that Ambassador Garcetti, our ambassador to India here at the U.S. Embassy, is framing a lot of the work that we're doing around what he likes to call the 4 Ps, which I think is a good framing device. And he speaks about planet, people, peace, and prosperity. And I think that actually fits fairly neatly into our sustainable energy conversation and infrastructure as we think about what we need to do to protect our planet, which will enable us to have prosperity for our people and hopefully live in a time when we have peace. I would like to commend, I think, Prime Minister Modi and also President Biden for both of their leadership roles they've played for renewable energy transition and infrastructure globally. When President Biden came into office, within a few hours he signed an executive order directing the federal government of the United States to engage again on climate change globally. And we've been very active since that time. And I think we can see that same vision with Prime Minister Modi, a vision for clean energy transition. And also, as he's talked about individual Indians taking responsibility for their own lifestyle choices, which can also make a difference through initiatives like LIFE. And it's important. At this moment in time, the US and India are the second and third largest consumers of energy. And that a big chunk of that is transportation and the things that we do on our highways and roads and other points of infrastructure. And we know that we have a big shared responsibility if we want to support and help our planet recover from climate change, something that's important that we need to do for our human race. But the scope of the challenge is incredible. It's an enormous challenge. As we seek to decarbonize our major sectors of the economy, including transportation, to agriculture, to manufacturing, we're going to need technology innovation at a scale not seen before. We're going to need finance in the billions and trillions of dollars. So in addition to the incredible bill that we have for new build-out of infrastructure, making everything green and ecologically sound will also be extremely costly. And all this new infrastructure will have to be put in place on a scale that we've never seen before. Electrifying our transportation sector will be one very important component of this. I thank India for their commitment to provide sustainable, reliable, affordable, and secure clean energy. During the G20 in New Delhi, our leaders focused and agreed to collaborate on putting 10,000 electric buses on the road, buses that are made in India, through a collaboration on a payment security mechanism. And India's commitment to accelerate e-mobility and reduce greenhouse gases and emissions demonstrates a progressive vision for sustainable transportation to combat both air pollution and climate change. It gives me great pleasure to be here today for this specific succession talking about sustainable energy and infrastructure, road transport, and highways. Promoting e-mobility is an important component of both our countries' journeys towards net zero. Our conversations today will help to advance thinking about how we can make roads, highways, and the vehicles that travel them net zero. And the US government is proud to continue our work under a partnership with India for e-buses. We've committed $16 million and hope to leverage another $135 million through philanthropies for a payment security mechanism. And this will help the deployment of 10,000 e-buses in India. And it will support the Prime Minister's ambitious program that Tarun Kapoor, I believe, is working very closely on, the e-bus Sewa program. We believe that this PSM, this payment security mechanism, will reduce the risk perception of finance. It will lead to better terms for loans, and it will also lower the cost of finance for e-buses in India. We're very excited to be working with the Indian government very closely through our U.S. Development for Internationally USAID, and also in India with the Ministry of Heavy Industries and Convergence Energy Services. We look forward to ways that we can engage with the private sector and also civil society, as well as philanthropies, including Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet and the Sequoia Foundation. We really believe that reducing the transportation sector's carbon emissions is key to climate action, to both energy security, and to better air quality, which will lead to healthier and more livable cities. I want to thank all the dignitaries, all of our experts that are on the panel today for sharing this vision, thinking about how as we add infrastructure, we are thinking about ways that we can address climate change, and recognizing that e-mobility and electric buses are a point that is not just a means for transportation, but is also a point for cleaner, greener, and a more sustainable India. This is something that we're striving to do in the United States as well. It's challenging, it's expensive, it's a multi-stakeholder progress that is step by step, day by day. Well, we're happy to be here in India to work with you, to partner with you on your journey to net zero, to address climate change. And I really feel that by protecting the planet together, we will ensure a world of peace and prosperity, one that works for the benefit of our peoples. This is urgent work, and it depends on the US and Indian commitment to work together. I look forward to hearing from all the experts on the panel as we discuss infrastructure and clean energy. Thank you very much.
We welcome Mr. Tarun Kapoor, who is advisor to the Prime Minister in his present assignment. Prior to this assignment, he was a secretary to the Government of India in Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Mr. Tarun Kapoor has been actively involved in the energy transition infrastructure over his long career as a bureaucrat in the Government of India, where he held various positions. He is probably one of the most active IAS officer who is deeply involved in climate change, renewables, and infrastructure. It is our honor that he is there with us today to address us and give us a perspective of how government is thinking about development of sustainable infrastructure, both on highway roads, mobility, and of course electrical highways, which I called as grids. So I would request Mr. Tarun Kapoor to give his keynote address. Thank you.
Good afternoon, the panelists and experts here and all the participants. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me here. So this discussion is on infrastructure, and I will talk a little more about electric vehicles, and maybe I'll start with some overall perspective on the transport infrastructure in the country, and then I'll come to electric vehicles in particular, and what is happening in the country, and also our collaborations with the US, and what way forward, and what all we can do together. Now, if we look at the overall transport sector in the country, railways, we have railways, roads, we have the inland waterways and coastal shipping, and then of course long distance I'll not talk about, talking more within the country, and then the civil aviation. So far we've been largely dependent on roads. Railways just contribute to around 25% of the cargo, and they have a target to take it to 40%, and from the government side also we are very keen that the railway expands, because the good thing is that in railways electrification has taken place in a big way, and almost all the railway lines are electrified. So as far as the climate issues are concerned, as our grid gradually becomes more and more green, railways automatically will become green. Otherwise also railways have a plan to source most of their energy requirements through open access or by setting up their own plants. So there the picture and the story is a little well laid out and appears to be easy as far as moving towards cleaner fuels or addressing the issues of climate change is concerned. But the shift from roads to railways as far as cargo is concerned is not going to be very easy, because of various reasons, like the kind of quantities which we have to deal with, and the investment which is required in railways, which is happening of course, because now we are moving into dedicated freight corridors, and we are moving into higher speed for cargo movement. Similarly, on passengers also, we've introduced these trains which are faster and more comfortable. So we have Vande Bharat. Yesterday also the PM flagged some Vande Bharat trains. So a major shift as far as railways is concerned, so that they handle more and more of passengers and as well as cargo. Now I come to the roads. So as far as roads are concerned, the now the efforts of the government are to have a better network of roads. When I say better, I mean more of expressways, more of roads which are access controlled, where the speeds can go up, accident rates come down, and better facilities are available. And also connectivity to all the key growth areas, potential areas where more industry is coming up, or connectivity with the roads, with the ports, and such places where more population is likely to increase in the coming times. So we have a national plan. We also have PM Gati Shakti, where the idea is to map entire infrastructure, have it on GIS platform, and whenever we go for new infrastructure, we have a well planned, well thought out strategies, so that there are no gaps. So on the planning part, in the recent maybe 2-3 years, we've moved quite well, and from just planning for very specific infrastructure projects, now we are moving to area-based planning on PM Gati Shakti, and that portal is now quite well established and quite and used by all the infrastructure industries, including by the state governments. We have about 85 to 90,000 of kilometers of national highways as on today. The access control roads, large numbers are under construction. Some have been recently commissioned, and people who move around in India would have seen that the quality of roads in these new expressways which have come up, the quality is much better. The speeds have also gone up, and all types of features which are required, maybe internationally what people would have seen, they are available here. So gradually our aim is that within say 50 to 100 kilometers of every even small town, we have some expressway available, which will take time, but gradually we will move towards that end. And as we increase these roads or national highways or roads with better infrastructure or better specifications, we also have to look at connectivity of villages, because the total network of roads in India is very large. It's probably one of the largest in the world because of the size of the country, and because we've had several programs in the past where we've tried to build roads and connect every village. So we have PM roads program which has been going on for quite some time to connect every village. So we have to now ensure that this network of roads which has already come up, it gets seamlessly integrated, so that movement from one category of roads to another, depending on the kind of traffic which is required, which means that some areas, for example, some areas which are high in agriculture, seasonally they may have huge production of certain agricultural products. So those bottlenecks which might be there for moving the crops, for example, apple comes in a particular season or tomatoes are grown in a particular season, they are able to move seamlessly. So under this PM Gati Shakti, replanning of the entire road network right up to the village level is what now we have to work on, and then we have to execute plans so that this network becomes totally integrated and moves in a more futuristic or based on our requirements in the future. In order to also boost trade and commerce, we have to link all our production areas to ports, because international trade is going to keep increasing. Exports will grow, imports will also grow, there is no doubt about that, but India is going to move up as far as manufacturing is concerned, so there also we expect a lot of growth. So again, in the plan we've mapped which are the ports where there are missing links. So certain roads have been identified, certain railway tracks have been identified. So those, there is now a high priority that we link all these growth areas. So, and then we've not, so far we've not really had very good development as far as usage of our inland waterways is concerned. So we now have an organization which is dealing with this, and some waterways have been identified where we are putting up infrastructure. We are also working on some goods which can be moved on the inland waterways. Then we have these what we call RSR rail, then sea or using waterways, and then again rail transportation, seamless tie-ups so that goods can move, and in the long run it might work out cheaper also. And similarly, coastal shipping, because we have a huge coastline and sometimes moving goods within the country becomes a bottleneck, so moving via the coastal routes is going to be more sustainable for us. Now, while we do this, we also have to look at the fuel requirements and how we can move from such large usage of fossil fuels, particularly diesel, to cleaner form of fuels. So while there is a big emphasis now on electric vehicles, in two-wheelers, there is good progress, and this year, even in the first 8-9 months, the total sales have crossed 1 million total number of vehicles. Two-wheelers lead the number, and we are aiming at a yearly sale of 10 million, which is 1 crore vehicles by 2030. That's what our targets are. So we have to push not only two-wheelers but four-wheelers, electric buses. On goods transportation, electric is still a little far, but we will have some pilots and maybe some routes will be identified where we can put up infrastructure so that even electric trucks become a reality. On four-wheelers, while we do have a scheme called FAME where we are providing subsidy to two-wheelers as well as four-wheelers, but under FAME we are providing subsidy only for commercial vehicles for four-wheelers and up to a particular limit, not very expensive vehicles. And we expect that the penetration of electric as far as the four-wheeler fleets are concerned, as far as the commercial vehicles or taxis are concerned, it's going to grow exponentially in the coming few months. Buses is again an area where we've seen tremendous growth. We have several large manufacturers which have set up plants in India, and India is gradually emerging as a manufacturing hub. Now, to push this, earlier we had one scheme called FAME, now we are coming up with another scheme to support, to provide a little bit of financial support from Government of India side for public transport in urban areas, starting from the earlier identified 9 very large cities, the major metros. We are moving towards now smaller cities also, and under this scheme we will be deploying 10,000 buses immediately. We are also setting up a payment security fund, which was just mentioned by my co-panelist, and this fund, while we'll start with 10,000 buses, but our plan is to scale it up and take it to a much larger number. It could go to 50,000, it could go to even larger. We have just about 2 lakh public transport buses, but we have a much larger number of contract buses which are running on diesel. That number is several times this number, and there also there's a big scope of changing to electric. And and this model, which has been already quite successful, where buses are in a way leased, they are not purchased by the transport utilities. That model has worked very well. Maybe that model can also work for deployment of school buses or other contract carriers. And in the next maybe 5-6 years, we could have a situation where most of the buses which are deployed on roads would be electric. So what I see in the future is that electric buses and two-wheelers, these are two areas where even without too much government support, this will now take off, because there's a lot of advantage in these two areas. Four-wheelers, as far as taxis are concerned, government support would be there, but then again, I see a lot of possibilities, particularly if banks come forward to provide easy lending and easy money. And then moving on to transportation of goods, that is a little bit of a difficult area because the distances are more, you need probably some more innovative solutions, because otherwise the size of the battery becomes too large, and so far electric has not come in there in a big way. Maybe we could have hydrogen powered fuel cell trucks in the future. We are also looking at LNG. CNG has already come in quite a big way as far as buses and cars are concerned, and that will continue. With CNG, we will have bio-CNG. Biogas is another very major area where we are moving quite fast, and hopefully in the next, say, 5 or 7 years, at least 10% of the total natural gas in the country could become bio. We have planned to set up at least 5,000 bio plants and compressed biogas plants, and we have huge quantities of feedstock available in the country, be it agriculture residue or urban waste, or maybe certain other byproducts coming out from some industry like press mud from sugarcane, sugar industry and all. So huge scope there also. Another area where we've done well is ethanol. So we are doing blending of ethanol in petrol. So that's another area. So that is again one big scope available for us to move to cleaner forms of fuel. Now coming back to electric, while on manufacturing we are moving forward fast and deployment will also happen, we need to set up good charging infrastructure in the country. Though most of the charging of two-wheelers, maybe more than 90%, even globally in other countries, happens at home, because people find it not only more convenient but much cheaper, because if someone charges at home, then probably he's just paying the domestic tariff, and the public charging infrastructure is still required, because top-up is very essential to remove this anxiety that if I get into trouble, do I have some solution? So to remove that anxiety and also to reduce the battery size, it's important that we have good public charging infrastructure available, even if it is only for top-up. If people just use it to charge, say, 20% or 10% of their requirement, still it is very essential. So we have this plan of covering 22,000 petrol stations with charging facilities. The oil companies have taken up this challenge, and they are working on it, and in the next 2 to 3 years we will have very good charging infrastructure all over the country. Again, some part of the cost is being borne by the government, and this is being rolled out already. I think large numbers are already deployed. We need a bit of standardization as far as the two-wheeler chargers are concerned. Four-wheelers already there are standards which we've also adopted, and so that's not too much of a problem. If we also get good, good deployment of buses, intercity buses, we will have to set up some charging infrastructure on our national highways, for which again, at least in the newer national highways, they have provisions for wayside amenities where they've kept provisions or land for setting up charging infrastructure. So that is again an area where we think that a lot of investment and a lot of work has to happen, but then government would be providing support so that this infrastructure, charging infrastructure, comes up all over the country. In the meantime, as far as households are concerned, at least in the newer buildings, facilities so that people are able to charge at home, that the construction has to be such that even if these are multi-story buildings, in parkings and in various other ways, charging is facilitated. So that also we'll have to ensure as we move forward. With US, while we are collaborating on setting up a fund for renewable energy, we are also working on payment security mechanism, but then we have good scope of collaboration, even going further in terms of getting more investments into the country, then partnerships between various companies in India and US companies, particularly considering the technology change which is happening all over the world. Batteries and critical minerals, these are again two areas where we are looking forward to good collaboration, because we have to, in order to secure our energy requirements, we have to move from absolutely basics, which means that the materials which go into this, minerals which are so critical, lithium and others, they also have to be tied up, for which we have discussions going on at present. And then as technology advances, as price of battery comes down, and then even hydrogen, we are talking of some collaboration and discussions. So that is again area where in the future we expect huge investments to come in. And then Indian companies can also work in US, because in US also there's a huge now stress on getting manufacturing in US under the Inflation Reduction Act, and Indian companies can also play quite a major role there, because we do have good companies, well-established companies here in India, with not only manpower has always been our strength, but also on technology and on business models, there's good experience available. So we look forward to more collaboration with US, and once again I thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
You know, generally when we have an infrastructure panel, we have been always told that it is a manel. Manel is a panel which is all male. We have broken the taboo, and this time we have a female, a very accomplished lady, Gunita Pava, who is a joint managing partner of S&A Law Offices. So I invite her to give her perspective on how the challenges which we face, legal, regulatory, policy front, and what are the new things happening in this area which makes life easier for all the companies which operate in this segment. Just to give you, Gunita Pawar has been named as the Super 50 Lawyer 2023 by ALB Thomson Reuters, India's top lawyer A-list for 2022-23, top female lawyers in India 2022, and host of other accomplishments. I think so they can go on and on, but for interest of time I would stop here. Over to you, Gunita.
Well, good evening, everybody, and especially to the esteemed panelists here today. In front of all of them, I feel very humbled to be providing my experience or inputs in this sector. But starting from the first topic, it's about infrastructure, road transport, and highways. We have seen the government initiatives, and as Mr. Kapoor also informed, that there have been excessive requirement of road infrastructure connecting the entire country. And to give you a few numbers as how the government of India plans to meet the goal of reaching a US $5 trillion economy by 2025 and 40 trillion USD 40 trillion economy by 2047, and transforming India from a developing country to a developed economy. Our union budget of 23-24 was in fact a testimony to the commitment to accelerate infrastructure development. On the account of infrastructure development, we have seen a 33% hike from the previous year, which shows how serious India is and where we are headed in this sector. Now, in this sector, it's not just the government initiatives, but it's the public-private partnerships which have seen excessive growth, which have seen very successful partnerships for developing the assets in the road infrastructure sector and for providing of services. Now, these public-private partnerships, whether it be it BOT, design, build, finance, operate, transfer, hybrid annuity model for roads, or toll operate models. They have all successfully worked with the cooperation of both the government PSUs as well as the private parties. In the cases of development in law, it is very important because that is my area of practice, and I must inform all of you that there has been such tremendous initiative to make India an arbitration hub for the resolution, an effective dispute resolution in the infrastructure sector. We have all seen and experienced, or rather heard, about protracted litigations, but the initiatives of the Government of India in the amendments of the Arbitration Act in 2019 and then also in the amendment of the Arbitration Act in 2021 have led to making India a dispute-friendly and rather effective resolution hub. It is a vision which requires both parties not to waste too much time and not to waste too much money in resolution of disputes, which has been fructified. To mention a few, our Arbitration Amendment Act has made the arbitration process time-bound, which is something which the industry really appreciates, because many of the panelists here are from the industry and the government sector, and we all have seen, as lawyers, we've seen the pain of protracted litigation. Compared to that, getting the resolution and the award in 12 months to 16 months or 18 months is a very pleasant scenario that we are in today. Then are the initiatives taken for the enforcement of such awards. It's very heartening to tell you that comparatively the High Court of Delhi and the High Court of Bombay are the fastest high courts in the country for resolution of any challenges to an arbitral award, as well as for enforcement of these arbitral awards. The industry, or rather the private sector, which participates through these private-public partnership initiatives, are obviously hampered when the awarded amounts are not released to them. And that is how even the investors in the country have to reconsider that what is the position. So I feel it is my duty to inform that the industry-specific sector initiatives, for example by the Niti Aayog, that if you have an arbitration award in your favor, then the moment it goes to court, 75% of the awarded amount can be released as against a bank guarantee. Now this was a development in 2019. Since then we have seen many participants of these public-private partnerships boom. We have seen a lot of concessionaires and as well as government PSUs realizing the money which they had invested, or rather seeing the returns to their investment, which is a very, very important factor for investors in the road and infrastructure sector. Further, we today are more focused towards institutional arbitrations rather than the previous regime of favoring ad hoc arbitrations. This again is through the initiatives which have come about from legislations as well as through the initiatives of the Government of India. On another issue, just last week, the Mediation Act was passed. Now, not just arbitration, our government has also given another platform for resolution of disputes in just 120 days. So we have a Mediation Act, we have a mediation settlement agreement, we have a mediation settlement enforcement procedure. Looking at all of this, it makes India a favorable destination for not just investment in infrastructure, but also for securing your returns and also for having the advantage of realizing through the courts of law or arbitration or mediation your rights and your obligations. There have been many recent developments in the sector of roads, many recent developments in the sector of highways. I'm sure there are a lot of other panelists who would like to take the opportunity on highlighting that. But from the legal perspective, I can just say that, well, after the G20 summit, I heard a CNN analyst say that looking at the sentiment in India and the development in India, that he felt bullish about India. So as far as I'm concerned, in my experience, I would say that too on the infrastructure, road transport and highway sector and green energy and having a cleaner India, I feel the sentiment is certainly bullish. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gunita. May I now invite Mr. Amol Chitnis Mr. Amol Chitnis is the co-founder and director of Reliable Auto Tech Private Limited. They are a component manufacturing company with in-house design and manufacturing facility and established in Nasik, Maharashtra. He has worked in R&D of leading OEMs for a period of 2 years before he started his manufacturing engineering. He co-founded Reliable along with two business partners. He is currently the CEO and managing director of the company. Over to you, Mr. Anmol, to tell your perspective about how things will change as we move to EV.
Thank you. I thank Indo-American Chamber for this opportunity, dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries of the dais. I will talk about my company more because that is where we have many initiatives taken in the clean energy sector. Reliable Autotech Private Limited embarked on journey of sustainable energy with the vision to make a meaningful contribution to environmental preservation. Today, I am proud to share some of the lessons we have learned and some of the strides we have taken towards this goal. Reliable is one of the few companies in India who have published a sustainability report on its website. And if you visit our website, then you will be able to see more about reliable initiatives if you are interested. Sustainable energy is not a just buzzword. We have been attending many seminars on this topic, and to best of my knowledge, India needs something close to 100 gigawatt of clean energy generation addition every year for next 6 years just to meet 2030 targets which we are committing to. As you know, world is facing unprecedented environmental crisis due to global warming driven by carbon emissions. Some of the examples you see is we are losing snow caps, the weather is changing, the weather fluctuations are too many. Few days back you had great rains in Delhi which were unprecedented. You can see many flood happening in many parts of India and the world. At the heart of this crisis lie our pattern of energy generation, because to my knowledge and to my understanding, we probably cannot fully control the energy usage. When the countries are becoming more affluent, the people are becoming more affluent, they are going to use energy in a big way, and everything cannot be prevented. You cannot prevent people from using air conditioners and bigger rooms and bigger houses and stuff like that. But we can definitely control how we generate the energy. Secondly, businesses, both large and small, have a very critical role in transforming this country to a cleaner energy. And why am I saying this? Because industrial energy consumption is to the tune of 41%. Add to that, something like 8% is being used by trade. So more than 50% of the energy consumption is accounted by energy and trade. That's around more than 50% accounted by businesses. So we need to focus on clean sources of energy, and that will significantly impact the environment. At Reliable, we recognize this need and took some initiatives which I will share now. First of all, no-brainer. We have invested in rooftop solar. We have invested in rooftop solar, and this has not only reduced our operational cost, but our clean energy footprint also. Currently, we have something like 25% of the energy coming from rooftop, and now targeting rest 75% in next 2 years. So in next 2 years, we propose to be zero, 100% clean energy user from today. Secondly, we use something called express feeders to power at least a couple of our plants. That's a proposal in the progress. And because of that, it will not affect the power outage which happens due to local infrastructure. So when you connect yourself to a express feeder, you save the power downtime, and that's why you don't have to use energy devices like generator, which are the most polluting and most carbon footprint devices of energy generation. Secondly, measures like LED lights, efficient compressors, preventing leakages, and other initiatives like using variable frequency drives has given us something like 15 to 20% saving in our current energy consumption. Of course, we are depending and partnering with some of our key customers who value our sustainability efforts to a great extent, and they are supporting also by giving more inquiries, more orders. So that is the kind of approach we have, that whosoever supports the sustainability for mutual success, we collaborate with them, we collaborate with those customers, and both the parties are getting benefited. We use EV trucks to do a local transport. As Mr. Kapoor was sharing it, it's not possible to do a commercial vehicle at this moment. So long haul transportation is still dependent on diesel, but local transport we are using the EV trucks. And lastly, we are using agencies like EcoVadis, who do a measurement of our sustainability initiatives. And we are targeting by 2024, we are targeting a bronze status from EcoVadis, which is a great achievement, because very few companies, I don't know, it's less than 25 maybe, who are having that kind of a status in India at this moment. So way forward, we are, as a company, we are very proud to be associated with this big initiative. Sustainable energy isn't just a choice, it is necessity. Reliable Autotech Private Limited is proud to be a part of this transformation and committing to zero carbon footprint, much ahead of nation's target. Zero carbon footprint will mean many more things other than clean energy. So if you talk about technical language, then it's scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. All those scopes have to be covered to become a zero carbon footprint company. We are looking forward to working with various agencies and also Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. We are also thinking of entering into a clean energy domain, and I have got some request for Mr. Chairman. I think you have some restriction list in US. We have a lot of export in US, but some of the components which you use for clean energy are not allowed to be exported from India, but they are to be manufactured in US. So you are made in US and made in India. So my request is, I think, at least for Indian manufacturers who are ready to put their setups in US, like Reliable, you can relax that list a bit and allow some of the components to be manufactured, because some of the manufacturing processes in India are very cost effective. So if you can allow those components to be manufactured in India and assembled maybe in the US, then possibly both the countries will benefit, because to best of my knowledge, India and US have a tough targets to achieve in next 20, 30 years. And I think this Indo-American collaboration will go a long way to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. So we are running short of time, and therefore I'll request the last two speakers, probably they'll get a little less time. May I now call Nirmal Reddy, who is the founder and CEO of OM E-Logistics. He is an electric cab aggregator and a manufacturer of electric vehicles. Nirmal has a keen understanding of EV ecosystems and has resulted in consistent evolution of unrivaled growth of the OM brand. Over to you, Nirmal. I know they're short of time. I'll give you only 5 minutes, not more than that.
Thank you. I'll not take a lot of time. Good evening, all. So I'll come straight to the point. We have been discussing about the infrastructure, transport, highways, electric vehicles. So what we have been doing, India has been constructing world-class highways. We are adapting more electric vehicles. We are one of the highest two-wheeler, electric vehicle penetration. At the same time, to get the net zero, we should also have, a lot of understanding on how to enhance the rural electric mobility. So we still have around 30-35% of people staying in the rural places or semi-urban places. Now that's where we need these two important things, that is roads, better road infrastructure to those places, also clean electric mobility. I believe we should put a lot of emphasis on developing more vehicles towards enhancing the rural mobility. Obviously, three-wheelers are, some of the most important drivers in the rural electric mobility. We at OHM, we have produced, in terms of charging as well, so it's very important for us to emphasize on AC charging as well. Although we are all been talking about a lot about DC charging, but how to get them. It's also important to outreach the AC charging into many places. It's very easy to, in fact, have better AC chargers. That's where we need to put more emphasis on. Also developing critical components for these electric vehicles. This is also something where OHM has been working a lot. So we've got our own powertrain, we've got our own battery. This is not only it's very important because relying on, the other countries in manufacturing critical components, it also breaks the supply chain. If we want to have more vehicles or more electric vehicles, it's very important that we need to have a stable supply chain and also stable, manufacturing of these critical components. So these are the, things that I want to emphasize to have a better, especially in the rural places, to have a better network. Thank you.
Thank you, Nirmal, for being short and crisp. May I now invite Arun Tripathi, who is the head energy and energy business at Hero Future Energies. Arun is a BA Electronics from Pune University and extensively worked in solar, wind, storage, EV smart charging infrastructure, telecom power, and energy solutions. Over to Arun. to understand how the new hybrid solutions or the storage can help in decarbonizing our existing infrastructure.
Yeah, good evening all. I'll be crisp and short in interest of time. As HFE, we are helping industry and DISCOM to decarbonize by supplying a green energy. So we are into solar, wind and storage. And we have just entered and we have done small pilot on a green hydrogen, and we are doing a small pilot on a green hydrogen as well. So we have seen that there are discussion on a electric vehicle charging infrastructure. The biggest challenge what we'll see in future is a grid constraint, because there is a no time of day tariff available, there is no regulation. So people will come in evening and put their charging vehicle for charging. That will put a great constraint or maybe pressure on the grid. And if you see in grid, the penetration of solar is increasing on day by day, which will form a phenomena which is called a duck curve phenomena, where in daytime you are generating a solar, asking all thermal plants or conventional plant to ramp down, and evening solar is fading up, and what is happening, and there is a peak power demand because of electric vehicle and even on the residential side. That will form a steep increase or demand for the electricity, which will be the challenging. So to address, there are few options. One is on a regulatory side, technology side, as well as on the behavioral side also. We need to see how to charge this vehicle during a daytime and use a solar power to charge that. That will help. One is from the change in a mindset, and second on the regulation side, if we put a time of day tariff in a daytime, if the charging rates are lower with respect to what is there in a peak time, that will also help or maybe push a user to charge during off-peak time. Even if you see from the DISCOM side or from the industry side, there is a demand for a more flexible and dispatchable power rather than asking for a pure solar power. So DISCOMs are moving away from buying conventional solar and wind power. They are more inclined towards more flexible, dispatchable peak power or round the clock power. What is happening if we are making a grid green, it will help to green the transport sector also, because if you're charging your vehicle through a grid, and if the grid, in a grid, most of the power is from thermal. Right now it's like maybe 14 to 15% is from RE, and we are expected by 2030 we'll reach up to, in terms of energy, around 30-35%. So making a green in a grid will help to decarbonize the transport sector. There are few small steps also. If we can, like a diesel truck, long haul diesel truck, if you can blend maybe a small portion of a hydrogen in that, which will improve the efficiency of diesel by making a more high calorific value, so that will increase the 25% efficiency on the diesel truck. That will starting step, maybe finally a hydrogen powered truck either through fuel cell or maybe a direct combustion is still maybe some distance, but we can take up immediate some intermittent steps, or like putting maybe some portion of blending in a diesel through hydrogen. On a port side also, through ammonia or green ammonia or maybe a green methanol, you can decarbonize the port segment. So in all, RE or maybe a green energy will play a very important role to decarbonize transport sector, and as a company we are there, and we are helping a lot of industry and the DISCOM to decarbonize the sector.
Mr. Vic, can you just
Say thank you.
say thank you? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all. It's been excellent, really excellent hearing, and especially when you said that the legal framework is in place and India becomes a good destination. What he said is that it's very important. The sustainable energy is not a choice; it's a requirement. From America, we had all the viewpoints. So I think everybody said excellent. The only thing is we needed more time. We are 7, 8 people. We needed more time. I just, add before she comes on. Whenever I go to Mr. Gadkari's office, there's this John F. Kennedy's quote. America is not rich. America is not rich because it has good roads, but because it has good roads is America rich. And we are feeling it now in India. We are seeing the good roads. We are all experiencing it. We don't have to really go through the books. I think it's all an experience. Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wig. What's actually commendable is that he's taken so many notes, key takeaways from every speaker, and then he summed it up so beautifully. I think he definitely deserves a huge round of applause. So let's hear it up for Mr. Ashish Wig, and let me take this moment by thanking all of you all for joining us. A big thank you to the guest of honor of this segment, Mr. Damon Dubot. It's been such a pleasure, sir, that you could join us today. And let's hear a round of applause for all of them as I extend a very warm welcome and request Dr. Upasana Arora to please join us on stage. May I also welcome Mr. Kamal Vora to please step forward and thank each of our speakers for being here. It's not easy putting a closure to a segment like this when we talk about infrastructure, road transport, highways, when we really talk about what the new India can look like. But you all have done it in a splendid 1 hour, which is really not easy because this takes months and months, weeks and weeks of discussion. So once again, a round of applause as I take this moment and thank our session chair, Mr. Sunil Jain. I'd also like to request you to please step forward and give us a moment to thank you, sir. Let's hear a round of applause for him, please. Ms. Pava, may I please request you to step ahead as we'd like to thank you next. A round of applause for Ms. Gunita Pava, please. My audience has been so kind all through the day, and I only look forward to your applause right here. I'd also like to thank Mr. Amol Chitnis. Mr. Amol Chitnis to please step forward. A big round of applause for our guest of honor, Mr. Damon Dubot. Mr. Amol Chitnis, may I request you to please join us for a picture-perfect moment right there. Mr. Arun Tripathi, I'd like to request you to please step forward. Of course, a big thank you to Mr. Nirmal Reddy, requesting you to please join us center stage as we take that beautiful moment right there. Mr. Ashish Wig, thank you so very much, sir, for those kind words and the closing segment. A big thank you to Mr. Tarun Kapoor, who was kind enough to join us for a little bit there. Of course, I'd like to request all of you to please step forward for a group photograph. May I request all of you to join us for a group picture, please? Thank you so very much, creating that beautiful frame right there, and also taking a moment and thanking all our audience members for their very kind presence. We have a lot to look forward to later this evening as we look forward to welcoming you to our Business Leadership Awards. But before that, let me take a moment and thank our partners for their support. I'd like to thank our principal partner, Reliance Industries Limited, our summit partner, Godfrey Phillips India Limited, our co-partner, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals. May I also thank our institutional partner, Agriculture and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, as I once again thank our dignitaries right here. It's been a pleasure having you. May I take a moment and thank our gold partners, GD Foods Manufacturing India Private Limited, JK Tire and Industries, Frick India. I'd like to thank Amity University, Reckitt Benckiser India Private Limited, Goldchar Group, Radico Khaitan, our delegate kit partner, SNA Law Offices, our silver partners, Apollo Hospital, Reliable Auto Technostic, our Hero Future Energies. I'd also like to thank our associate partners, Cocktail and Dreams Ditas, AT&T, Khaitan and Company, Indian Renewable Energy Alliance, and our dinner partner, Blue Bread Consultants India Limited. Very shortly, we are going to have all of you join us for a networking evening over drinks and dinner, and of course, the much-awaited Business Leadership Award. But before we do that, may I please request you to join us in the pre-function area where you're welcome to help yourself to tea, coffee and networking along with the meet and greet with our partners. We start the evening gala at 6:45 p.m. Please do join us then. A reminder to each of you to please carry your bags, your laptop bags, all your personal belongings with you. We will be doing a changeover in the hall and are not responsible for any personal belongings. So please do carry all your bags. Thank you so very much.